Hi, everybody. Welcome to the show. How are you today? Uh, I need to show everyone proof that Jens is Steve Anderson's brother. Right here. Go there. Here it is. Let's show him. See? It's right there behind him. Beside him. He's right there again. There he again. See? That's his brother. He's right there with the family. That's him right there again. Oh no, we all knew it. He's Steve Anderson's long lost twin brother. We all knew it. We all knew it. Who's here? Who's here? Oh, Daniel. Good
How's it
job.
going, Gangster Ghost?
Good. I thought you were doing a show.
Well, no, I actually just premiered a new song. I just made a song and I put it out there. I saw that you said hi on it, so
Hi.
put out just published a new song. Just check. It's called Throne Room. So if anyone wants to check it out,
Oh, that's
Uh,
nice.
Are you playing? What,
You
Daniel? Daniel, you still hate me, Daniel?
hate you?
Yeah, you were mad at me.
I've never
last time.
hated you,
You
Josh.
stormed off. You were upset. You stormed off.
Oh, were you saying something blasphemous towards my faith again?
No, I was. Just
I don't. When I
arguing.
do that, it's not because I'm mad at you, Josh. It's because it's the exact opposite. I love you, and when your actions upset me, instead of being angry at you, I go and I start praying for you, and I stop engaging with you because
Well, if you cuss me out, I'm gonna forgive you every time, right?
that's okay. I prefer not to, and also
I,
I don't like feeling I don't like looking down on people, and I know that you know. Anyway, Josh, how are you?
I, I just felt like the topic needed to be expanded on, but we don't have to do it today or ever.
What was the topic exactly?
Um, just in a nutshell, so we don't go off into a frenzy. But basically, I was just arguing that you're saved, but if you're doing works, it's
Oh, I
whether
remember
because
you said that I was going to get very little works in heaven. I was like, Josh, that's a terrible thing to say. How can you say that about someone? Yeah, do you remember saying that about me? You declared what God was going to judge me as. Did you remember saying that, Josh? Do you want to recant that at all?
I remember all of that. That's why I thought
Yeah.
I was. That's why
Yeah,
I thought you
that
were
was not a
responding.
good look, Josh. The way that you judge others is how you'll be judged. So don't do that, please. Out of love, I'm telling you that as advice. Don't do that.
Well, can we at least agree on this? Can we at least meet me in the middle? And I'll recant. I'll recant. You don't need to meet me in the middle. I'm sorry. I told you what God
This is
would
for your
reward me.
own benefit. Yeah. I know that you don't determine my salvation. That's what Jesus Christ does because he died for my sins, not you. But
Yeah.
you should do it for your own benefit, that you don't talk about other people that way, about what God's going to do for them.
No. Okay. So you're right. I'm sorry, but this is the point I was trying to make, which may have came off wrong. So I'm sorry again. But the
Yeah.
point I was trying to make, and I think we can agree with this, that if you are doing something for selfish reasons, then God can see that, right?
Yeah. Yeah, he knows your heart. So when we do good works, we shouldn't be doing them because it makes us feel good or because we even think we're going to improve somebody else's life. That's all ego. What we need
Yeah.
to be
So
doing is
my
doing it
main
onto
thing is
God
like if you're
because they're
doing work
an
to
icon of
prove your
God.
salvation, or if you're doing works to prove your salvation or to maintain your salvation,
It's
I
not
would
about
argue.
proving your salvation or anything like that. We are commanded by God to love others as Christ loved us.
Yeah,
So
but I'm saying
to
if that's
follow
the
in Christ's
intent.
footsteps, what we should do is love others as God has called us to. Now, you can call this
All
works,
I'm
but
saying
you're
is if
making a
that's the
determination over my intentions, which you should never do.
all I'm saying is that if the intention is to maintain your salvation, then I would argue that those works, um, you know, may burn up as wood, stubble, and hay. And I think that that's a legitimate argument. It was unfair to impose that your intentions on anything you've ever done are anything other than to glorify God. So that's where I was wrong. But I think we both agree that if the intent is misplaced, God can see that, and those works will be burned up as wood, stubble, and hay.
Yeah. So we agree that God perceives clearly our hearts.
Absolutely. So I like it. Danny, you're cool. You're my favorite Orthodox. I think I tell you this every time.
What about
How
Father?
many Orthodox do you know, though? So I don't know if that's a compliment or not.
Well, are you? I know quite a few. Actually, there's another guy on YouTube. I think he's. Actually, I don't want to say what type of Orthodox he is because that's not my business. But there's different ones like Oriental, Eastern. You know,
Is it
he's
the Church of
neither
the
one of
Eternal
those.
Logos?
I'm sorry.
Is it the Church of the Eternal Logos?
No.
Is it Father Spiriton?
I'm not gonna say it even if you guess it. Yeah.
Father Spiriton is excellent. I mean, he's someone to really. For those out there who want to know, like a good Orthodox person to listen to, that isn't, now very soon I'll be at the completion of my 40 days of illumination. So I'm fairly new to the faith. I'm a laity. Go to a priest and listen to what they have to say. Oh my gosh, you'll learn so much. You think you'll learn a lot from me? You learn a lot from them.
Illumination? Oh, are you part of the Illuminati? Oh, sorry. I just
Yeah,
joking.
yeah, right. Yeah, in some ways, I used to be. Although that term is kind of silly. I mean, if you're talking about the Bavarian Illuminati, that's gone.
Oh, okay, that's good. Oh, I need to break it to you. I thought they canceled that show, but I guess they rescheduled it again. It's going to be the 13th.
Oh, the Theotokos. Oh, well, I know after banning Steven, he got so mad. He made a stream about me and everything, and the stream lasted all of 2 minutes. It was
Wow.
just him doing an intro, and he had nothing to say. But he got
Wow.
so upset because I won't let him onto my stream. But I'm not. That's not why I'm coming to YouTube. I'm not coming to YouTube to argue with people and to be battered by people that are going to say awful things about me and my church without really much in terms of substance argument. Josh, like you're coming with, I left because you made a statement that I got offended by, but your idea that God will not respect good works that are done because we think we're self-righteous, that oh, I'm a good person. Like that you're right. God would not respect that. But I hope you don't think that that's what orthodoxy talk about. We constantly are talking about humility. You should read our Lenten Triodian right here. I mean, this will
I'm
beat you over the head with the fact that we should not think of ourselves as being righteous. I mean,
Daniel.
to understand our faith, you should know the subtleties that we are not doing good works to make ourselves elevated. And that's a very unfair statement to make about us if that was what you're implying.
Are you there, Josh?
Daniel, can you hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you.
Tim, if you're still out there, let's unpack this. I don't believe Daniel is saved comment you made, because I think I can make an argument to the contrary.
I believe in Christ died for my sins, that he was resurrected on the third day. I believe in the Apostles' Creed. I find it very silly when Christians want to look at the original Christian and what we believed and tell us that we're not saved. There's the aspect of that we have been saved, that we are being saved, and that we will be saved. We haven't died yet, so we haven't been fully saved. That happens in death when Christ resurrects us. But to say that, the things that he's saying, I think it's pretty disrespectful, right? I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe I'm off base.
Well, I know where Tim is coming from, and the what I argued, almost made us kill each other. So it really is a sensitive subject that needs to be explored with an open mind. Yeah, I'm not trying to convince Tim that you're saved, but I think an argument can be made as to why you are, because even you don't agree that you're saved. You think you're being saved.
Yeah, it's a process of salvation. Again, there's 3 tiers to it. There is a sense that I have been saved already, but there is also the sense that I'm actively being saved because I walk with Christ daily. I am guided by the Holy Spirit. I believe in one God, the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. So the Spirit with me is the Trinity. And this is something that God is saving me from all the time, from my own self, from my own sins, uh, all the time. This isn't something that I just thought about once and I forget about it. Like I'm constantly on the journey of a conversation with God, and that includes repentance when I do fail, which I do sometimes. So Tim asks, if you're saved, where are you going when you die? I'm going to be with the saints. I'm going to be with Christ. I'm going to when you are baptized in Christ, you are buried with him, and you'll be resurrected with him as well. I am tied to my Lord. That is the tree that I'm grafted to.
Brother Pike. He's crazy guy.
I
Guys,
only accept judgment from Christian Pike.
Brother, Daniel, when you die, do you go to Abraham's bosom or to heaven? Are they the same?
We believe as Orthodox, we believe that there is only 2 destinations. There's hell and there's heaven. There's no in between. And hell, Abraham's bosom doesn't exist anymore. It used to, because there was a time before Christ where people basically had to wait there and sleep until Christ came. But
Oh,
Christ did come. So the people in hell have been released. And hell it's Christ broke the prison. I mean, so it's not what it used to be.
oh, that sounds like a
What hell or what?
Abraham's bosom.
Abraham's bosom?
Yeah.
So it was a place of repose because the prophecy hadn't been fulfilled yet. This was, and John the Forerunner was the last person to go there. He was beheaded, and in church tradition, we celebrate the fact that John was able to tell Adam and Eve and all the saints, all the prophets, that hey, Christ is here. It's happened. It's finally time.
Actually, you know what? Believe it or not, Daniel, you and Tim have a very similar position on salvation, because the way that Tim views the Old Testament, he would argue that it really boils down to grace. That's really what it boils down to, because like you could be trying to do your best, live your best life to please God, and then like fall short and you die without repenting, but God knows the overall intent of your heart. Like, had given enough time, given the opportunity, would you have repented? Things like that. Like this is things that is part of God's knowledge. So I mean, Tim's argument with the Old Testament is that there's people in the Old Testament who maybe didn't quote unquote perform to this standard of Christ, which would be perfection, but God still counted them as righteous um, because of their faith.
It's even better than that, Josh, because Adam and Eve, we believe Adam and Eve was saved in the end. So even though Adam and Eve turned, they got saved as well. Christ actually brought Adam and Eve out of hell. He saved them.
All right, guys. Christian Pike just rebuked me, so I'm gonna go and eat 3 burritos until I puke and do 10 Hail Marys. Be right back.
Okay, that's good. Oh, I don't know. Do you see what Father Charles said?
Oh yeah. By the way, Father Charles, I had Bruce Wayne on my chat yesterday, And they're repeating the lies of Proverbs guys, saying that Father Charles is not a real priest. Um, and I think I corrected him pretty well. But Father Charles, I believe that you're a priest because I don't believe that you would ever lie about that. That would bring condemnation onto yourself, and you're a believer. So I don't believe them. I believe you. Just so you know, for the record.
Oh, that's good. Oh, you got some nice food.
I think what they do is they slander people. And I'm grateful that Father Charles told me to stay away from them because I blocked them on like every single communication. That's why they're so butthurt. I think that's the internet term for it. They are butthurt about it, and they're just gonna have to deal. They're gonna have to cope.
Yeah, he rescheduled it for the 13th.
Mhm.
The one show. And I seen that other thing I went to it, and the only thing I had is just the intro. The one about you. Yeah, that one. I saw that. And I went to it. They only had the intro on there with them, but they did. Here was the show they had before, where they went after Father Charles.
Yeah, that's what Batman was saying on my stream. He was like, and then there's this guy that faked being an Orthodox priest, and I was just like, which one is that? And he was like, oh, it's Father Charles. I'm like, who told you that? And he's like, bro, Proverbs guys. I'm like, you just told me the moment before that they lied about another pastor, and now you're telling me you believe them about Father Charles? He's like, well, yeah. And I'm like, how do they know? And he's like, well, I'm sure it's easy to find out. I'm like, yeah, well, you can't tell me. And I don't think they would know either because they don't they don't have no idea about the Orthodox Church. They might have called up a Catholic church for all we know. But that's nuts. Daniel, worship Mary one more time. Why I oughta? I don't worship Mary. I
He's joking.
yeah.
He's a jokester.
I predict the Proverbs guys will be banned from YouTube within 2 months. You know what I predicted, Father Charles? And I'm not trying to be bold here or anything like that. I'm only going to say it once on GG's. Hopefully not too many people are watching. But I called that when I said they're going to turn on each other. They're going to turn on Lupin next. And I saw like just a stream where it's like, why I left the Proverbs guy by Lupin. I'm like, oh, man. I called that like literally within hours.
I need to tell you, Wednesday night, it was very early in the morning. It was funny. Lupin was out there celebrating. He just went crazy. He always liked to go crazy. He's just a funny guy. Yeah, it was so.
I think
awesome.
Lupin will be happier without the Proverbs guys. Like, I think it's going to be good for him. Like, those guys are just toxic. Like, it seems like everyone has a bad story about them. And the people within it, like, I don't know. I feel like it's a dinosaur because I heard about the dinosaur land thing, that they're part of a dinosaur cult, you know, and that's why they call me a cultist because they don't know what's going on.
Kent
Poor guys.
Hova, he had this thing called Dinosaur Adventure Land.
Yeah, that sounds like they got brainwashed. So they don't know what to think of an Orthodox. They're like, well, you have such conviction. Maybe you're brainwashed too. And it's just like, yeah, if I am, it's in the sense that my brain is now clean from defiled thoughts. I guess you can consider that a brainwashing.
Is it true they say your mind isn't dirty, you've been brainwashed? I'm joking.
Yeah.
But
yeah, some minds are dirty. Some brains do need washing, you know? Like, have a full metanoia.
But would you ever... did you say you would debate Steven on here?
I don't know. I probably not. I mean, honestly, I don't know if there is a debating Steven. Steven isn't capable of it.
I don't think I've ever seen him debate before.
Yeah, he doesn't know how to do that.
Keely's, he debated before with Big Bad Mama and Brother Pike. But
yeah.
that was a while ago. But yeah, Steven, he's a crazy little guy. He's just a lot of time he's funny when the other day he came out as first Missing Mod, and then Mark Stoney. He's a funny guy.
But something. I'll try to find the endearing part of him. That's why you know when I block communication with someone or don't let them on my stream because I know that their intention is just to attack. Like It's not a debate. It's not a conversation. It's not even an argument. It's nothing like that. It's literally just an attack line of just like, the Eucharist isn't in the Bible, blah, 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 blah. And then if they do get to the point where they're like, show me in the Bible, and I show them the scripture, like, that's not what that means. That's just a metaphor. And it's just like, all right. But now you see that this is how we back it up in scripture. You don't agree with us, but we can back it up in scripture. And then they just get to, I'm just going to keep repeating myself and take up time on your stream to peddle my propaganda. And I'm just like, that's going to make me dislike you a lot. It would be better for us if you didn't. And then maybe I can find something I like about you and reapproach you later on different terms. Because this going against my church and against my faith, it's just a no-go from the start. There is nothing that anyone's ever going to say to me that's going to turn me away from orthodoxy. I hope I don't have to prove that too much because I fear what that means, but I know that people are persecuted, and hey, at least I'm with Christ on that.
Oh, that's good. Here's one kid I helped saving James. His dad and them are Orthodox, Greek
Nice.
Orthodox. Yeah, it's a small world.
Oh, you'll find that the
You ever been to?
Go ahead. Sorry. I interrupted you.
No, oh, that's right. I forgot what I was going to say. You go.
Well, I was going to say that you're going to be. I think a lot of people are going to be surprised how much orthodoxy is going to grow in the next couple of years. It's going to explode. This is going to be the great reaction. Like the devil had a huge. I don't know how to describe this in war terms, but like a huge success with the TV, and different saints actually predicted it. They said that one day the devil will be talking out of a box in everybody's home, and it'll have horns sticking out of it. And that's basically, he predicted the television set a couple hundred years before it was invented. And what we're getting now, I think is like just some grace from Mother Mary. And it's something we really, if we seize upon it and enough people in this country change their heart, who knows how much longer we can have this world without it falling apart.
Oh, that's what Fire Truck said.
Oh,
When I return
nice.
from Greece, I would love to. Yeah,
That'll be great, Father Charles.
Yeah, I'd love to see that. That would be awesome. Yeah, and heard a lot of propaganda they put on TV a lot, especially with Disney and all that stuff.
Yeah, man. And we just got finished with the largest propaganda campaign probably of our lifetimes in terms of politics, because they tried so hard to make people like Kamala and it didn't work. So I think I have a new hope for the American spirit. I think people aren't as dumb as we were led to believe.
Yeah, I agree.
People are a little smarter than we gave them credit for.
Trump won big. Wow, he won big. He even won
Huge.
the proper one. Republican hasn't won that since George Bush first.
I know. They were already planning to say, like, once they were losing, they were already starting to shift the focus of the conversation and be like, the popular vote is how it really should be determined. And then it's like, he won the popular vote too. There's nothing they can say. This was a landslide victory. This was bigger than 2016. And no, there's never been an upset like this before, because 2016 was because Trump was like, he wasn't really a politician. But to have a president not leave office, but basically be fired, for him to be defeated in an election, and then 4 years later, after how many felonies did they charge him with, and how much did they continue for 4 years talking about January 6th? You would have thought that it would have been impossible for this man to be elected. Everything that a political person would have told you would have said, this cannot be. And yet, here we are. The impossible is possible.
I need to tell you something. Here's this guy I heard a while ago said that Trump would be attempted assassination, but he would survive it, and he would win the election. That happened. Wow.
Yeah. Is that the guy that predicted the earshot, that prophet?
I'm
I
not
mean, I don't
sure.
know if he's an actual prophet, but he supposedly predicted it. It became
He
big
did.
on the internet.
I don't know. I'm not sure, but it was crazy. That was awesome. One election, one the House and Senate.
The
Oh,
House and the Senate. Yeah, we won big. This was the red wave. So it's time for Trump to really shine here. I mean, this is he knows it's his last term. He can kind of like take the gloves off and just go to town.
this like worldwide flood red wave.
Yeah, things are about to change pretty big January 20th, unless something happens. Unless maybe our enemies overseas or something decide to seize on it. But I think they actually might like Trump better because under the Biden administration, essentially we had the military industrial complex running the show, and they want World War III. Uh, Even though nobody wins it in terms of nations, the people that control the weapons industries and these other things, these other powers that will come into play after the outcome of World War III, which will be a new world order, they actually want that to happen. They're going to make a lot of money off of it. So I think Trump is maybe our best chance. I don't know if it can actually be avoided at this
Yeah,
point, but we can try.
it's just so awesome. And he's gonna ban a lot of abuse and stuff, and keep men out of the woman's bathroom and locker room and stuff like that.
Yeah. And now abortions are up to the states, so it's not a nationwide standard. So each state can be its own thing, which I think is kind of nice. I mean, if you really want to abort babies no matter what, and you want to go to a very godless state, you can move there. I think that's appropriate. If you want to kill someone, you should have to move. I think you should have to suffer a little bit when you're killing a human.
Yeah,
I know that sounds insensitive.
yeah,
Probably is.
yeah. It's crazy. But yeah, I need to. It's just so crazy. Like that was so. Lupin, he was celebrating. He went crazy. He might have went overboard. He definitely went overboard. It's Lupin, but yeah, he was a crazy guy.
The victory lap, yeah. I can't judge too harshly because I'm trying to avoid being too boastful about it because I know people are hurting, that are confused, that think that this is a bad thing even though it's good. Uh, I did a victory lap when I defeated my trolls on my channel. I two different groups at the same time, and it was a 1-2 punch. For one of them, it was a copyright strike because they continued to use my content and I told them to stop and they were harassing me. They basically kept calling up me and my father, reminding us that my mother was dead and claiming that she was in hell and that she was being surrounded
Oh,
by maggots. They were saying awful things.
so
Uh,
sorry.
yeah, they were real jerks. They found my dad's number, but I was able to take them down. And then there was another group, and just because the sheer fact that I moved, there's nothing they can do to stop
Oh,
me anymore. So they can just pound rocks because God's got me.
I'm
God got
so.
me to this point. I got illuminated. I got moved out. I am.
Oh,
It's a
that's
new
good.
chapter for me. It's very good.
I'm sorry about what they said about your mom. So sorry about that.
Thank you. I think it's good practice. I don't know what I had to face in the future, but I'm glad that God is just slowly introducing the persecution so that I can get more familiar with it before, so it won't be too overwhelming later.
Oh, that's good. Uh, but I want to ask you: have you ever? This picture I made of brother Pike.
Ike, yeah.
He looks so funny. He have a white beard and blackish brown hair.
Hmm.
Guess who's here?
It's Ayden. It's Ayden freaking Linden.
You don't know that.
Hi,
You don't know
Aiden.
me. You don't know my story.
It's true. I don't know your story. Don't know what you've been through.
Pretty banal and boring anyway, so I won't trouble you with it. How's everybody doing today? I hope everybody's
Good.
well.
How are
Good,
you?
good.
Good.
I'm
Yeah.
good. Yeah, I just came back from the fighting ring that is missing Mod's channel. No, I'm just kidding. No, we did end things on a pretty cordial note. I must say. But me and Tim had a pretty knockdown, drag-out fight earlier. That was pretty intense about icons and saints and
Oh
whether.
yeah, I got 9
Yeah,
minutes
oh
before
yeah.
I got to get out of here. What'd you say? You defended the
GG,
icons and
could
the
you
saints,
pull it up?
Ayden?
Could you pull it up, GG? It'd be easier to go through the conversation and review it rather than just kind of recounting it with Tim.
How
As
long is it?
far as like, so it's going to be pretty. Now that I think about it, it's going to be pretty lengthy. Anyways, I can summarize it.
Well, I'll probably tune in to this stream while I'm driving to work because in like 8 minutes now I gotta go out. But
okay, yeah. If
give
you've
me the
only got
highlights
8 minutes, that's fair enough.
I can talk to you. Yeah.
Yeah. So like I said, things did end fair with Tim, so I'm not trying to like bash Tim when I say any of this stuff. I just want to preface that. But I am going to give what I consider an objective evaluation from my perspective of what happened. And what happened was I went through and made the case for the fact that asking for the we talked about this before, and you said that praying to a saint is not necessarily a misnomer. But I do think it's a misnomer in the context of how they use the term praying to saints.
Yeah, we pray like ask, like pray tell me more about this. Like praying doesn't necessarily mean worship.
Yeah, they mean prayer in the sense that they're trying to make it as though they're putting that saint above Christ in terms of being an intercessor. And it's very clear in the scripture that Christ is the only intercessor. Yeah. So that is true. And I made the case to Tim that they're not asking, the saints are not being asked to intercess in the way that they would ask God to intercess. They're asking for the saint to petition God, essentially, for that. They're asking God in the same way that you would ask your friend, hey, I'm going to go have knee surgery tomorrow. Could you pray for me? It's the same thing insofar as what's being invoked when somebody asks for a saint to petition God. So that is not, it's made out as though it's this like pagan occult practice. And Tim actually went so far as to say that it's necromancy to do that.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
that's what they charged Christ with too. They said, "What are you, a necromancer?" It's like he's God. he is life.
So he said that it was necromancy, and we literally got stuck at a certain point in the conversation because I asked him, do you think the saints are spiritually alive? And he refused to answer the question. I kept asking him because he said, well, the saints are dead, the saints are dead, the saints are dead. And I'm like, yeah, they're corporeally dead. That's true. Their physical body is dead. They're no longer physically among us. That's true. But according to the Bible, they're not spiritually dead. They're very much so alive. They're there in God's midst. They're there in heaven, in his midst. And I brought up the cloud of witnesses in Hebrews to substantiate that.
And you don't do that with them. They don't like that.
Well, his reputation of that was, he literally said at one point, he was like, well, yeah, it says that they're witnessing, but that doesn't mean that they're like watching you and what you're doing. It's like, well, what does it mean to witness something, Tim?
Yeah.
Like, what does it mean to witness?
In context.
The word witness, because he tried saying, well, yeah, but like if you look at it in the context, I'm like, yeah, that's a good idea. Because if you look at it in the context, it's talking about those martyrs that died for God, that were martyred for the idea of God. And then it goes on to say, therefore, it talks about the witnesses earlier, and it calls them witnesses. And it goes on to say, therefore, we are surrounded by such a great cloud of witnesses. So I was just making the point that, Tim, you're asking for context, and the context substantiates my position. Like the context says that this is referring to those people. It's not talking about, and he didn't say that it was angels, but I've heard other people say, oh, that's angels, or, oh, that's some other group. That's not talking about actual saints. That's talking about some other group. But no, it made the point to point out that they were talking about those that martyred themselves, the saints, for God. And then went on to say the great cloud of witnesses, referring to those saints looking down from heaven, looking down and seeing these things that are happening. They're witnessing what's occurring. And I brought that up because Tim was talking about, oh, well, how many people can those saints listen to every single day? Are you saying that they're omniscient? Are you saying that they're omnipotent? Because only God
That's what
is
he did with
omniscient.
me. Yeah, that's what
Yeah,
he did
only
with me. And I
God.
said, that's not what that means. Yeah, but yeah.
Only God is omniscient and only God is omnipotent. And I said, well, that's when I brought up the great cloud of witnesses. And I made the point to say, look, they're there according to Hebrews. They're up in heaven and they're witnessing these things. And Tim's refutation of that was basically to say, well, that doesn't say that there's nothing in there about praying to them. You know, there's nothing in the Bible that commands you to pray to anybody. Can you find in the Bible where it commands you to pray to dead saints? And it's like, first and foremost, you're using the word dead there and trying to like get me to concede to the idea that they're dead, which I'm not going to do, but whatever, just granting the idea for the sake of addressing the rest of your point. No, like this point that's being made about the saints is to say that when you are petitioning them, when you're going to them, you're asking for them to petition God. You're not going to them and petitioning them directly. You're just asking for their help in this regard. You're asking
Yeah.
for them to join with your voice in asking God for this thing. And
Yeah.
I asked him, I said, so do you ever ask your friends to pray for you, Tim? Have you ever asked for someone to pray for you? And he says, well, yeah, I mean, the Bible says, after all, for the church, you should ask for the church to pray for you. And I said, well, that's a very good point, Tim, because
And
the church is not just everybody that's alive.
It's also the people
church
who have
isn't
gone on. Yeah.
right. The church isn't everybody that's alive. The church is everybody that believed in Christ, period. That's everybody right now. That's everybody before. That's the sum total of every Christian that has ever lived is the body of Christ. So that, once again, is a point in favor of the idea, because by virtue of it talking about the church, it's not just talking about those that are living. And he went on to say, well, that's just, you admitted earlier that the Bible says that there's nothing in there that commands for you to pray to them. And I said, well, yeah, there's nothing in the Bible that commands for you to ask for people to pray for you either, Tim. There's nothing in the Bible about that. But you know what? There
is a scripture about that, actually, that says we are commanded to pray for each other. So like that actually goes along with the saints, along with living. You can ask sinners to help pray for you too, but it's better to ask for a righteous man, because it says the prayers of a righteous man have greater boldness, and that's in the Bible as well. So like when we're asking the saints to pray for us to God on our behalf, that's actually backed up in scripture. And I've brought that up to them before too. And they're just like, well, that's for people that are alive, not for people that are dead. I'm like, they're not dead. We're Christians. We believe in the resurrection. But
yeah, Christ literally resurrects you a second time. And I was making that point. I'm pretty sure it's in, is it Psalms or maybe a different book, but it says that first a man die and then come the judgment. So there is a first death. Like, yeah, there is a first death, but you're revived if you believe in God. He resurrects you. He brings you back. He gives you another state that isn't a corporeal state. And we were talking about that, and this is around where necromancy got brought up, because I was talking with him about whether these saints were truly dead, because I really did just want to corner him on that, whether or not he firmly believes the saints are spiritually alive or not. Because if you don't believe that the saints are spiritually alive, if you think that everybody that believes in God is just dead when they die, then you're basically calling Jesus a liar when he said that you are given the gift of eternal life. Yeah. Like some of these Christians believe, oh, well, you just go to sleep for a while and then you wake up later on when the judgment comes. That's not what eternal life means. Eternal life doesn't mean, oh, well, you're dead for a little bit and then you got brought back later. No, eternal means forever, genius. Okay? So when the gift of eternal life is promised, that means that that person will be forever living in some form or another if they accept that spiritual gift.
Ayden, I love it. I'm going to enjoy this conversation on the road. It's literally 4:01, so I'm already going to be late. So guys, I love you all.
I'm sorry.
Be safe. Well, no, I really enjoyed this, and I will be listening. See ya.
Yeah, watch Mod's show. It's good.
Take care, Daniel.
Hey, Josh.
Ayden, Ayden, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Ayden, we need to take care of something.
What needs taken care of, my friend?
Can we just go ahead and just get you saved real quick?
It's
Look,
not
look,
up to you, man. I'm sorry. It's not up to you.
Ayden, humor me. Just humor me for a second.
Yeah.
Just say I believe in Jesus. That's it.
Yeah, but like, if I don't mean that sincerely, then it doesn't mean anything.
Well, but if if the Bible is true, then your sincerity doesn't matter.
Of course, my sincerity matters. God knows my heart, according to the Bible. He would know better than anybody else if I was just saying that for the sake of saying it. And I think if for the sake of the idea that the God of the Bible might exist, I'd rather not piss him off by just saying something that he knows is fake.
Well,
Look,
but
I know you want it. I know you want it. I know everybody in this freaking community wants it so freaking badly.
well, I
But
don't even need you to believe it. I just want you to say it like verbatim.
no, but if I don't mean it, then it's not a good thing to say.
Not by your atheist standards. It didn't mean you just wasted a breath or two.
No. I mean, like, well, yeah, sure. In the realm of atheism, sure. If I say the words "I believe in Jesus," there you go. I just said them. That
There,
doesn't
that's
mean
it. That's
anything.
it. It's done.
So
It's
I can,
over.
But
It's like
so
ripping
I
off a
that
bandit.
doesn't mean that anything actually happened.
well,
My heart's still just
so
the
I
same.
can
I said the
clip
words. My
that.
heart's the
So,
same.
What was that, Logan?
okay. So I can show the. So I can clip it and show that.
he's gonna cut it like right before and after to get you perfectly saying verbatim. I believe in Jesus.
Ayden Linden
I'm just joking,
inverts on
Ayden.
Gangster Ghost show. It's just that one little clip.
I'm just joking, Ayden.
You get lots. You probably get
Can I
lots of
show you
views.
this?
Well,
You ever heard of this guy? Know who this
Oh,
guy
my raid
is?
stream's all laggy. I can't see who you're posting.
It's
Oh,
Ron Wyatt, right? Let's see
I
the
think he
truth.
was
And we
wrong.
have
Right?
provided evidence.
Steve Bowman put that up.
We will only be referring to this man as Ron the Great from here on out.
Yeah.
hey guys, I gotta get back to work. Love you guys. Ayden, thanks for humoring me.
Love you
Gangster,
guys.
take care.
Thank
No
you.
problem, Jennifer. Hey, you
We'll,
have a good day at work, buddy.
yeah, we'll explore this later. Take care.
Bye. Oh. Well, watch this.
That is irrefutable. There's a large number of people that don't come to see the presentations because of the comments that these so-called scientists and specialists in the fields have made. Well, that's sad, and there's no way to help anybody that won't go and see things for themselves.
See?
There's no shame in telling these people, well, I want to see it for myself.
See,
It sounds quite unlikely, and see if
the fact that he's front loaded this statement with the idea that these people won't see these things unless they see it for themselves tells me that although this is ostensibly being made as like outreach for these people, it's really just made to appeal to the in-group of people who are already inculcated into these ideas. Because what other purpose would you have in saying, well, you know, you're not going to believe it unless you really believe it yourself, and then go on to say all this stuff? Like, if you're going to admonish these people on that basis at the very beginning, then that just tells me that this is just a dog whistle to the group of people that already believe what you believe. This is not outreach. This is not you trying to appeal to anybody outside of your group. So I just don't understand the way that they try to do this double speak, where they try to make it look like it's outreach. They try to make it look like they're trying to appeal to people outside of their group. But then in reality, when you actually listen to what they're talking about, they're only saying things that only would appeal to people within their in-group and only make sense within their in-group. And, that's just not how the scripture was spread, and that's not how the scripture was preached. When Jesus Christ went and dined in the houses of tax collectors and prostitutes, and he went and broke bread with these people, he did that because he understood that you need to approach people on their level in order to get them to understand things. And you're not going to get them on their level by saying that the people that they listen to are so-called scientists. As though you just saying so-called is just going to all of a sudden sweep away the legitimate academic accreditations of those people and make those people that you're trying to quote-unquote preach to disillusioned in them just by using the word so-called. No. It's a dog whistle. And I'm so sick of this righteous veil being thrown over the absolute bigotry that's displayed by these people when they think that they can just use this book as an excuse to view themselves as fundamentally better people than everybody else. It's exhausting. But I guess it's not exhausting enough for me not to be here, because here I am.
This is on Steven's channel.
Oh, good. That's good.
That's where I found it.
I'm glad that this is stuff that the Proverbs guys agree with, because it's not too far away from their philosophy. Just talk down to everybody and use language that only makes sense to us to satisfy our pride. But we're gonna win so many people over, right? We're gonna win. I'm sure Jesus would have won so many people over if they said, "Nah, I'm not gonna break bread with none of those tax collectors. I'm not gonna touch none of those people because I don't want the hem of my garment to get filthy. I need to obey all these ancient traditions just for the sake of tradition rather than for the sake of actually sanctifying anything or making anything good or anything righteous." It's just so stupid to me, because Jesus spent so much time preaching against this very thing. He spent so much time dedicated to pointing out these people who are just going through these rote rituals and saying these platitudes without any actual meaning behind it. That's the people he focused on. He didn't really care all that much about atheists. He didn't really care all that much about heathens. That's not the people that he spent time with. He spent the time trying to win over the people that he thought he could win over and excoriating the people who were trying to get in his way on the basis of their own selfish interest and gain. But these people don't focus on that. They focus on just the 2 sections where Jesus might mention an atheist at some point. That's what they need to focus on, because as long as we have an externalized enemy, then maybe we won't tear each other apart like a bunch of angry and hungry sharks as soon as we find any blood in the water. Sorry, go ahead, Gigi.
That's right. His wife is going to be on the PG show.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
If there is evidence to support the claims of these discoveries. And we have provided evidence that is irrefutable. There's a large number of people that don't come to see the presentations.
What do you say?
I said, what evidence?
None.
You know who has the evidence? The people who actually have the academic accredited backing to show that their experiments have been tested, repeated, and proved in a laboratory setting. Those are the people who have evidence. Not somebody who goes around finding some chunk of hematite out in Turkey and that looks vaguely boat-shaped and then claiming that it's freaking Noah's Ark in order to get a bunch of fame for himself. It's not going to the Red Sea and placing a wheel that doesn't have the number of spokes that it needs to have and coating it with a thin little veneer of gold and acting like, oh my gosh, look at this. Oh, look at all the enamel that's built up on the wheel, guys. It must be ancient. No, that same enamel that's on that freaking wheel is the same kind of enamel you can get in a fish tank in like a few months. Give me a break. There's 2 different kinds of enamel that can form. There's enamel that can form in very short periods of time, and it looks distinct from enamel that builds up on things that have been under the water for hundreds and thousands of years. Because the enamel that builds up in that kind of time scale has a very, very different appearance and outlook to the one that builds up over a short period of time. It's more just like a form of limescale that builds up in a short period of time. Limescale isn't impressive. Doesn't indicate anything. It indicates that you put something in a fish tank for a few months. Congratulations.
Oh, look. Oh, thank you. Oh, yeah. This is the great Ron Wyatt.
It's just these charlatans and fraud. You know what I'm against when it comes to Ron Wyatt? I really don't care all that much about his biblical claims. Like the Noah's Ark thing really doesn't bother me all that much.
Oh, okay.
It's his intentional historical misinformation that he tries to spread about places like Egypt that really bothers me and really gets under my skin. For the reason that I was telling Deviant in our earlier show where we were refuting their Egyptological quote-unquote claims about Joseph being in Egypt. And that's anybody who attempts to distort our past for some short-term gain is doing such a disservice to the common heritage of all of humanity. And really for what? Some tiny little microscopic gain, really, for oneself? What is that in the ultimate sense of that heritage that we're talking about? It's a little grain of sand on the beach of hundreds of billions of other people that have come and gone before you. And you think that you can just go around and distort that beach and just make it whatever the hell you want just to make a couple of bucks? No. It's a bunch of crap. You can keep going.
Because of the comments that these so-called scientists and specialists in the fields have made. Well, anybody that won't go and see things for themselves, there's no shame in telling these people, well, I want to see it for myself. It sounds quite unlikely, but I want to see. And see if there is evidence to support the claims of these discoveries. And we have provided evidence that is irrefutable. There's a large number of people that don't come to see the presentations because of the comments that these so-called scientists and specialists in the field have made.
Yeah, it does that. So here's
okay, this is the deck timber of Ron Wyatt that came out of the mountains of Ararat.
Wow.
This is the video Big Bad Mama wanted me to show. So that was a short repeat after it's done. A lot of times you don't even know it's repeating. That's crazy. Okay. Oh.
The deck timber. Give me a break. I never got. That was the point that I was trying to make earlier on Mod's show. Was like, by Steven's logic about what is and isn't an idol, that piece of deck timber might as well be a doorstop for somebody's house. Let's just say hypothetically that it's real. It's really a piece of deck timber that Noah and his family walked on at one point. What does it matter? What does it matter? It served its purpose, and it's no longer serving that purpose. So what's to distinguish that lump of rock from every other lump of rock that's ever existed on this planet? By your logic, there shouldn't be anything distinguishing them. And yet you've put this special emphasis on this because you guys love to excoriate Orthodox and excoriate Catholics for artifacts and say that artifacts are this like pagan form of worship. And yet you do the very same thing insofar as, oh, well, this biblical figure is associated with this thing, so it's special. It's just a bunch of hypocrisy. It's a bunch of oh, our things are special, but their things aren't. This piece of random rock that this charlatan claimed was from Noah's Ark, that's special, but this piece of art that has thousands of years of traceable tradition behind it, that we can go and look back upon how it has been tailored over the centuries, not even really all that evolved, but held a continuity over that time in terms of what's being presented. That stuff doesn't have any meaning or significance. That's a bunch of pagan nonsense. But this piece of rock, that's special. Get out of here.
Fire truck says good night.
Oh, good night, Father Charles. Take care.
Take care.
I hope that you have a nice night. I guess it's he's in Greece now, isn't he?
Yep. Where the great
Nice.
Achilles lives.
With the great
Are they
Achilles.
going to
Yes,
fight
that's right.
in a cage match? Multiple
Still
times?
can't believe that he's actually like. I love Achilles tried bringing up. He's like, I'm going to shoot an arrow at this one guy who could do nothing but make fun of my accent the entire time. It's like that's not the reason why you left, Achilles. The reason why you left is because I was making fun of your weird paranoiac behavior about Father Charles, acting like he's gonna come and get you or whatever, and that you need to like make a last video as though he's gonna like come and like let me just get this straight. So Father Charles is coming to get you. He's got some like plan, some nefarious scheme in order to make sure that you get got. But he's gonna make that public. He's gonna give you a heads up, Achilles. He's gonna let you know that he's traveling to Greece first. Why? Why would he give you a tip if he really had those kind of motivations? Wouldn't he want to catch you unawares?
Oh, what's the more Big Bad Mama video?
This is the piece of Noah's Ark.
Okay, that's awesome, and that
Yes.
explains your social media picture that I saw.
Oh, this guy Jordan. When I saw him before, he looks kind of like. Have you ever seen Superman: Man of Steel?
Yes, unfortunately, I have.
You know the guy who plays Zod? He looks just like
You're
that guy Jordan.
Oh my gosh. I never would have made that connection in 100,000 years, but thankfully I've got Gangster Ghost with me to be able to show me that guy does in fact look like he's about to go and make Krypton great again. You know what I'm saying?
Crazy. Oh,
Is that what you're holding in your social media picture?
Amen. Yes.
That explains it. I was wondering what that's really cool.
But let me show you something.
Is it really
cooler.
heavy?
It is. It's very heavy. But what most people don't know, a lot of
Yeah,
Christians
it's a
know
chunk of
about
rock,
the
Steven.
possible Noah's Ark location that
Chunks
Ron
of rock
Riot
tend to be
discovered.
heavy.
But what a lot of them also don't know is that just a mile or so away from the Noah's Ark location, they have found the ancient home of Noah.
What?
And there's a giant inscription stone. And on the inscription stone, it has etched in 8 crosses representing people. It's got a boat with animals coming off of the boat after the people, and it has a rainbow over the boat.
Are you kidding me?
And it's just as old as the boat location, and it's just a couple
I've
miles
never
away.
seen.
And there's an ancient burial site there. And this finger bone was taken.
She literally gave him the finger. Oh, sorry. Sorry.
That is true. That was pretty funny. I appreciate that. But as far as this claim that's being made, no, I somehow doubt that. Let's just say that everything Steven is saying is true, which, I mean, take everything that Steven says with a boulder-sized grain of salt. Everybody out there listening. But just granting that Steven's claim here is true for a moment, there's an inscription that has a rainbow and a boat and magical, happy, fun time with happy, magical, fun man. Like, all that's true. I somehow doubt that inscription comes from the same time as a random chunk of hematite. Because the hematite, tends to take millions of years to form and settle and coagulate in the way that you would think of, in the way that rock. So, no, Stephen. I think that the time span between when those two things were made is somehow even larger than the gap of time spans between Djoser and Ramses II. where you guys were just jumping all around different time periods and citing different time periods like they were happening at the same time. People are just teleporting around ancient Egypt magically. It's crazy. It really is. So don't take a single thing that this guy says about anything historically seriously when the amount of research that he does to look into historical topics is type a couple of words into YouTube and find a video that aligns with his sources, or at least the title does. Because we know, based on the fact that Steven wasn't aware of the music playing in that last video, that he doesn't even listen to the freaking things before he plays them on his show. He just finds crap that has titles that vaguely agree with his sensibilities, and he's like, "Oh yeah, that must be good."
Yeah, I seen that picture he has of him holding the thingamajiggies. These
Where's this inscription at?
scripture.
I want to see this freaking inscription.
What do you mean?
I mean, the inscription that of these people getting off of this boat and these crosses and this rainbow and all this crap that probably was carved in like the 8th or 9th century AD that Stephen is attributing to being like 4,000 years old. I want to see this inscription, but I guarantee you I'll never see it, not from him. Because he knows if he shows it to me, especially Deviant, I will just pick it apart like we did with his stupid Egypt video.
They're making another one tomorrow.
No, I'm excited. I appreciate the content fodder. I really do. Sorry if I sound far away. I'm making lunch right now. So if I sound far away, just tell me.
Oh, that's all right. Sound good.
Okay, cool.
Finger bone.
That's amazing.
He did give her
Look how much
finger.
bigger it is.
Oh, wow. Oh, I didn't realize that's just one finger.
This is one finger.
Oh my gosh, they were giants back then.
Yes.
Which makes sense. Like they just were much more like shriveled up, just result of the fall. And
here's a male's thumb bone.
What? Holy cow!
Dude, I'm telling you. This,
by the way,
this is a male's thumb bone.
By the way, dinosaurs into existence.
Yeah.
Pause. Historical trends show that people have not gotten smaller with time. Historical trends show that as nutrition and access to nutrition has increased in more and more communities around the world, that height has actually gone up. It hasn't gone down. So all these silly biblical arguments about, oh, we're degenerating, we're getting worse, things are getting worse over time. It's just utter crap. We're getting better access to nutrients. The IQ is raising as time goes on. The level of education people have is increasing. You know, like the crime rate is going down. Violent crime especially is going down. By every conceivable metric, things for the average person on this planet have gotten better over the last few hundred years. And yet these people are so insistent to tell you that no, things are getting worse, things are getting horrible. It's not like saying things are getting worse helps with an alarmist message. And it's not like we know and understand very well psychologically that if you fill and inculcate people with fear, that you can motivate them to do things that they wouldn't otherwise do. No, that surely doesn't play a motivation in telling people that things have gotten worse and the world's about to end and rah rah, everything's about to mean nothing, but make sure you put some money in the collection plate.
Oh, that's nice.
Extinction. Holy cow. Wow, that's
this
crazy.
This is rivet work that was taken off the boat.
These rivet work?
Rivets.
Oh my god. Okay. Riveting. I'm not even gonna get into it. These people don't even know what freaking riveting actually is. I don't want to waste my time. But suffice it to say, riveting as a strategy for boat building, as described here, did not come until not just a little bit later, but until like just prior to the Industrial frickin' Revolution, as far as shipbuilding is concerned. So, no, natural riveting is a bunch of crap. How do you naturally rivet something? I'm pretty sure nature doesn't go around riveting things, Steven. Just so strange. I know that it's probably like a major nitpick upon something that really doesn't actually mean much of anything, but it's just a showcase of stupidity. I'm sorry, you can keep going.
Well,
you can see them better here. These were man-made. So when they try to say, no, it's a natural rock formation. No, natural rock formations don't rivet into iron.
You just said that it was a natural rivet.
Steven, is how sad it is that this is not.
This guy just said that this was a natural rivet. And then 2 seconds later, he's like, yeah, but this wasn't, nature doesn't go around and rivet things. That was my point, Steven. Can't take my point and then use it like it's somehow in favor of you. What the heck? Nature doesn't go around and rivet stuff. Yeah, no crap. Then why did you call it a natural rivet, you dullard?
Not like in mainstream media. Like, this is such obvious proof for Noah's Ark and for the flood, and yet this is the first I'm hearing of this.
Do you see what this is?
No.
This is a discarded junk metal pile that they probably used for balance at the bottom, and it has like 6 different types of metals. Alloyed, aluminum, and things that man that far back was not supposed to have knowledge or access to.
Wait.
Are there other Christian?
No.
Sorry.
The process of refining aluminum was so incredibly difficult for the vast majority of human history that aluminum was a more valuable metal than gold and silver. As late as the early Industrial Revolution, we have accounts of Napoleon giving his guests of different levels of social import different cutlery to dine with. You know, you have your middle nobility. They'll get their silver. Maybe you might even get a little bit of gold if you're in the upper middle nobility. You know, the lower nobility, they'll probably eat off of brass and pewter and sterling silver and things like that. But the upper nobility, Gangster Ghost, the upper nobility got to eat with bowls and forks and spoons and cups of the purest aluminum. Because that's how rare and hard to find aluminum was at that point. Because, yes, aluminum is common. It's the most common metallic element in the Earth's crust, to my understanding. It's extremely abundant. But the process of industrially refining aluminum to the point where it could be made commercially available did not come about until, I believe, the 1840s or 50s. So the idea that these materials are made of aluminum would be just as absurd as saying that they used platinum nails and diamond rivets. Like, those just don't make sense as materials to make something out of practically when they're so rare. And I know that Steven said, these are lost technologies that people weren't made aware of. It's like, oh yeah? Well, then if they were lost technologies that people weren't made aware of, then where's the freaking industrial facility where they refined the aluminum on that kind of scale, Steven? I'd love to see it. I'd love to see the 5000 BC aluminum plant that Noah and his family were just running on the side. I'm sure they also had a holy steel mill too, right, Bolin? You freaking moron.
Scientists that have also studied Noah's Ark, and they've said, no, I don't think that these things are Noah's Ark. How contested are these artifacts?
In the Christian community, the ones that are discovered by Ron Wyatt, people are skeptical of. How familiar are you with Ron Wyatt?
I've never heard of him.
Okay, so the reason people are skeptical of Ron Wyatt is because he claimed to have discovered, with evidence that they cannot fully dispute, and now most of it's being validated. He claimed to
Pause.
discover and presented evidence for the no.
So, all of the quote-unquote evidence that Ron Wyatt has discovered has been universally laughed out of the scientific community. Not because there's some elaborate conspiracy to show Ron Wyatt is wrong, because, oh my gosh, the scientific community is just against the Bible for no reason whatsoever. You know, even though the sciences were originally in the context of the Middle Ages used to try to prove God and His majesty and presence over all things. No, we're all against God now all of a sudden for some reason, and we're trying to cover him up. No, that's not what's happening here, Stephen. What's happening is that Ron Wyatt is peddling, at the very best, shoddy evidence with no sources to numpties like you who want a narrative substantiated more than they want actual proof and evidence. You'll notice Stephen's talking about proof and evidence. He's invoking those words as though just saying the words evidence and proof is that in of itself, but it's not, Stephen. If you want to make the case for Ron Wyatt and show all the evidence, then let's see this abundant evidence. It should be really easy to list just offhand if it's just so abundant. But he's not. He's just going to say it and assume that just saying the words are going to be enough to be able to get this other person in his room to shut up and buy the narrative.
Noah's Ark location, which also went along with Noah's ancient home, the real Mount Sinai, which I have held a stone in my hand from, and on one side of the stone in the top of the mountain to this day is burnt black.
Oh, wow.
Ron Wyatt discovered it, and now today Saudi Arabia is making it a tourist attraction and has fully accepted that this Turkey, the official government of Turkey,
Hold on.
back
Pause.
in the late 90s, officially.
So the House of Saud, which is one of the most anti-Christian families in the modern era, the House of Saud, the birthplace of Wahhabism, the birthplace of the ideas that brought the Twin Towers crashing down. All of a sudden, the government that gave birth to those ideas is the source that you're citing here to substantiate your information, Stephen? Wow, I didn't realize that Muslims, a person that you would consider the enemy under any other context, now all of a sudden they're a good source. The Turkish government, another example of an Islamic government, especially if you're looking at it under the tenure of people like Erdogan. Very Islamic government. But no, they're a valid source because they're substantiating what I have to say. I'm sure that if the Saudi Arabian government decided that they were going to make that Mount Sinai into a bomb testing site, then all of a sudden the Saudi Arabian government wouldn't be a very reliable source to you anymore, would it, Stephen? Shut up.
Recognized Ron Wyatt's location of Noah's Ark as the official Noah's Ark location. And he also discovered the Red Sea crossing. What I'm holding in my hand right now is bone from the bottom of the Red Sea crossing. And it's most likely the bone of an Egyptian soldier.
I've read different captions, and of course this is mainstream media, so I don't believe it, but that say that archaeologists have not found any evidence of the Egyptian army at the bottom of the sea.
I mean,
Correct.
that's totally false because they have
Correct.
even.
Thank God this other guy is here that actually at least knows a little bit about something. There's no archaeological evidence found of any kind of army submerged in the Red Sea. And trust me, if an army the size and scale of the Egyptian army just got lost in the Red Sea, then we'd have record of it. And not just because, you know, the Egyptians didn't want to record their losses, and that's why they didn't have it, even though the Egyptians recorded their losses against the Hittites and the Assyrians and the Romans and the Babylonians and the Persians and every single other organization and civilization that went trouncing through their lands throughout human history. They just arbitrarily decided not to make records of this one event. So let's just say that that's true. Let's just say that they decided we're just not going to cover this because we're so ashamed of it. Then what was stopping the Hittites? What was stopping the Assyrians? What was stopping all of these other powers from just coming into Egypt and totally subsuming the entire civilization into their forces? If their army was wiped out in the Red Sea, trust me, if the Egyptian army was destroyed in the Red Sea and every civilization around Egypt found out about it, then Egypt wouldn't be Egypt within a week.
Hi,
Hello.
Miss Outcast.
Hi.
How are you today?
I'm good. A bit curious to what's going on.
Well, first we watched this video Steven put up on his channel of One Wyatt. Then Big Bad Mama showed linked us a video to this. Go ahead, Ayden.
What is it?
Go ahead, Ayden. Ayden?
It's talking about Noah's Ark and the deck timber, and now they're talking about the Red Sea crossing. And this guy that Steven's talking to in this clip said, "Well, when I looked into it, I thought there wasn't any archaeological evidence of the Egyptian army getting wiped out in the Red Sea," which is
Which is
true.
yes, it's very true.
And Steven responded with, "That's a bunch of crap," basically.
Yeah, but Steven's an ignoramus. He doesn't know SIATHBWQY said or about anything when it comes to archaeology, history, ancient Egypt, the ancient Levant, the ancient world, the world as it is today, even.
Yeah, he doesn't even understand the world right now, so let's not get too ahead of ourselves here.
But this isn't the thingamajig they were going to do.
Oh yes, the thingamajig.
No, it's not that. That's tomorrow.
Oh,
This is an old video.
No, Deviant, I wouldn't have covered that without you.
oh, good. Thank you, Ayden.
Yeah, this is an old video linked to us by Big Bad Mama.
Okay.
Yeah, it's great. Daniel was here earlier, and Josh. Oh, Far Truck's in the he's still here. He said he can't sleep.
Well, Father Chuck, I hope that we can at least keep you entertained if you can't sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also, Father Charles, I would like to point out that you are now on the same continent as me. But are you coming to visit? No. That's rude.
Oh my gosh, is Father Charles gonna go get Deviant Outcast? Oh my god, they're on the same hemisphere, guys. I don't know.
Yep. Danger. Stranger danger.
But
I think
first
Soot
he
should have a shotgun in his lap while you guys are sleeping. I think that would be so, given the circumstances.
Who said he doesn't?
That's a good point.
yeah. This video is about they're showing the stuff One Wyatt found, I guess, about the Noah's Ark stuff.
Yeah. So a bunch of crap.
Let's continue.
Yes.
Found the chariot wheels at the bottom of the Red Sea in multitude. So that claim is completely false. And the side
hold on.
of this.
Okay.
They found one, first of all.
They have found no chariot wheels.
No. I don't mean that they found any. I'm just talking about their claimed find. They claimed to have found one. They only have images of one freaking wheel. And Steven's like, there's a multitude of them.
I mean, first of all, just if they had found an actual Egyptian chariot wheel, or even 5 or 10 or 2.5, that does in no way prove the
Then
the
the entire
the
freaking
exodus.
army was there.
Exactly, exactly. Because let's face it, trade was going on in this part of the world.
Don't bring that up. That's evidence of Joseph, Deviant. You shouldn't bring that up.
Oh, sorry. I thought I thought I
No, remember that video
went to
Steven
the
showed
army.
us?
No.
The fact that trade existed in the ancient world was used to support the fact that Joseph was in Egypt. Remember that one video
Oh, right,
from the Proverbs? Yeah.
right.
So don't bring up
There,
the fact that there was trade in the ancient world. That's like against us somehow.
yeah.
Let
I'm
me.
sorry. I'll shut up.
Never
No,
mind
Deviant
that.
wasn't done saying something.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, my point was that when we do archaeology, the conclusions we come to, even though when you look at some pop cultural or pop archaeological documentary on TV or YouTube or whatever, it might seem as if all they have is like it's brown dirt and then it's dirt in a different color and they spin this whole story based on it. That's not how it works in reality. That's how TV and uh, pop,
Hollywood has portrayed it.
yeah, Hollywood and pop science magazines portray it. That's not how it functions in reality, which is to say that finding a chariot wheel at the bottom of the Red Sea, even if it was from Egypt, it still doesn't make up sufficient evidence for a freaking exodus. It doesn't prove even the Egyptian army being there. It only proves one thing, and that is there is a chariot wheel at the bottom of the Red Sea. That is
Correct.
how it works.
Correct. But I
Yes.
mean, like, the logistics of an ancient army is something that, surprisingly enough, most people don't consider all that much because it's not all that relevant to them. But in this context, it's very significant.
Yeah.
And the logistics of an ancient army were such that, yes, you had the army itself, and Egyptian armies, especially by the standards of the ancient world, were quite large. But
Yes.
with that army comes a giant multitude of baggage trains and camp followers and scores of what we would consider civilians that literally just follow this army around in order to trade with them, in order to possibly exchange war goods for money right there on the spot, to buy slaves. There's a variety of different purposes that were served in that function. But we don't have any evidence, not only of the army, we don't have any swords, we don't have any shields, we don't have any armor, we don't have anything like that, but we don't have any camp equipment or implements or anything that you would expect to see accompanying an army of the ancient world.
No, and it's also interesting that somehow a single chariot wheel, which again, just to underline, has not been found. But
It's a fake.
yes, and here you have to ask yourself, where are the weapons? Where are the shields? Where are the skeletons of all of these people?
Where's the horses?
Where are the horses? Where, I mean, there is so much lacking here. But if you are desperate to, against all evidence, prove something,
Then for
then I
some
guess,
reason the standard of evidence goes right out the window.
yeah, which is interesting because they're very into evidence when it's something they don't believe in. and they're extremely critical to everything, to a level where it's like a child at age 3 or 5 or whenever it is 2, when they ask a question and you answer and they say why, and you answer it and they say why, and you answer it again and they say why, and it just goes on and on and on and on.
Well, Miss Outcast, did you went to college to be a thingamajiggy?
I went to university.
Yeah,
Yes.
she went to the University of Hergadurga.
Oh, did you
No, I
get a
went to the
PhD?
University of Uppsala.
Oh,
No, I did not get a
oh,
PhD. I actually wanted to, but it's quite difficult. You have to
There's a lot of grants.
yes, or you have to finance it yourself. And I was in a car accident and was paralyzed, as we all know. So that kind of threw everything off in the end.
sorry
Anyway,
about
but
that. I'm glad
Did
you're
you
all
get
right.
your master's?
sorry.
Did you get your master's?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Oh yeah.
Well, that's a 6-year course. That ain't no small commitment either way.
No, I mean I spent 12 years at university.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I didn't know that it was 12.
No, wait, not 12 years. 12 what's the word?
Months?
12 semesters.
Weeks?
So
All 12 master?
6 years, and then an extra year after having been paralyzed and learned to walk again. And yeah.
Oh. I'm glad you're all right.
Thank you. So am I. It was very boring being paralyzed.
You know, she's still standing after all this time, picking up the pieces of her life without him by her side, I just want to say. And she's still standing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Want me to play that? Want me to
Yes.
continue?
The one
That looks like kind of like bread. Like what's it called? Cornbread.
Oh, don't say corn. I'm so freaking hungry right now, and you're going to bring up
Sorry.
cornbread.
sorry.
Oh, poor Ayden.
I
I don't-
love cornbread.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
one side starts with bones and chariot wheel debris, and exactly across the other side, you see the same thing leading right to Mount Sinai.
Wow.
Now, this on the screen
Wow.
is from the location of
Hold
Sodom
on.
and Gomorrah
Hold on.
that Ron Wyatt discovered. And
Let me,
today,
Pete. I need to be Peter here for a moment. Hold on. But
Oh,
if it's on both sides, you're finding all of these wheels that wouldn't match the narrative because God waited for them to be halfway across until he closed the sea on them. So who the hell would have made it across?
That is a very good question. How? And also why? And most of all, how?
but really, most of all, though, why?
Yes.
I think it was because of you.
I think so too. Because of Ayden, I mean.
Right there looks like a little piece of bacon.
Are you hungry too, Gangster Ghost?
No, I just got done eating.
Oh, okay.
Gangster Ghost, you should order some movie theater popcorn.
I did the other days. Now they got better. A smaller bucket, so you don't have to eat so much.
Was it tasty?
Because
Yeah.
you do have to eat. Oh, Gangster Ghost, you're such a wonderful person.
Oh,
You're
thank
so lovable.
Oh, thank you.
Was it tasty popcorn though?
Yeah, but I don't know when you get their butter when it's outside the movie theater, it tastes more like soap.
Oi.
soapy.
That's not good.
Yeah, that's not good.
It's not like it when it's inside the theater it just tastes good, but outside it tastes a bit soapy. That's why they can wash your mouth out with soap.
Yes.
You know, I've heard Brianna describe similar things, and Brianna has autism, so I'm just gonna say that, and I'm gonna move forward.
I'm gonna ask my. No, I can't. I was gonna say I'm gonna ask my brother, but he usually don't eat popcorn in the movie theaters. Also, he's not been to the movie theater in several years.
Wow.
Hmm.
I don't think you'll find a single Christian apologist who denies the location of Sodom and Gomorrah. This is a sulfur ball here, and I held one of these in my hand, and it did not matter how many times I washed my hand for like a week after holding that sulfur ball, or I could still smell it.
Wow. Wow.
And this is where it's peppered with the,
Pause.
and they burn more pure than any other sulfur on earth.
Pause. You know, I tend to get sulfur balls too if I don't shower for like a week. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I had to. I couldn't help myself. So it burns more pure than any other sulfur on the planet. By what metric do you know that?
Yeah.
By what metric? I promise you, if you industrially isolate sulfur, you're gonna have purer sulfur than some piece of sulfur that's been laying on the ground and getting contaminated by foreign elements for thousands of years by your own narrative. Like, what are you talking about?
Also, Stephen here is saying that Ron Wyatt found Sodom and somehow Gomorrah, I guess. There is a site in modern day Jordan. It's called Tel El Hammam. It's been excavated since around 2005 or thereafter, for mid 2000s, and there are still excavations going on there because it's a humongous site. Funnily enough, the man leading the dig there is not named Ron Wyatt. His name is Stephen Collins. He's from Trinity.
I thought you were going to say Stephen Bowman.
I knew that's what you were gonna say. I knew it. I wanted to interrupt so badly, but I didn't. Oh my goodness.
Sorry about that. Go ahead.
No.
You better be sorry, buddy.
This is Stephen with the Steven Collins from Trinity Southwest University.
Oh, that's what they're calling the Temple of Baal these days. Neat.
Sure. So excavations at this site has and the evidence found that the archaeological evidence found there are such that some people, there are no ways to say this is the same city as being talked about in the Bible, but it is it very much resembles what's being talked about in the Bible. However, not being destroyed by like the hand of God, but rather an aerial, I think it's called an aerial aerial burst or something from a meteor strike that explodes not on this. It explodes prior to hitting the ground, and that's what the evidence at Tel El Hammam is pointing to. But of course, Stephen would know that if he knew anything, but he doesn't, because he follows people like the fraudster Kent Hovind and fraudster number 2, Ron Wyatt. Because Stephen himself is a fraud.
Yeah, but the top of Mount Sinai is black. So what about that, Deviant?
Are racist.
What?
No, it's true. Didn't you know?
Sure.
And the
It's
Saudi
black.
Arabian government is making it a tourist site because, you know, we know how pro-Christian the Saudi Arabian government is.
Oh yeah.
Is that the home place of Islam?
They just love, you know, the only people that the Saudis love more than Christians is Americans. They just love America so much over there.
Oh, this is here.
Who is here?
The great and the one and the only Mark Stone.
Mark Stoney. Mark Stoney. The
Big
man
Bad
of Mark
Stoney.
and Stone.
You gonna say anything, Mike?
No, he's not in here.
Oh, I thought that he was on the panel. Look at me. Now I've got egg on my face. No, I've actually got cheese on my face because I'm a very messy eater.
Okay. Good. I was gonna say, why do you have egg on your face when you were so hungry? You should put it in your mouth.
I should probably cook it first. But yeah,
Yeah.
I'll do that. You know what's so stupid? You know what's
What?
so stupid? Okay, so in Europe, do you refrigerate your eggs?
That depends on what you mean. Most people have them in the refrigerator when you take them home.
Okay.
In
Because
the store, they're usually in they're not in refrigerators in the store, but they are in an area which is cooler than the rest of the store, where the refrigerators are. Yeah.
See, that's the same with us. But the thing is that I know there's some countries in Europe that don't wash their eggs. And it's actually the washing of the eggs, and of the shells of the eggs, that makes it so that raw egg can have salmonella in it.
You serious?
The eggs look better when they're washed because then there's not little bits of feather and stuff on it that might make the shell look kind of peeling. So the shell looks nicer. But not only does it take a bunch of nutrition away when you wash your eggs industrially, but it also provides the potential of salmonella poisoning because raw eggs, without being washed, don't actually have the potential of giving you salmonella.
Oh.
Yeah, we don't typically wash the eggs before they're packed and so on.
Do you wash them before you throw the eggs at people?
It depends on why we throw the eggs at the person. If we do it in love, then no.
Oh.
If we do it in anger, then yes, because we want them to get salmonella. That's a Swedish tradition.
Tim says Ayden just eats the whole egg, shell and all. You're right. I don't even chew it. I just put it in my mouth and just swallow. I'm just like,
No, but I actually didn't know about that washing them had any impact on their ability to carry salmonella.
Thanks, Ayden. You just ruined eggs for me. Well, you know, Tim, there is hope. Because I'm sure if you live in a decently populated area, there probably is a farmer's market where you're at. And there probably is potential for you to buy locally sourced eggs that aren't washed. And I do recommend you do that.
Okay, that's.
I mean, I
What
just recommend you buy local produce, period. But
But what about the washing process propagates salmonella or
good
creates an
contra.
environment where salmonella is thriving?
That one I need to look into,
Okay.
but I'll get back to you. Give me one moment. I don't want to give you. I don't want to just pull some answer out of my cloaca and give that to you. So I'm going to
No,
give you just one moment.
I appreciate that.
Okay, would you like me to continue?
Yes.
Okay.
It's like 98%.
Wow. Wow. This is amazing stuff. What museum is this at? Where'd you get all these pictures?
Oh, this was in Ron Wyatt's basement.
Is he a pretty famous guy, like in Christian archaeology?
He was. He passed away. I was there meeting his widowed wife. She was gracious enough to let me interview her a few times,
Okay,
and she
so
invited me to come to
I've
her
looked into
home.
it.
So Christina and I.
So apparently, by washing the egg, it creates little permutations in the shell such that salmonella bacteria is able to move from the outside of the shell into the inside of the shell and propagate in the egg itself.
I see. I figured it had to be something like that, like it weakened the shell somehow.
But it makes it look pretty.
Yeah, but also I prefer both eggs and chicken that don't have salmonella in the first place.
Yeah.
Usually,
Yeah.
when that happens, the chickens are made to be no more, and the eggs are sent to Putin. I mean, thrown away.
Even has a
don't
very
take-
high opinion of Vladimir Putin.
Yes.
Is he your hero?
Hmm?
I think he might be Achilles' hero.
Did you know that Deviant was the #1 fan of the Prime Minister Vladimir Putin fan club, and then the President Vladimir Putin fan club, and then the Prime Minister Vladimir Putin fan club, and then the President?
Yes, only to infiltrate him with salmonella spiked breakfast eggs.
Vladimir Putin, your head looks like egg. Therefore, I shall give you salmonella poisoning from egg. Yes.
No, I have very much contempt for that a-hole. And it's for some reason it's not gone down. My level of contempt hasn't gone down since he started threatening us with nuclear war.
Look, Deviant, you give Vladimir Putin credit where he deserves. He took the Soviet Union and took it from a radically wealth disproportionate communist hellhole and turned it into a rapidly wealth disproportionate corporatist hellhole. Deviant, come on.
Yeah, well done.
Those oligarchs have got to get paid, Deviant. All right, one way or another.
Well, I guess that's true.
You serious?
Kinda.
No, Mother Russia married Father Russia, had baby Russia.
Wow, that's
Gosh.
crazy. Mother Russia is the Kievan Rus, and Father Russia is the Kievan Rus, and
Yeah. You serious? Oh, here's
Yeah, and I apologize for our role in the creation of Russia.
Oh, that's all right. We forgive you. Oh, Heart of Flesh. Yuck. He's JFK right here.
Oh,
Yeah. See.
maybe.
I went up.
Oh, what you say?
He's
No, I,
JFK right here. I really do love the weather today in this open top convertible. Oh my goodness, what a lovely depository over there. Oh my gosh, I have a headache now for some reason.
Okay. Uh, let's continue.
There and met her and got to hear all about Ron, showed us all these great artifacts, brought us into her home, was just amazing. It was a miracle that God set up.
That's really cool.
This is a piece of granite
A
that
miracle.
came from Mount Sinai.
Hold on. Hold on.
And there's no
Hold
special
on.
claim to it, but it's speculated that
So
There's no special.
they went on a trip to Ron Wyatt's home or former home where his widow is now living. They rang
Probably
the
informing
doorbell.
him beforehand.
Yeah, they rang the doorbell and they were let in. And that is a
A miracle. Deviant, you don't understand. Only the supernatural could explain how those events transpired. If
I
you
mean,
could come up with a way of explaining that without invoking magic, then I mean, like, you're just a witch. I'm sorry.
I mean, given that it was Stephen who was on the other side of the door, if that were to happen here or home in my house, that would be a freaking miracle, or a brain tumor, or some kind of violence was involved.
I don't think Steven would get more than 2 steps in that threshold to sit there. Let's put it that way.
No. Also, I would definitely be leading that charge, and so it would be like, hey, I'm actually trained in in this, maybe.
And
I would
Deviant's just like duct taping a kitchen knife to the bottom of a gun, like fix
yeah,
bayonets.
yep.
Let's go. Let's
this
keep
is the
going.
type of granite the Ten Commandments would have been written on because it's from that mountain.
Wow.
This is one side of the
Wow.
stone from Mount Sinai,
Wow.
and this is the burnt side.
Wow.
Wow.
That's not
I knew it.
burnt. That's not burnt.
That looks like something out of pot roast. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
We have the holy lamb shank here, guys. Wow.
I mean, look at that. If it was burnt, there would be soot on it.
Oh,
Oh, she said the
Burnt.
word.
I did.
It'd also be charring.
Yeah.
You know, like Barack Obama. I don't know.
Barack Obama.
It's what I could come up with.
Why did he enter the conversation?
Well, Deviant, let me be clear. That's all I have to say.
Okay.
Okay.
That's amazing. I mean, I believe in the whole
Oh.
Bible and the validity of it. And this is so neat, all these findings. But again, behind it all, I see Satan himself. That sadly, this stuff is not mentioned in the mainstream at all. These findings and stuff.
Yep.
Yeah,
That's why.
That's why. Isn't it one for? I mean, as I said,
He
when
just
we
found
did-
out about this. He literally just learned, according to him earlier, he just learned that these things existed. And now he's come to the conclusion, oh, the reason why no one else has found out about this is probably because they're devil.
I mean, I just keep thinking, as I did the other day when we did the horrible, soul crushing, mind rotting review.
Oh, no. Don't remind me.
I know. I'm sorry. That how easy would it have been for me if I had no shame, no integrity, and no actual interest in the truth and learning about our human history. I could just pick up anything and call it whatever. And when my colleagues look at me and like, what the F are you smoking, Deviant? What what is this? I would just say, oh, see, the devil. It's the devil. You're trying to suppress my my research. You're all possessed, and this is your fault. I'm now persecuted, and you will have to pay me restitutions for destroying my character like this. And then I walk away. Of course, I would never get the restitution because the rest of the world would still be sane. But that's basically what we see here. You have some crazy a-hole who goes around stealing things from dig sites, being banned from dig sites from entire freaking countries, basically. No, I don't think he was banned from the country of Israel, but he was definitely banned from conducting any digs there. Because the devil.
Oh no.
It's so ridiculous. And then you sit there and you try to explain and try to educate. And first of all, you're not really given the amount of time that it takes to learn these things on the level that they demand of you.
You know, on one level, I think of somebody like Ron Wyatt as having about the same level of historical and archaeological integrity as somebody like Heinrich Schliemann. But then I remember, at least Heinrich Schliemann actually discovered some stuff. Like, at least he actually, I mean, he did it with dynamite.
And he had
And
a funny last name.
And that's true, he did have a funny last name. And much like Ron Wyatt, he was kicked out of the Ottoman Empire and told not to come back because his wife started parading around a whole bunch of precious ancient artifacts as jewelry at dinner parties and stuff.
Yeah.
So the Ottomans decided that, yeah, they're not allowed around anymore. But, you know, even though Heinrich Schliemann actually destroyed the layer of Troy that we would associate with the Trojan Wars, because he thought that layer was actually deeper than it was, at least he made a discovery. At least he definitively proved that the city of Troy existed, whereas we didn't have proof of that before that point. So at least he accomplished something. Some people call him the father of archaeology, and that makes me want to weep, but
yeah, I definitely don't.
Yeah, I never heard funnily enough, I've never heard an archaeologist call him the father of archaeology. It's always a bunch of stuffy people in like suits somewhere in a room that's never been to a dig site in their life. That's like, oh yes, Heinrich Schliemann, you're the father of archaeology. Yeah.
He's discovered Troy.
That's right. He discovered Detroit, Michigan. I mean, Detroit, Michigan is in a pretty similar state to the dig site that he did at Troy. So, it fits.
There's a city in Michigan called Troy.
Oh, wow. Is that where they filmed the movie with Brad Pitt?
I don't know. That's actually that guy, what you call Brad Pitt. You know his real name is? Achilles. And he lives in Greece. Yep.
That is why no one will remember your name. I love that scene because that kid is just so innocent. He's just like, Literally, all he's saying is like, I don't want to go fight that guy that's super menacing and would probably kill me in a moment's notice. And Achilles just looks at him and is like, basically says to him, he's like, that's why you're a forgettable loser, you little twit. Now get out of here.
Oh. That is the great Achilles.
Like a poor kid. What did he do? Like, the heck? I think you
because
should
they,
be
of course,
pleased to
don't
know,
want-
Deviant,
Yeah.
that Brianna hates the movie Troy with a passion.
Achilles liked it. It represents
Of course, Achilles freaking likes it. It got basically everything wrong.
He said some they got right, I think.
The only thing that they got right was accurately portraying Achilles' rivalry. It was the only thing that they somewhat got accurately, but that's like a sidelight in the actual narrative of the Trojan Wars. That's not the main focus. It's like a little sidelight that gets covered and then moved on from. And that's like the main focus of the freaking movie. Oh my gosh, I've never seen Brianna more pissed off before than when we watched that movie. She just got angrier and angrier.
Oh, Ayden, fire truck has something. When I went through customer service, they asked if I was here to bang Achilles.
They were like, please get rid of him, please. How much do we need to pay you? He keeps going to all these forest fires and saying that the devil caused them. Please get him out of here.
Oh.
give any sort of credence that or evidence that the Bible's actually true.
See? See?
See?
See?
See?
See? See? Oh, here's another video I saw the other day. It was pretty funny. It just Steven on there seemed like he's reacting to that video of one why. So like go gangster like.
Hey, Steven. Or Gangster Ghost.
Yeah.
You know that picture of Steven?
Yeah.
When he was when he left DAL?
Yeah.
That picture of him in the white shirt. What do you think about that picture?
Yeah, he looked like a poor tortured soul.
There was something in me that just needed to hear that from you. So thank you.
Yeah. Here's Steven all gangster like.
Right off in this area were two grave markers, and we have those on film at home. I took them in 1977. Now, we made a little booklet.
Good God, he's fat.
And one of the people, a real good
Big
Christian,
bone, boy.
gave me one of these books, and then finally found somebody that knew where this was, paid them $400 to dig up Mrs. Noah's grave. And again, I have the description of the people that interrogated the guy that dug it up.
Look at him.
And some of the folks that saw it, as it migrated westward and was eventually sold for over $100 million on the black market.
People say the Hindenburg burned up over America, and yet we've got it sitting right here to the left of this footage. To the right. Dang it. It's the right. Come on, Ayden. You had one chance to make the joke.
You did a good job.
My joke went down like the Hindenburg. Oh, the humanity!
Fire truck is out to get Achilles, I guess. They asked him, "Are you here to
No,
get
that's true.
Yeah. Like this guy.
Get him away. Get him away.
And this is the face you make when you see. Oh, this guy.
Wait, why were we talking? Why? Oh, yeah, it was the Schlegel.
Oh,
Yeah, the Schliemann, yes.
there's a
Schliemann. It made me think about what's his name? Not Giovanni Belzoni, who used dynamite to get into the pyramid of Khafre at the Giza complex. Yeah,
No, it's good.
yeah.
Oh,
I mean, like, why would you waste time like trying to be careful digging those things up?
Nah, he was like, yeah, can't really find the entrance. We're just gonna blow up.
We're just literally gonna blow everything up until eventually we just cave something in.
Yeah, and that's how they came upon the looter's tunnel that had been dug in antiquity, which is the entrance they're used by tourists today when you enter into Khafre's pyramid. Not Cheops, Khafre's.
oh, okay, that's good.
Yeah.
Oh, Miss Outcast.
You know,
Hmm?
go ahead.
Oh, yeah, they rescheduled the Tokus for the 13th.
Oh, is it a Friday?
No,
Damn.
Wednesday.
Okay.
Go ahead, Ayden.
Oh, give me 1 sec here. I just need to look something up.
Oh no, Ayden gone crazy again. I'm gonna
Oh,
what would you do if he did show found proof that what? I want to ask, what do you think of that one show they had the other night about Exodus from the LGBT community? I wonder who's the pharaoh of that Exodus. Oh,
Yeah, I would like to know that too. I didn't watch that show because I don't watch any of their shows, but if I need nonsense, there is plenty of nonsense in my brain already.
here's one he did in response to Daniel. Here's one about biblical mod with the Colonel Saint guy, Jeremiah Buckingham, and the mass exodus from the LGBT community. Guest starring this ex-gay guy or bi guy or something. Yeah, he has his own ministry, I guess. What do you think of that?
Well, I think it's interesting how obsessed these people are with other people's private lives.
yeah.
Nibu.
I want you to. Is there a translation for that?
There could be, but I would kind of need the hieroglyphs.
I see.
Because that's not how transliteration.
Let me get a pen and paper. Give me a sec.
Yeah.
Another really Big Bad Mama wants a show. Can't.
Hoven shins for Ron Wyatt.
Some Phoenician princess was, if I have 500, 600, 700 years ago, sometime. There she was riding a wagon through there, and she saw this mountain and said, "Wow, that's Mount Sinai." "How do you know?" "Oh, I just think it is." "Okay." Everybody's called it Mount Sinai ever since, because of this one lady smoking pot, or apparently who said, "I think that's it."
Okay.
That cannot possibly be.
Is that true?
I don't know. I've never heard about some pot-smoking lady saying that's Mount Sinai. So Sinai is it's not one mountain.
Oh, is Ayden part of Sinai?
It's the Sinai is what's the word in English? Oh my goodness! Why?
It's
multiple mountains. It's a chain of mountains on the
Permits-
Sinai Peninsula of Egypt.
Yeah, that's it.
Yes.
Oh, is it where Ayden lives?
I don't think so, but maybe.
Be Mount Sinai. But you look at any Bible map, it'll have that labeled as Mount Sinai with a question mark. Because nobody knows for sure where it is. Here's Ron Wyatt's map. He says they followed the red line all the way across the Sinai Peninsula and crossed the Gulf of Aqaba. The place by the Gulf of Aqaba is actually right here where this valley comes out. There's a natural waterway. It's a dry riverbed. Okay, I'm sure when it pours rain you might get some water in there, but it's dry almost all the time.
Pause?
You can see it kind of winding through the rocks right here. That is called the
I mean, I could be wrong about this. Deviant, correct me if I am. But isn't Aqaba in Arab is an Arabic term?
Yeah.
So saying that they crossed the Gulf of Aqaba, like I guess you could say that in a modern context, but that word would have meant nothing to the people crossing it whatsoever.
Exactly.
So
That's true.
I don't know. Like it's weird how people do that. It's weird how people will like use modern terms of convenience sometimes, but then will make an argument like, well, you know, the ancient Israelites used the word the city of Ramses because they wanted their ancestors in the future to know what city they were talking about. It's like,
yeah.
Which one is it? Which one is? Are we going to respect the name that was actually provided in the ancient sources, or are we going to just transliterate our own interpretation over top of it? It's why it's like when everybody says the Byzantine Empire, I always get so freaking annoyed by that because they never freaking called themselves the Byzantine Empire. It wouldn't have made any sense as a term to the people actually living there at the time. And I get it. You know, in that context, it's a little more identifiable because it's just a way of conveniently segmenting a specific time in history. But when you look at the actual term, it was coined over 100 years after the frickin' empire fell. It just doesn't make sense to contemporarily refer to that group of people. And I feel the same way about stuff like this.
Wadi, W-A-D-I. If you went into that wadi, you would find there are rocks all over the place, but they've all been pushed out of the way to make a path. Somebody pushed all the rocks out of the way, apparently. That dry riverbed, the wadi, ends up at that white dot, which you can barely see from this satellite map. That white dot is actually this giant beach. Off to the right, you can see where that wadi comes into it, that dry riverbed. And at the bottom of that beach, way down there, which would be the south end, because this, again, is looking from the north, a strange orientation for a map, but that's the way it is. At the south end, Ron Wyatt found this pillar. It had fallen down, half in the water. He and his sons dragged it out, scrubbed it off. A lot of it was eroded, but part of it was still readable. And it basically said something to the effect of, this pillar was erected by King Solomon to commemorate the crossing of the Red Sea. So they thought, is this where they crossed the Red Sea?
Pause.
So they applied for passports to get into Saudi Arabia. Let's go check the...
Pause. So they're trying to claim that freaking King Solomon reigned over a territory that we know contemporary to Solomon's reign was very firmly in the sphere of Egyptian influence. Like, Solomon not being a confirmed historical character at all aside, many biblical scholars date the reign of Solomon to be at a specific time where ancient Egypt, you know, just kind of as a given of the ancient world, was around and powerful and had a lot of stuff and wanted other people's stuff. And one of the things that they wanted was access to the Red Sea and the Red Sea crossing, because, that very narrow strip of land that you can go between the Red Sea on by land is kind of geographically important. It's important for trade. It's important for logistics. It's important for a variety of reasons. So I find the idea that the Egyptians just gave that up to Solomon, somebody who we know had access to far fewer resources than the Egyptians did. It's just somehow or wait, did Solomon just ask really, really nicely to have the pillar installed, and the Egyptian pharaoh was like, "Yeah, sure, go ahead, homie"? I don't get it. Deviant, are you there? I think Deviant is gone.
No, I'm here. I just forgot that I had muted my mic.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
You were probably trying to talk a few times, and you're like, "Dang it, Ayden's really butting in this time."
What about buttermilk?
What about buttermilk? No, do you have any commentary on this Pillar of Solomon, Deviant?
Not really. To me,
Do you
it's a bunch of gobbledygook.
do you agree with the concept that Solomon having control and authority over the Straits of the Red Sea is absurd?
Yes, it's absurd.
It's like saying that Venezuela owned the Panama Canal at some point. Like, no, that didn't happen. They wouldn't just give up a very crucial geographic area for no reason, especially a geographic area so close, relatively speaking, to the power centers of Egypt.
No, the Egyptians would never, to the Egyptian mind, they were on top because that was the correct order of things in the universe. If Egypt wasn't on top, that was the potential for the entire universe and all of existence to crumble to dust and disappear. So they would never. There are reasons why Egypt took foreign princesses to marry their pharaoh, but would never allow for an Egyptian princess to be married to a ruler of a neighboring state, because that could potentially lead to them losing power. That leader could then have a potential claim to the throne, and that would mess up the universe.
Which we know because of the Hyksos and the Assyrians and the Persians and the Romans and the Greeks. Shows you what's right, ancient Egyptian mythological beliefs nobody believes in anymore. What about that?
Use that.
The other side.
It reminds me of the Aztecs almost, in the sense that like they viewed themselves as just so fundamentally central to the universe that like the very idea of them no longer existing was just tantamount to the universe itself crumbling into dust.
Mm-hmm.
Civilizations really do love that notion, don't they?
They do. But we also need to remember that Egypt was on top. So
right.
There were,
it was just factual.
Yeah. But then to weave it into their like entire concept of all of existence and all planes of existence, I mean, I get it from their point of view.
Of course. I mean, like, think how valuable that is as a tool of maintaining social order.
Yes.
Instilling within the population that you need to keep me in charge, because if you don't keep me in charge, then the whole world is going to freaking fall apart as a result. That's a pretty compelling argument.
It is. It really is.
Especially if you're just some peasant farmer who doesn't know how to read, let alone how to freaking topple an empire. Yeah, that's going to sound pretty convincing. So, yeah, like I can see, you're right. From their perspective, it makes an abundant amount of sense. When you
Yeah.
have one thing that you find between the Egyptians and the Chinese, both of them being very long-lasting and enduring civilizational forces, is that they both view themselves as like, okay, right here is the center of the universe, and everything that's kind of adjacent to us is like pretty okay, and then everything that's even further away is like kind of okay, and then everything that's really far away just like really sucks, you know? Like it's just garbage. You don't really want to associate with that at all. And it makes a lot of sense, because if you're an enduring civilizational force, then besides the actual factual historical precedent that you have to back up your source, you have the fact that this is just the way things have been for countless generations. Like nobody has known anything else but this.
Exactly.
What about
And that's a
this?
powerful thing.
Don't be a sad Lupin. Be a
happy Lupin. I love that happy Lupin, because he looks so innocent in that photo, you know, like there's just such a look of not youthful. I mean, he looks like he's like 80, but I mean, like just a sense of like this wonderment.
Yeah.
I just want to ruffle his hair and just give him a lollipop, you know,
and give him a hug.
and just send him out into the world and say, "Go get him, slugger."
Oh, very much so, yes.
You got it, champ.
Well, I need to tell you something. Yeah, that other night, it was so funny. We just went crazy that other night.
It did go pretty crazy.
It was very early in the morning. I was couldn't sleep, and I saw him on there. I said hi, and so it was crazy out there. He's a crazy little guy. Oh, who's here? Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Really?
Oh, really?
Freaking really?
Oh, like for real though.
No, but like for realsies
Like
though.
definitely, like
for actually.
for maybe.
Oh,
what are y'all watching?
Ron Wyatt.
We're watching you leave is what we're doing.
Logan, I'm gonna need you to put the brakes on Ayden real quick.
Can you mute Ayden, please? Can someone mute Ayden?
Oh, Steven! Michael!
Brother Pike.
Yes, sir.
What do you think of Ron Wyatt?
Oh, I don't know. I honestly, I don't have a strong opinion about him. I do think that it's possible that he missed some as far as reporting things back that were not accurate. But I don't know if I agree with the consensus that he was insincere.
No, he's a fraud.
Yeah. I guess we can see what Ayden thinks about him.
No, he's a fraud. He's a charlatan.
Maybe he is. I don't know.
But he is.
Maybe I'm a fraud. Maybe I've been faking you guys out this whole time.
I know you are,
we already
but
know
you pay
that.
me.
There is no Tammy. I made her up.
And we know.
Of course, I know that Tammy's real. At least Tammy knows who freaking Samuel Clemens is.
Nobody cares. You're so full of information that no one cares about.
Freaking Mark Twain. Just because you didn't know it doesn't mean nobody cares about it, Christian.
That one example, people care, but there's like a lot, though.
No! Oh my gosh, one of Brianna's sticky notes that she left for me fell behind the desk. No.
I thought you cared. I thought you were concerned about her.
She writes me little sticky notes, and they make me happy.
You throw them behind the desk? You leave them in the dust?
That's why I was sad about it, Christian. Yeah, that's such a good point. You really caught me there, Christian. No, you
Where's
caught me
the
red-handed. I'm such a
love?
bad person. You know why? Why don't you call Dan about it, Christian? Why don't you just go call Dan and tell him all about how crappy of a person I am?
Oh my lord.
There's a place for people like Ayden.
Ayden said the Earth is round. Ayden's fat shaming the Earth, guys. Wow.
But are you? Are you though?
I mean, the Earth really could lose some weight.
I mean,
Yeah.
it can stand the shed a few. You know what I'm saying?
What
Like,
about?
there are people who, if they could only like enter into the stratosphere, the Earth would definitely look much thinner and more.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
I mean,
it
like,
can
I
get the
got Earth.
equator size down to like 122 miles. It can come
I
down
got
a
Earth.
little.
I got Earth a freaking treadmill for Christmas, and they got pissed off for some reason. Like, what the hell? Treadmill was a lot of money.
It's a Nordic track.
A Norse track?
You ever heard of the Nordic track? They make that good equipment that everybody hangs their clothes on.
Oh, I didn't know.
Some American nonsense.
Yeah.
Christian is acting like Dustin. Why has BBM been on my case lately? I'm sorry for whatever I did.
More like big based mama, you know what I'm saying?
All I was saying was I don't know.
Well, you should know, so get in line.
He has been on my case lately.
But
You know, all I'm trying to say is that have you ever seen Ron Wyatt in an elevator before, Christian? I mean, like, what?
I mean, he's like, Christian, you need to take this more seriously. We're watching a clown show. You know?
Oh, he loves you.
I know he does.
Christian, you probably don't even know what a score is. When Abraham Lincoln said 407 years ago, Christian's like, oh yeah, preach, Abe. He doesn't know what that is.
I thought score was 20, wasn't it?
That's correct.
Yeah, so I did know. So suck it. It's 20.
Okay, you're making me look bad, Christian, and I don't appreciate that. Okay.
Mark, you forgot.
We can think of Kent right here.
I graduated the 3rd grade.
I can tell. Don't
What
worry.
did you know?
Oh, we think of
that certificate's forged.
Kent needs to go on Joe Rogan. Is what I think.
Oh my god, that would be so good. That would be so good. You know what? You know how that would turn out? It would be like that time Kent went on that show and that guy was like, okay, man, we know about what you did in the toilet, man. And Kent's like, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about.
Forgot his name. I forgot his name.
That's the best piece. That's the best piece of Kent Hovind media out there, by the way. That guy accusing Kent Hovind. You haven't seen the guy accusing Kent Hovind of leaving a giant log in the toilet.
What?
Oh my goodness, I have to show you that.
No, it's the single best piece of Kent Hovind media ever put out there.
Nobody tells me anything.
You can show that if you want, Miss Outcast.
Yes.
No, she needs to now. It's a requirement.
If you want to stay in this community, you'll show it.
All G. Better not be all G, because then it's all Kenny G, big bad mama.
Yeah.
So one is 6 minutes and 44 seconds, 51, and the other one is 4:44.
No, we have to watch the 6 minutes one.
Okay.
Christian, you have no idea how good this is.
I got the DVD of that. The entire show.
I'd better see Christian do the thing where he's laughing so hard he just like throws his body around uncontrollably. I'd better see that.
I got the DVD of that, Ayden.
I've queued it up. I'll be right, very right back.
I have to remind myself continually that Christian is a recovering Proverbs guy. Christian's going through the 12-step program. Trust me, Big Bad Mama. It's 12-step program.
He's Brother Pike said he'd be back in 6, and I second.
He said he'd be back in 6 minutes.
No, just a second.
Oh, I thought he said he was going to leave for 6 minutes, which is the length of that video.
Oh. We're back.
I don't wear shorts. Brother Pike would say it's not my style. It's not my way.
Yep. Thanks to you.
Thanks to you, more like.
Yeah, who kind of started that idea? Talk about him not wearing shorts was DB Copper.
Was it DB Copper that said that?
Yeah, that's the first time I heard about it. He said, "Are you one of those little boys that don't wear short britches?"
Okay, so just so that all of you know, what? There was no mistake. Okay, there we go. The 6 minutes 50 seconds long only has a quality of 240p.
I'm back.
The other one that's 445 has a quality of 360.
So the very best quality that 2007 had to offer. Excellent.
Yeah. But as I scroll through it, I think we will still be able to see them. It's not like... Because the first image is very, very...
It's the visual is not what's required here. It's all in the audio.
Yeah, because I'm driving.
Yeah, but it also... Oh.
Yeah, so he's not even going to be watching any of it anyway.
Look, this is that Exodus thing.
Yeah, when... Oh.
Tomorrow.
But I'm getting my new computer monitor tomorrow.
Yeah, but we're not gonna watch it in real time.
Okay, good.
No, because then we have to...
Hear them going after...
We can't pause and... I mean, we can, but yeah.
Yeah, we can.
Oh, look, this says stop playing to the Theotokos.
That's good advice.
What do you think of that? And look, this one I think is about gang.
Oh, Christian said someone was good advice. You probably shouldn't do it.
That's true. You probably should go do the opposite. Yeah, you should start praying to the Theotokos immediately.
I have the LG thing on my.
Yeah, but I have it queued up here.
See, what Christian has in his book is the idea that first comes death, then the judgment. But what Christian doesn't realize is that he's already died, and this is his judgment.
Exactly.
No, I'm starting to realize it.
Yeah, this is all.
That's what I was starting to feel when we were reviewing their Imhotep nonsense.
But Deviant Imhotep 3 though.
Yeah.
I brought that up when Tim was in the room, but he didn't have anything to say about that for some reason. When I was talking about how ridiculous Imhotep 3 was, yeah, he didn't have anything to say.
I think it's starting to dawn on him that he got in with some conspiracy theorists.
I hope it's starting to dawn on Tim.
I don't know, man. I keep
Yeah.
going back and forth because sometimes he'll act really normal, and then other times he'll act kind of whacked out, and I'm like, man, which one's it gonna be?
I think that's what you see with people who join like cults or cult-like situations. In the beginning, before the cult personality has been thoroughly inserted, they're still going to be their regular self. It's like people who get dementia. They're on and off themselves until
So
the
it's just too late, and
dementia
the self is
takes them.
gone.
Yeah.
So what
Wow,
you're
that was
saying
really,
is
that
that
was
we're all
really
heading
tasteful of
for
you. It's really
inevitability of
tasteful of you
losing
when like Deviant
ourselves.
was trying to say something and then you cut her off, Christian. That was so like nice and polite of
Me
you.
and
That
Deviant
was really
think
good.
so much alike that I was finishing her thought for one. But where I was
No,
going
that
with
was
that,
me on the no. I'm the one that finishes Deviant sentences. Actually, Christian, if you watch the Deviant Ayden covering the Egyptian video, you'll actually find that it's me that does that, not you.
Logan, you might want to mute Ayden for a little.
Now we're gonna
I'm
watch.
Deviant's best friend, not you.
Notice me.
You are my best friend, Ayden. Don't
Aw.
cry.
What I was trying to say was when you have dementia, then over the course of time, you lose yourself
Bro, shut
in the
up.
music the moment you want it. You never let it go.
Shut up.
We're gonna give you some dementia here, Christian. Don't
That's
worry.
fair.
As soon as he started saying the music, he didn't have to get halfway through the moment before I had to tell him to shut up.
You only get one shot, Ayden.
Do not miss your chance. This opportunity for you to leave only comes once in a lifetime,
Can you
Christian. So you
play
get
the
you
video
going.
already?
I can't because you guys are still talking.
Yeah,
No,
Ayden, shut
okay.
Yeah,
up.
the
Yo,
Christian's like, what about this
science.
though? I gotta say something now.
What is it all about? Technology. What is that all about?
It's a good question.
Is it good or is it whack? There's a
What?
bloke from round my hood, Staines,
The gathering of
called Rainbow
philosophers.
Jeremy, who reject everything to do with science. He just chill at home, he smoke his own homegrown, and check this, he don't have a telly. I ain't shitting you, he don't have a telly.
Yeah. He lives in a house, though.
Yo,
And that house is a product of technology.
No, he ain't got no technology in it. You can check out his website. He
The
ain't got
house
nothing in it.
itself.
Got a website.
The
He wears
house
clothes,
itself.
shoes.
What?
He eats food.
As computers made our lives better.
I don't think there's any question about it.
Will computers ever be able
There's
to
some
work
question
out
about it.
what 9999999999999999999999999999999 multiplied by 9999999? Yo, I ain't finished. You don't know what I was going to say. 998999999.889 9889999999999.
The answer is yes.
The most powerful computer in the world today does 36 trillion operations a second.
So would it be able to multiply 10 10 10 10 10 10 10 10 10 10 10 10
Yes.
10 10 10
Yes.
10 10 10 10 10 10 10
Yes.
10
Yes.
10? You don't know what I was going to
Yes.
say. Multiply, you don't even know. 10 10 10
doesn't
10
make any
10 11
difference.
Blink of an
11
eye.
It doesn't make any
12,
difference.
13,
Whatever
14,
numbers you name, the computer
89,
will be able
20,
to handle it.
100, 100, 100, 100, 100, 100, 100, 100, 100, 100,
Yes.
million,
Yes.
thousand,
Yes.
million,
Yes. Whatever
billion.
numbers you want,
And
it will be able to multiply.
0.99998
Yeah.
without blowing up.
Yes.
Going to move it on a little bit. Where did men come from?
Men evolved out of lower species in the way that all the species evolved out of lower species.
This is ridiculous. This is
What?
ludicrous. If he wants to believe this happened, he's welcome to believe his grandpa was Lucy and came down from his tree or something. But that is pure religion. We offer $250,000 for anybody with any real empirical, testable, scientific evidence for evolution.
So you saying we ain't come down from monkeys?
No,
So-
monkeys are still having babies. Why don't they have another human today?
Okay. Has you ever eaten a banana?
Oh, yeah, I eat all kinds of food, yeah. I eat a banana. That's proof. That's proof we came from a rock. That's not proof of evolution.
The people engaged in this kind of nonsense always set up the rules that you could never win the money. Now,
But the banana thing got him, innit?
Yeah,
He had to start going, oh, no. He started saying, because you started going red when I said that.
Oh my
God,
I did
has
not.
got it,
I
my
thought
man
no
over
such
there.
thing. No.
Y'all been hiding
Then why
from
did you
me?
start all... He went red, didn't it?
No, because I'm surprised at how illogical your question was, or your thinking
Yo,
was.
speak to that, because
Okay.
Space ain't listening, yo.
We're Homo sapiens, and that's about
Well, yo,
8 steps down.
I ain't. I just want to make clear, because this is going out on the TV or whatever, that I don't do that stuff. I ain't got nothing against it.
Oh, it's the homo that threw him off. I mean,
Yeah, you're
explain that.
Yeah. It is a scientific nomenclature that describes who we are as part of a phyla or a stream of, it goes hominid, hominoid, and then we
Yo,
go
whatever,
through.
there's different names for it.
We're all
You
Homo sapiens.
All humans would be considered.
My wife is a Homo sapien.
But that's not homosexual.
We're all
That's what the
homosexuals.
difference is.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's just a way of describing who we are.
Well, that's it. I just want to make clear, respect for coming on. And I ain't going to treat you differently now that has come out. That's it.
No, it has nothing to come out. Come on now. You're confused here. Let's settle the confusion. All of people in the whole world, the biologists have in a group called Homo. And the particular human group below that is sapiens. And all that is Greek. It just means the Greek word for man smart.
Yeah, a lot of them is very talented.
It has nothing to do with homosexuals. It has nothing to do with the homos that you meet on the street. It's an entirely different lingo.
But
my point is...
So is you one of the homo lot?
I am a Homo sapien. I think all humans are Homo sapiens. You are too. Okay? You are too.
Yo.
The term homo and homo sapien has nothing at all to do with sex.
All right. Let's talk about when technology goes horribly wrong. Is there technologies that you won't use?
I try to avoid foods that have pesticide residues on them.
No disrespect, whatever, but does you use a toilet or does you just drop one in a hole?
Of course I use the toilet like I assume everybody here does, or I hope.
You'd use it, but would you flush?
Certainly, yeah. I absolutely.
So,
are they answering
would
these?
you use a toilet or does you just drop it in a hole?
I've been to quite a few countries where they don't have toilets, and I'm very glad to get back to America.
So would you flush?
Oh, sure, and I think you should have a septic system that's properly designed to handle the waste.
You say that, but there's evidence backstage to the contrary. It's
the best part.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
You know what I was talking about.
No, I have no clue.
The floater. Covering it with paper don't make it all right, yo. That goes for the rest of you, whoever it was. Right, I ain't pointing any fingers, but I does have my suspicions.
Well, I don't. It was not me, if that's what you're saying. I would not, if I understand what you're even talking about, which I don't part of the time here.
You know what I was talking about, because if it was, then shame on you.
You're very confusing.
Yo, I ain't pointing fingers, yo. But is you the one backstage that didn't flush?
No, sir.
You know what I was talking about.
If that's what you're talking about.
You know,
why you would talk about that on a TV program blows my mind.
Just saying, out of respect, and we're all talking about respect and whatever. Whoever it was, man, just, I don't care. Let's just...
Well, then go on to something else.
Let's put it to the side. But that ain't right. Shame on you.
I didn't do it. Don't say shame on me. I didn't do anything.
Just want to thank you all for coming on here. This was very interesting. Keep it real. Yo, respect. 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 Respect.
I heard Ken Hobel talked about when he remembers from this thing that he thought that guy was very stupid.
It's the best freaking thing ever put to media, in my opinion. Just every moment is quotable. Every moment of that entire exchange is quotable.
I got the DVD of that.
Oh, really? I want that guy on the show as a guest so bad. Can we get that guy on the show,
Sacha Baron
please?
Cohen?
Yes. Yes. I need it. I need it in my life.
I saw both of his movies. One, the guy from another country come to America.
Bruno.
Guys, yeah, no, not Bruno. Different guy. I saw Bruno at the movies. The other movie I saw, what was it called? He would play like a Muslim type guy. But was it Muslim? I forgot his name. It was a while ago.
So he has only G.
Yeah, no, gee.
Uh,
He made a movie out of that, but this other movie, I forgot. Not Bruno, but I forgot the name of the other movie. I don't know.
I have
The
to look
fact
it up
that
because I
the
can't
fact that
remember.
none of that was scripted at all makes it funnier
Borat.
than almost any other comedy sketch I've seen
Borat.
in my life.
How did those guys not know that was a joke?
No, the fact that they played that so straight throughout the entire thing, it genuinely reminds me of like SNL, and SNL was good. You know, it's like before I was alive.
100, 100, 100, 100, 10, 10, 10.
10, 10, 10, 10. And
Yeah,
they're just like, yes,
Mark got it right.
yes,
Borat.
yes.
Do you remember
Very
Borat?
nice. King of the castle, king of the castle. Oh, go do this, go do that. Yes, yeah, I'm king of the castle. Look at me.
The fat
Is
guy.
that the same guy?
Yeah.
The one guy who was on that movie with him. Uh, he was in another movie. Where they're making fun of 700.
What 700?
Yeah, they made fun. Here's a parody of 700. I forgot what they called it, but he also was in that movie. Borat. Yeah, Brother Pike.
Yes.
What you doing there, little guy? Watching TV?
I have just gotten home for the day. Actually, I had to leave the office and go drop off some paperwork before I was done for the day.
Well, guys, just a question. How do you explain this thing? I heard from Daniel, a saint guy back in the day, 100 years before television, said that he predicted one day the devil would be talking to people through a box with horns coming out of it. Explain that, Brother Pike.
I would have to hear the full account, Logan.
Yeah, he told me about it. Yeah, so you lose, Brother Pike.
You had to hear the full account. Okay, doubting Thomas, whatever.
I do feel like the loser in this situation.
Yeah, he said that's crazy. A guy predicted that years ago.
May the Lord bless you.
Proceed.
Get
I
blessed.
almost had another one, but I decided
you,
not
my
to
son.
last moment. Oh, thank you, Father Charles.
Is that a Jesuit priest?
I think that is a Jesuit priest. I do recall that being some kind of Jesuit priest.
I'm pretty sure they worship the Freemasons or something.
Pretty sure that they like get together in a big room and they have like tiling in the room and they'll gather around the tile and they're like, I'm the rook. No, I'm the rook. No, you were the rook last time. You could be knight.
You know, you think guys eventually would quit trying to be the rook all the time so that I could be the rook.
Oh.
I mean, everyone knows that bishop is the most fun one to play.
I mean, I'm riding that giddy up, to be honest with you.
Brother Pike, is it true that you're a Freemason?
It is. Yeah, it is true. I'm actually two of them.
Oh, you seem pretty free to me.
He's free on his little tire swing with the love and joy of a child.
I'm as free as a bird.
Do you see that video? I said, forever young. You
I want to be forever young.
It was funny what Dustin said
Living
on
wants to
that
be forever drunk.
remember that what Dustin said on one of those videos?
There is no pain you are see a belch. Just shit smoke on the horizon.
Do you remember what Dustin said about you on that video?
It was something about me being feminine or something.
Christian, you're only
Doesn't he have like a
coming
big
through in
hole in his head
waves.
from losing a fight or something?
Big hole in his head.
I don't get.
You probably should fill in that hole and get some more brain in there before you
A
make decisions.
dent, Christian. Can you at least be accurate in the description?
Oh, it's like a whole dent though.
I don't get. How on earth are you feminine?
Well,
Say what?
Dustin has noticed my I'm very connected to my feelings, and I think Dustin saw that day that I do have a very emotional side.
Aw.
And I hate to break it to him because I think Dustin's a very nice guy, but I really don't swing that way. And I don't have nothing against him. It's nothing personal, but I mean I think probably that he does swing that way.
On the tire swing?
Yeah.
His name isn't Dustin, it's Dentston. Okay, so
First off, that's hilarious. And second, I'm gonna start calling him Dusty Rose.
Gold Dust?
I feel bad because I love Dustin so much. I promise, Dustin, I'm not talking crap. But I will call you Dentston to your face.
Denston. Ayden, I feel bad now because I'm currently ruining your relationship with Dustin.
Yeah, you're doing that, but seventh thing that God. I think there's something about that, and like the seventh thing that God hates. Something about that.
He hates effeminate people too, Dustin. You might want to keep that in mind.
True, you think he was letting any of them twinks into the tabernacle? I don't think so.
No.
And call that the Twinkernapple.
What in the world? So, anyways, if the audience didn't gather that, it's 2024. Dustin can date who he wants. This is,
Oh, that's.
God damn it, Christian! Stop it.
Oh, sorry. But Brother Pike, I want to ask him. Do you seen that show the other night of Lupin? It was so funny. He called you Christian Dice.
Christian Dice.
Christian Dice.
I haven't heard that since middle school. That's fantastic.
I gotta put that one in my back pocket. Holy crap! Have I not thought about that already?
Oh man!
See, Lupin's a
That's
smart
fantastic.
guy.
That actually makes me think more highly of him.
Christian, I feel like when you were younger, you were like a bully in a 90s movie or something like that.
Look, I'll tell you what happened to me, honestly. I was not a bully. I was the kid that got bullied. And then I got so sick of getting bullied that I hit a kid with an art book one day. And ever since then, I just sort of hit people with art books when I feel like they're trying to intimidate me. I'm that kind of person. Like, I'm out of shape. I need to lose weight. I need to take better care of my health. I'm way too old to fight. But if you want to whoop me, you have to come prove it. I will never take your word for it.
Steven thinks he's a big man, but wait until Christian pulls out that art book. So.
Look, I told him the other day on live stream, I said, if me and Steven ever fight, I'll have to start 10 minutes before he knows that we're fighting. I have to get a 10-minute head start.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
He's a big old boy. It'd take a lot of whooping to bring him down.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know if it's as much as you think. He strikes me as the kind of guy that's never been in an actual fight in his entire life. Like, I would genuinely be shocked if Steven ever got into an actual physical confrontation with someone.
I don't know.
I need to tell you, I got proof that guy Jen Anderson is Steve Anderson's
Christian
brother.
Dyke is really good.
You're still on that, huh?
That's really good.
He's right there beside him.
Oh, yeah, sure enough.
See? That's his brother. Oh, guess who's here? The
Is
great
that Stark
Money?
Jesuit priest.
Stark Money.
Hi, Jesuit
Grapes
priest.
and peace to you from the Jesuit priest.
How are you this evening, Mark?
I'm doing all right. Just trying to cope with the fact that some of the pastors that led me to preterism actually have signed a document condemning me to hell.
Oh, dang.
Not me specifically, just my eschatology.
What does that have to do with heaven and hell?
I don't know, but I'm a heretic and apostate.
See, this is what I don't get about people.
What?
Like,
Why
just
are
because
you a
have a
heretic?
different opinion about end time prophecy, what does that have to do with salvation?
Good question. It seems kind of counterintuitive, doesn't it?
Who did that, Mark? Jeffrey?
Jeff Durbin actually signed it. Yes, he did.
He did? Why?
Yeah,
I
and
thought
James
he was
White
a
too.
preterist.
He was a preterist. I don't know did he change? I don't know. Maybe he's a partial preterist.
He got
which is just a
unpreterified.
futurist in disguise.
I would like to give Stephen Bolin and Achilles credit for convincing me of preterism more than anybody else.
What the?
Well, congratulations, Aiden. You two are heretical and apostate to the Orthodox, evangelical, whatever their thing said. They worked up this actual document. It's wild, and there's like 400 signatures of
Are they gonna like submit to
pastors and
St.
men in
Peter
like
so he knows?
seminary and stuff. Like, am I gonna get burned at the stake or something? This is
They'll
crazy.
probably send a PDF to St. Peter so he knows who not to let in.
Yeah, probably.
He's at the door. He's like, "Oh crap!"
Wait, what? Someone has made up a document, like a protest list.
Yeah, it's like a new anathema, kind of like they used to do back in the
Yeah,
day.
yeah,
Yeah,
to call out heretics.
pretty much.
That's a great point, Christian. Wow, great
They did get
contribution
him.
to the
Yeah.
discussion.
Yeah, they got him.
Yeah, great point, Christian.
I appreciate
So, what
Can we
group
ban
does
Christian?
these
that.
people
See AJ's comment.
belong to?
AJ's comment.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull up the site first.
That's wrong.
AJ,
He's
AJ, you're on thin
he's
ice.
worth more than me when he's off the panel than I am on the panel.
All right, so check this out. This is a statement on unorthodox eschatology, and they have this whole thing, but I'm going to show you this part right here. It says, well, basically it lists all these views that are preterist views, and it says these views represent an attack upon an undermining of the holy Catholic faith once delivered unto the saints. Therefore, in the certain hope of the resurrection and the second coming of Christ and the final judgment at the end of history, we do hereby find that full preterism, hyper-preterism, or any other eschatological system promoting any one or all of these errors is errant, heretical, and apostate, being therefore contrary to evangelical orthodoxy. And look at these people that signed it. You got freaking Kenneth Gentry, Jeff Durbin, James White. Like, who are these guys? We know these guys.
Like, you didn't know him.
Jeff Durbin is one of the pastors that kind of got me started in the mindset of thinking about preterism. Like, he didn't convince me, but it was like a stepping stone, and it's like James White as well. And now they're signing this document saying I'm apostate, and heretical. That's cool. That's fun,
Psych.
I mean, it's
403 entries. 403 people have signed this.
Is it from some sort of church collegium or a what kind?
Well, it says the website, and I don't know if they're behind the whole movement or whatever, but the website is by Whitfield Theological Seminary and College.
Oh, they probably need to sign it to be able to teach there.
You might be right.
Oh yeah.
Phantom says, Phantom says, Ayden, that's it. I'm not going to have any heretics in my club. You are henceforth banned from being an atheism. No!
Here comes that
Where am I
hammer.
supposed to go now? I've been kicked out of everywhere. I'm like freaking Ryan now. What the heck?
I think Buddhists are taking applicants.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, there ain't no money in Buddhism, Christian. You know that.
No, there's really not.
Ayden, you're in the kitty cat cult.
Oh yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Missy Mod said that was falling apart the other day, though. So.
Oh, it's not. We're
Right.
We're
I thought the
fluffier
kitty cat
than
cult
ever.
was stronger than ever. Yeah.
Yes.
Mark, Miss Mod said she wants to know where she can sign up.
Oh, go ahead and sign it. The website is hyperpreterism.com, I think.
Get freaking Stephanie's snack signature. You ain't allowed to teach. Go read 1 Timothy, woman.
That's a good point. Hey, look, I gotta get off here. Mark, I'm sorry about your friends calling you a heretic.
It's okay. I'll live.
Tell them, be like, nuh-uh.
Yeah,
I'd try that.
you should just send them a
Pike.
counter letter just saying "nuh-uh" and then with your signature at the bottom.
I would
Yeah.
personally.
Pike,
Yes,
before you go, I saw that Logan had scheduled a show for you tomorrow at 1 in the middle of the day.
Oh,
For
Sorry, I
me.
meant.
That's good.
Sorry, I meant to put that at 7 at night.
We'll reschedule that around 1:15, Deviant.
Can we do that at 1:15
Really?
a.m. though? Because then we
Yeah.
can finally do one in the middle of Deviant's Day.
Well, see, I basically go on North America time.
I mean, I would.
Do you
just to be
basically
there, but-
function on North America time? It
Yes.
just goes to show you. Deviant, I say this in the nicest way possible because you're my friend and I love you, but you are terminally online. You know that, right?
Takes one to know one.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does.
Sorry about your friends. Oh, Brother Pike, I got singing about you about Psycho Pike.
Oh, it's
You ever heard of Psycho
interesting.
Pike?
Psycho Pike.
Psycho
So it's
That sounds like the best freaking horror movie ever.
It's not for today,
Yeah.
it's for tomorrow, that I guess.
Can we talk about the movie Chopping Mall
No,
for a moment?
I need to know when the teaching is going to be, which day.
It'll be either tomorrow or Sunday evening at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And, you know, I'm going to shoot for tomorrow. Is tomorrow Friday or Saturday?
Friday.
Oh, dang. I don't know what Friday. Let's shoot. Can we shoot for one day of the weekend that's not Friday?
Saturday?
Yeah, let's shoot for Saturday. I think that's more realistic.
Okay, well that's nice. So getting back to what's important. So can we talk about Chopping Mall for a moment? Can we talk about the fact that due to the copyright system in America and how it exists, that nobody will be able to use that absolutely top tier title for a movie for at least like another 40 or 50 years? Thanks
title.
to Disney just constantly extending the copyright on things like basically into perpetuity. And you know what? The original movie Chopping Mall isn't even good. It's not even about what you think it would be about. Because when you hear the words shopping mall, what do you think? What is brought to your mind?
Old ladies with these, carriers that they drag behind them filled with food.
That's what you think of when you think of the words shopping mall?
A shopping mall.
No, not shopping, chopping. Like chopping, like what you do with a knife. Chopping mall.
Yeah, that's not what I think of then.
That Psycho
You're
Pike,
thinking of it from like the Svenska pronunciation, but it's being choopy choppy chorping. No. Chopping mall, not shopping mall. When I think of the words chopping mall, I think of like a Jason Voorhees-esque character just like wading through ankle-deep blood of like teenagers as they run out of an Orange Julius as he's in the middle of his rampage. That's what I think of when I think of the words chopping mall. Just an absolute like slasher bonanza, but inside of a shopping mall where like through some conceit all the doors are locked or something like that. That's what I think of.
Ayden,
Go ahead.
I forgot to tell you guys. I got that from Big Bad Mama. The Psycho Pike. Psycho Pike. Oh, sorry.
That's good stuff.
What are you going to watch there, Mark?
Oh, this video about that document that
please
circulating
play
and
it.
signed.
Just one sec. Just one sec. I'm almost done.
Though. Yeah, go
I'm
ahead.
almost done. I need to finish.
Okay.
Because the actual movie Chopping Mall, you look at the cover of it, and you would think that it meets your expectations of what it would be. But it's a lie. It's a classic example of one of those movies that was made in the time where like a whole demographic had to be thought of for like the movie rental crowd. So you had to think about like how good was the cover of your movie. And they made a good cover, but the whole freaking movie is about robots.
What?
The movie Shopping Mall is about freaking robots, and it's not even set in a mall.
What?
So they literally just had a good title, put a cool cover on it, and they were just like, yeah, we'll sell that. That's going to sell pretty good, right? No, you ruined it. I'm done. You can play the movie. You can play the video.
I feel your hurt,
pain,
though.
Ayden. I do.
Well, all right. Welcome, everybody, to another midweek teaching. And today's presentation, once again, is going to be unique. So I entitled this presentation, The End of the World Christianity.
You guys hear it all right?
See, folks, there's a
Yeah, it's a
website
bit
out there
low.
called hyperpreterism.com. But I'm going to suggest to you this really is for all Christians to seriously consider, because this website essentially claims in statement that if you don't believe that the world is going to come to a complete obliteration and end of world history, then quite frankly, it says that you're an apostate Christian. And we're going to take a look at this website, and I'm going to ask you to ask yourself, is that what's necessary for someone to say, I believe in God and I believe in his son, Jesus Christ? Is that what's necessary? To believe in the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit, that you have to believe the world is going to come to an end? And I'm going to suggest to you that that is not required for Christianity. So let me show you the website. All right, so here we are. Introduction. Let's read. And as you can see, by the way, at the top here is hyperpreterism.com. All right, but I'm going to show you that eventually as you get to it, it really isn't just about preterism or hyperpreterism. Could include little season for sure, maybe even partial preterism, depending on what position you take when it comes to the end of the world, right? But again, you're going to have to ask yourself, is that required for Christianity? So we're going to get there. Check it out. It says, tragically, we live in an age noted for the rapidly accelerating decline of Christian influence in the world at large. I'm going to ask you something. Again, I'm going to make some commentary as we move forward. Do you think that this could have something to do with what Christians say and what they do? Could it have something to do with that? Could our influence be declining because of how we operate and what we say and what we do?
Take Proverbs guys, for example. Just wanted to throw that out there. I mean, look the way they act. Who wants to be like that? This guy's got a point.
Okay, something to think about, right? Self-examination. Shouldn't we self-examine ourselves? I'm pretty sure we're supposed to do that. We'll continue, which is both encouraged and energized by an increasing level of doctrinal error in the Christian church itself. What kind of doctrinal error? How we behave? Are we hypocrites? That's not the kind of error they're talking about here. One crucial area of doctrinal confusion is in the field of eschatology. All right, so that's what they're talking about, your eschatology. Too few Christians recognize the enormous significance of eschatology for understanding both Christ's redemptive work long ago and our present calling in the world today. I'm going to pause again. With all due respect, I actually think too many Christians are too enormously involved in eschatology. I think they spend way too much time, and all you have to do is Google rapture videos, and you tell me if you don't think there's a lot of Christians that spend a long time watching videos and reading scripture from the eyes of eschatology, eschatological positions. Go and look at debates between, amillennials and preterists and blah, 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 right? Really? You're going to tell me that really too few Christians recognize the enormous significance? I think they spend too much time on it, to be quite direct. We should be spending a lot more time in loving others as self, right? And operating without hypocrisy and without cruelty, right? Not sinning and not stoning the sinners. Living by example would be nice. But we'll continue. Historically, the church has recognized and accepted healthy intramural debate on a number of secondary eschatological distinctives. Yet we must recognize that even in the field of eschatology, certain core issues define the fundamentals. Really? Even in eschatology, there's a fundamental position. Really? So determining, eschatology determines now, so it's not saved by grace. It's not saved by grace through faith. It's saved by grace through faith. And I'm going to suggest that's actually the faithfulness of God there, but that's okay. Let's go with, let's say the typical mantra is it's saved by grace through faith, as long as your eschatology is not too bad. Do you see? Do you see what's going? So again, the grace goes down the tubes again. We'll continue. Certain core issues define the fundamentals and set the parameters of the historic, corporate, public, universal, systematic Christian faith. Okay, now, with all due respect, this is pretty peachy from my perspective. Why? Folks, assuming our chronology is accurate, around 1500, there was a division, right, called the Protestant movement, where a lot of people decided they were no longer going to follow the universal, systematic Christian faith anymore, okay? And they decided they were going to create a separate system. And you can pretend if you want that Catholics and Protestants are still one. You can pretend that, but I think it's pretty obvious that that's not true. And again, guys, I don't know both sides of the arguments. I don't really waste a lot of time, but I can tell you this: every time there's a new pope, there's a new antichrist in town, and that's just the way it is. With all due respect, with all due respect, and that's part of their eschatology, by the way. Okay, so this idea that this universal, systematic Christian faith, and we all get along so well as long as we're in a zone. Yeah, well, I don't think so. I think that that's in and of itself a bit of a stretch. In these troubling times in which we live, it is necessary to commit ourselves to the full integrity of the faith once for all delivered to the saints. Thus, we, the undersigned, do make this statement on biblical eschatology. Okay? And you're going to see some signatures on this. All right? Biblical eschatology. Okay? We hereby adopt the following position concerning the unorthodox eschatological doctrine of full preterism and hyperpreterism. And this is why I'm slowly trying to get the message to full preterists and even partial preterists, if you're a little seasoned saint or whatever. Listen, guys, this whole Christian club thing is not healthy, okay? Because what it does is someone starts to get in charge and they start to create these parameters that are just, really, really tightly squeezed, high walls with chicken wire on top. And unless you agree with us, and that's just so off base. And Jesus said, you're not going to lord over one another. He said, the greatest among you will be the greatest servant. Is that what this is? No, I don't think so. This is locking the doors to people. That's what it is. And people who believe in God and believe in Jesus and believe in the Holy Spirit, okay? And believe in the Father and the Son and the Holy Ghost. They might have differences in how they see that, but at the end of the day, full preterists are still Christians. All right. So it says this is an unorthodox eschatological doctrine of full preterism, hyperpreterism, or any other eschatological system. So this could include you potentially promoting any one. This is just like the Athanasian Creed, promoting any one or all of the following errors, which are contrary to what? Contrary to the Holy Scriptures, but of course their interpretation of it. All right. It's always their interpretation all the time. Historic creeds. Look at that. Historic creeds now too, right? So you can't be contrary to what? Holy Scriptures. And see how I always say they elevate this creeds to the level of the Holy Scriptures. They're doing that here. Okay? Because there's a lot of partial preterists. In fact, go and review the Athanasian Creed. Okay? I have a video on it. Creed or Christ. I have some creed videos. You should check them out. But is it Holy Scripture or historic creeds? Which one is it? For them, it's if you're contrary to any of it. Well, I'm going to suggest the creeds are contrary to some of the Holy Scriptures. But we'll continue. And confessions too. Wow. Okay, so if you believe any of these things that they list, then you're apostate. Okay, that's where this goes. Okay, so what you're reading, if you say, well, I think that's reasonable or that's possible, guess what? If you believe it, one or any of this, right? One or any of this. If you believe any of these things, you're out of the club. Okay? That's where this goes. And that's what this is. Right? So I'm going to say this one once again. It says, we hereby adopt the following position concerning the unorthodox eschatological doctrine of full preterism, hyperpreterism, or any other eschatological system, promoting any one or all of the following errors that are contrary, according to them, to the Scriptures, creeds, and confessions. Here we go. That original sin plunged Adam into spiritual death only. See, you have to believe it plunged him into physical death. If you don't believe that, guess what? You're out of the club. Okay? So, do you believe that Adam died physically when he ate the fruit, or was it a covenantal death or a spiritual death that he died? Because he lived another, 900 plus years, right? He lived to be 930. So, therefore, and again, if you take literal numbers, clearly he continued to live beyond the eating of the fruit. So there are many folks who believe that death was a spiritual death or a covenantal death. They're saying if you believe that, No, 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 no. You got to believe it was a physical death because there has to be a physical resurrection. That's where they're going with this. That Christ does not have or retain a physical body consequent upon his resurrection from death. I find that interesting because they say 1 Corinthians 15. We'll read the chapter and Paul says that it's a spiritual body that gets raised. Okay? So again, they want to see DNA. That's what that sounds like to me. All right? If you believe that Christ does not have a physical body, but rather a spiritual body, and maybe that's why he was walking through walls, for example, that's up to you to think about. But if you believe he does not have a physical body, you're out of the club, because this is one of the things, for example, a lot of full preterists believe that it was a spiritual resurrection. It was a spiritual body or a celestial body, if you will. No, it's got to be physical. And if it's not physical for you, you're out of the club. That the sacraments, ordinances of the church no longer exist for this generation, that the institutional visible church does not exist, refusing to recognize, I love this part, remember what Jesus said, you won't lord over each other, right? The greatest among you will be the greatest servants. No. You got to recognize her officers, the church's officers, the authority, and the membership. Oh, don't forget about the membership, right? Is this required? Right? Is it, or is it saved by grace through faithfulness? Well, according to them, if you want to stay in the Christian club, you got to recognize the officers, the authority, and the membership. Interesting. So you'll have to attach that to your position. That the second coming of our Lord Jesus Christ is already past and fulfilled in AD 70, therefore denying a physical, visible return of Christ at the end of history. That's the key. That's the key. You have to believe in the end of world history. You have to. And you're going to see the next statements. They all say that. Okay. It's all about the end of the world. It's the end of the world, gloom and doom, Christianity. Okay. You have to believe that. If you don't, you're out of the club. Okay. That's the deal here. That there is no physical resurrection of the bodies of believers and non-believers at the consummation of what? History. See? End of time. Right? If you don't believe in the obliteration and or the end of world history, you're out of the club. See, they're attaching that to the resurrection of the bodies of believers and non-believers, that there's some kind of resurrection of believers and non-believers, right? A physical one. And of course, the non-believers get resurrected just to be either tortured or annihilated later on, right? You have to believe that. If you don't, you're out of the club. See? You're out of the club, man. You don't agree with us. Yeah, but that seems a little unique that, first of all, it has to be the end of world history, particularly when Ephesians 3:21, for example, okay? And again, I understand not everybody agrees with it, but I'm supplying a scripture that suggests something here that I think is at least fair to think about. Unto him be glory in the church by Christ Jesus throughout all ages, world without end. I mean, it's pretty plain there. I mean, that's a fair scripture. I didn't write it. This is Old King James that I'm using. I didn't write that scripture. It says world without, let me say that again, world without end. Your statement keeps saying that there has to be an end of history. That's the opposite of what's in Ephesians 3:21. Allow me to also give you 2:7, where he says that in the ages to come, he might show the exceeding riches of his grace and his kindness towards us through Christ Jesus. Does that sound like he says in the ages to come, but there's a limited amount of ages? He doesn't say that. He says in the ages to come. The spiritual kingdom was established and the new heaven and the earth and the new covenant was established in the first century, and there's continuing ages. So between that in Ephesians 2:7 and world without end in Ephesians 3:21, I think it's fair to say, look, I'm a Christian that just doesn't believe the world comes to an end, because I think he established a spiritual kingdom and he established the new covenant, and it's going to be a kingdom without end. It's a dominion without end. That's what it says. So if it's without end, why would it have to end? And again, if you disagree, that's one thing, but it's another thing to say you have to agree that there's an end of history. That's another deal here. So I think it's, and you as, even if you say, well, I do believe there's going to be an end of history, do you believe I should be kicked out because I don't? Is that your standard? I hope you're saying no. That's what I hope you're saying. But I fear that a lot of Christians are saying, yeah, that's right. If you don't believe there's an end of world history, then you're not part of the club. Little side note. I'm okay without being part of this club. In fact, I'm going to advise you that if this is the tone of your Sunday buildings, if this is the tone and the position of your Sunday buildings, that I have to obey your officers and authority and membership, and also agree that there has to be an end of world history when I'm showing you clear scriptures that say otherwise, I'm okay with not being in your club. In fact, I'm going to tell you, it feels really good to not be inside that box. So, I'm not saying you shouldn't go. That's up to you. That's your call. Me, I don't mind telling you. I hang out with my believing brothers and sisters. I hang around with a lot of great people. I don't need the religious rudiment to show up at a certain time and to bow the knee to someone who's claiming an authority that, quite frankly, they don't have. And if they are the greatest servant of all, then, quite frankly, Jesus washed the disciples' feet. I don't see a lot of pastors and pastorettes washing people's feet. So, I'm okay with staying right on over here. All right, so we'll continue. And number 7, that there is no end to history in which Christ completes his victory over sin and death, right? There has to be an end of the world. That's always the point here. It has to be an end of the world type of Christianity. It has to be, you have to be ready for the day where God destroys the whole kit and caboodle, right? Because that's when the victory over sin and death is. See, until he destroys everything, then there's no victory. Really? He's got to obliterate everything to have victory? Is that what you're saying? Well, I'm going to suggest to you folks that this is offside, because his victory over sin and death is at the cross, isn't it? Or at his resurrection, isn't it? Right? Isn't that when the new covenant was established? Right? So I'm going to suggest to you that we should go to 1 Corinthians 15. Okay, so here we are in 1 Corinthians 15. I'm showing you really quick, verse 44. There is a natural body, there's a spiritual body, right? But that which is natural, and afterward, that which is spiritual. Okay, so there is a talk here about being, right? It's sown a natural body, it's raised a spiritual body. So this takes a lot of study, folks, but just on its face, you can see it's reasonable to say the resurrection might indeed be spiritual, right? And then beyond that, the victory over sin and death. Again, guys, I've done a video on this called Death No Longer Exists. I know that's offensive to some people, but if you read here, it says, O death, in 55, it says, O death, where is your sting? O grave, where is your victory? O sting of death, the sting of death is what? Is sin. That's the sting of death, right? Is sin. And the strength of sin is what? The law. Well, what law could he be talking about? The law of love? The law of love your neighbor as yourself? The law of love God and love your neighbor as yourself? That's the strength of sin? No. I'm going to suggest to you in the timeline that he's saying this, he's talking about the law of Moses, if you will. Okay? So the strength of sin was the law of Moses. What did Jesus fulfill and usher in? He fulfilled the law of Moses to usher in the new covenant. So what does that say? If the strength of sin is the law and that's gone, that means the sting of death, which is sin, is gone. You see? That's why he's already victorious over the grave and death. It's not physical death, right? Because it doesn't say, oh, death, where did you go? It says, where's your sting? So therefore it's still there, but it has no sting because you live on. And grave, where's your victory? It doesn't say, where did you go, oh grave? No, the grave still exists, but it's not victorious. I'm going to suggest to you that in Jesus fulfilling the law and the prophets and ushering in as the mediator of the new covenant, becoming the holy high priest, if you will, of God, and creating that spiritual kingdom that was established, right? Whether you say 30 AD or 70 AD, that's up to you. In the first century, it was established, that spiritual kingdom that does not come with observation. Well, then what did he do? He is victorious over the grave, and he is victorious over death. Okay? That's the deal. So I think that's a reasonable interpretation. That's all I'm saying. So why do we insist that there has to be an end of world history in order to say that he completed his victory over sin and death? And this is very convoluted because most Christians always sing, yeah, he's victorious. He conquered the grave. I even hear worship songs saying he conquered the grave. Yeah. Well, wait a minute. According to this, he didn't. Not yet. He's got to do that at the end of world history. Oh, okay. So right now, sin and death are winning constantly for, decades and centuries. With all due respect, folks, how many people have died waiting for the end of world history? How many people? Lots of believers, if they believe this, right? So, and has it happened? No. So why would it be necessary for someone to believe that there's an end of world history when clearly people have died loving God, believing in Christ for many, many centuries? Lots of people have died believing that, and the end of world history did not happen. They didn't have to believe in the end of the world in order to love God, believe in Christ, and follow his love your neighbor as yourself and fulfill the law of Christ, which is Galatians 6:2, bear ye one another's burdens. They didn't need to believe in the end of the world to do that. So when you make statements like this, again, it's just this kind of authoritative, you have to agree with us on everything, including eschatological positions and including the end of the world in order to be part of our club. And this is, in my opinion, at that introduction, I'm going to go ahead and say it. If you want to see that why you're lacking in effect as Christians and Christians aren't very effective, it's because of that. I'm going to suggest that has a lot to do with it anyways. Not to mention the hypocrisy in Christianity is pretty big. Why? Because your works don't matter, right? But what does matter is that you believe that there's an end of the world. That's what matters. Really? Are you kidding me? Why then does Paul say godliness is profitable in the life that now is and the one to come? Why does he say that in First Timothy 4? Why does he say that godliness is profitable? How can it be profitable? No. What's profitable, according to these fellas, is that you believe that the world is going to come to an end. That's what's profitable. No, it's not profitable to believe that. In fact, that puts you in a really, really dark place. It can easily put you into paranoia. It can easily put you in a position where, have you met these folks? That everybody's a shill, everybody's controlled opposition, everybody, because the world is about to end and everybody is deceived except me and the 18 other people who agree with me on everything. If that's the way you want to live out the law of Christ, that's up to you. I don't advise it. I think you should operate in belief, faith, hope, and love, and patience and kindness, and enjoy the profitableness of it in this life and the one that's to come. I think that's what we should be doing, and that's what we should be focusing on. That's what we should care about, rather than making sure, hey, excuse me, do you believe that the world is going to end? Oh, you don't? Oh, well, then you're not part of the club. That's really, really, in my opinion, way off base. So he says that this statement says this, and you're going to be very, very interested to see who signs this, okay? A few people that you might know, because there's signatures on this baby. Oh, yeah. These views represent an attack upon and undermining of the holy Catholic faith. Yeah, because it's a universal faith. That's why we have so many denominations. We have more denominations, I think, than, McDonald's franchises. It's ridiculous. Once delivered unto the saints. Oh, yes, we're definitely looking exactly like the saints in the first century. There's no question, right? Come on. And you're basing that on the idea that what? That the first century saints were saying that there's going to be an end of the world? Well, again, I'm going to say it one more time. Not according to Ephesians 3:21. It's a world without end. And he says amen on it, okay? Throughout all the ages, all right? So again, I'm allowed to say that. You don't have to agree. That's up to you. If you want to alter that text to me, well, it's world without end to a certain point. That's up to you. But it doesn't really say that, right? And it says this, therefore, in the certain hope of the resurrection at the second coming of Christ and the final judgment at the end of history. See, it's end of the world Christianity, gloom and doom. If you don't believe in the gloom and doom in the end of world history, we do hereby find that full preterism. Oh, like they had a courtroom. They didn't invite me to this one. They didn't invite me to this little gathering and chit chat about how we're going to deal with this. We hereby find they are judge and jury here. Just like the Athanasian Creed. They assert an authority, they claim it, and then they just write it and say, yeah, that's right. We're the bosses around here. Well, I'm glad that you're the servants. You're the greatest by being the servants of all. I'm looking forward to you washing my feet because I know you're not going to. So it's very interesting to me. The Lord and Savior washed his disciples' feet, but you won't wash mine. But yet you claim all authority. Very interesting. In certain hope of the resurrection at the second coming of Christ and the final judgment at the end of world history, we do hereby find that full preterism, hyperpreterism, or any other eschatological system promoting any one or all of these errors is errant, heretical, apostate, being therefore contrary to evangelical orthodoxy. All right, so you're apostate if you disagree with even one thing. And just like at the beginning and the end, Athanasian Creed is the same thing, right? They say it at the beginning, you got to agree with all of it. And if you disagree with us in one thing, you're over. If you think that one of these things is right, you're out. See? It's at the beginning and the end, written just like the Athanasian Creed. It's all extortion. It's all coercion. It's all threats, right? You all get to have a Bible. That's wonderful, but you don't get to interpret it with your own brain. You have to interpret it the way they do. Well, then what's the point of me having the Bible? I just, high five you all day, right? That doesn't seem to be right. So I'm just going to go with the initial list, guys. All right. So here it is. Here's the initial list. Dr. Kenneth Gentry. Okay. So he's decided that he's signed that statement. Okay. Do you guys know Jeff Durbin? Some of you might know him, right? He's signed this statement. You got to agree with him. Yep. If you don't believe in the end of the world, these guys are telling you you're out of the club. And of course, this is one of my favorites, and I'll tell you why. Sam Frost used to be a full preterist. So now he turns around and signs that if you're a full preterist, you're out of the club. Well, wait a minute. Hold on a second. Do you find that a little peachy that he's signing a statement? So in other words, maybe we could add something into this statement where if you used to be a full preterist, you're also out of the club. No, we can't have that because, Mr. Frost is here. Okay, well, it's up to you. And again, I'm just using a little tongue in cheek here, guys. These folks have signed it. Okay. They've signed this as a statement of faith. So go ahead and check it out for yourself. But these people have decided they're going to sign this. And if you disagree, you're apostate. They've decided that they have the authority to say such things. And there is a full list here, folks. And, I'm just going to kind of roll down, and I'm just going to ask you to think about this and say, okay, so are we saying that if we don't agree, is this statement saying if we don't agree in the gloom and doom, end of world history, these people have signed that if you don't agree with that, okay, if you disagree with them in this, you're out of the club. Okay. That's the deal. And by the way, that was one page. Look at how many pages. Okay. So there's 2, 3, 4, 5. It continues. Look at how many signatures they got on this. Okay. Is this going to bring the body of Christ together? Because if you don't agree to the end of the world, if you don't agree, right, you got to reinterpret Ephesians 3:21. If you don't interpret it the way we do, then you're out of the club. All right, guys. Well, that's the deal. All right. So I just wanted to show you that, and I want you to decide. Okay. You're going to have to decide for yourself. Is this Christianity? Is this what we're going to do? See, folks, I'm going to suggest something to you, that if people in Christianity are always focused on the end of world history, the end of the world, and they're always looking at things through that lens, they are going to be less effective in the present tense. Think about it. If you're always, so for example, if you knew for sure, right, that, basically the end of the world, you thought, well, it's going to be in like 4 months. Well, aren't you going to more than likely not do as much, be less effective? Because you're going, well, what's the point? It's the end of the world is around the corner, right? Same thing if you thought it was 5 years from now. You might be a little effective, but as that 5-year mark, I think it's in 2030. Well, as you get closer to 2030, you're going to go, yeah, see, now I can lay back. This is clearly all, but here's the problem. What I'm finding is that's not happening, right? And what I'm finding is a lot of folks might have thought that before, and then it didn't happen. And then they found themselves in a really, really bad situation wondering, well, wait a minute, how did I get here? The end of the world hasn't happened. And now I'm in this really big mess. Could it be because it renders God-fearing, Jesus Christ-believing Christians ineffective because they're always under this spell of the end of the world is around the corner. And as long as you're like that, you're like a deer in headlights. You don't react to things properly because you're thinking it's all a sign of the end rather than dealing with what you're being faced with, right? And might that be why Christianity is a little less effective these days than it used to be? And I'm going to suggest to you that's one of the reasons. All right. So my final thought on this, and I leave it with you, is this. Eschatology is not greater than the greatest commandment. Believing that the world is going to end is not a requirement in any shape, way, or form to follow Christ and his way and his light and his message, which is love God, love others as self, which is do unto others as you'd have them do unto you, which is bear ye one another's burdens. I hope this message finds you well. Remember, do all things with grace and peace.
Mark, I need to show you. Can I show you something real quick?
Yeah, sure. But that's crazy, though. I mean, they're like
See?
writing people out of Christianity. It's nuts.
That guy looks just like him.
Maybe a little bit. Maybe a little bit.
Wow. If they made a movie about his life, he could play as him. Oh, here's another thing I like to show you guys. Here. I got this from Big Bad Mama. Made a video out of it. Out of Psycho Pike. Psycho Pike. You attack my shark. Psycho Pike. Oh, sorry. Here's that one. And I got a video of me screaming. Look.
Was that you?
Yeah.
Oh my. Something must have got you.
It was on that one day when Steven came on.
Oh.
It was funny. What's your theory? Why is it they signed that?
I don't know, Big Bad Mama. It's been kind of, I've been racking around my brain. It's like it, it doesn't make sense to me. Why would they want to write people out of this, as he called it, the club, just because they don't think the world is going to end the way they do? Like it's nuts. It's nuts. It's just and the words they're using, heretical and apostate, like not too long ago, people were killed for those kinds of accusations. Like, I mean, even
sure?
here in the United States, you can go into the Salem witch trials. It was the same thing. They were heretical and apostate, and they couldn't let witches live. I mean, this is not that long ago in history when people were murdered for these accusations, and it's just these guys want to say they're Christians, and like this is how they're showing love, is essentially threatening people with death, whether it be a physical death. Not literally, I don't think they could do that in this day and age, thankfully, but I mean they're certainly threatening eternal death, calling people heretics and apostate. Like, that's crazy.
Are you sure they're not talking about pasta?
I mean, they might be talking about pasta. You might be right.
I look at this one thing, said that it said that it was a Jesuit priest who created preterism. Is that true?
Well, no, it's not. It's not true. The Jesuits double dealt, man. They formalized a form of futurism and preterism to teach, to get the heat off the Pope, because like this guy was saying, every new Pope came around, there was a new Antichrist, and it's still, people to this day still say that the Pope is the Antichrist. Rome is Mystery Babylon. It's just wrong, but it's crazy stuff.
This part says a Jesuit. Oh no. Oh no. Jesuit Mark. Bless you, my child. You know what they said on here? Is this true, Mark?
Yeah, look, it's true for both. It's true for preterism. It's true for futurism. The church formalized these eschatological positions, and I mean, you see the result of that. You've got one side claiming that the other side is heretic and apostate, and the church certainly doesn't have a good track record for how they treat heretics and apostates.
Yeah.
They sure don't.
Yeah. Oh. So was Tim right? You're a Jesuit?
No, I'm not a Jesuit.
Okay. Because I heard Jesuits steal people's souls and eat them at their breakfast.
Oh.
Oh, sorry. I was just joking. But what do you think of that? AJ said, preterism. Is that a religion of Chris Jones? No, that's preterism.
He's talking about something else.
Yes.
Wait. Yeah. Is that? Yeah. I don't. That's weird. I thought that guy was a preterist. Jeffrey Durbin.
Jeff Durbin.
Jeff Durbin.
I thought he was a preterist too. I mean, I guess he's either changed or has kind of figured that his form of preterism doesn't quite meet the standard of this heretical apostasy. I don't know. I, I haven't really been following Jeff Durbin much over the years, but he was instrumental in kind of at least exposing me to preterism
Oh, I
initially.
guess. Do you think the cover guys are going to love this?
They'll probably sign it.
What
Achilles.
isn't it it sounded like a Catholic document.
It does sound very much like a Catholic document.
Yeah. But I bet you the Proverbs guys don't care about that in this instance.
Oh no. Jeff Durbin.
Yeah, but Jeff Durbin's not Catholic or James White.
I
Right. They're Calvinists.
They're not Catholic, right?
Right,
No.
they're Calvinists.
It sounded a bit like one of these things that you have to sign to be allowed to teach at certain Christian colleges and universities.
Claude, join us.
Like a statement of faith, and you have to adhere to the specific faith that institution is promoting, which is, yeah, I don't like it. I don't like anything where you have to, like, sure, if you join a, let's say, a political party, you kind of have to believe in the foundational political beliefs of that party, but you still shouldn't have to, like, sign a document promising never to deviate from that, because that's how you stifle thought. And
Well, Miss Outcast, where did Ayden go? I was going to tell him I found my copy of Chopping Mall.
oh, I don't know, he just suddenly disappeared.
Thanks to you.
Yeah.
He would life over. Oh, I'm sorry about that, brother Mark.
Oh, there's
I
nothing
guess
for
you're
you to be sorry about at all.
Oh,
What was his name? Jeff Durbin?
Durbin. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's that guy I showed you the other day that Steve Anderson called gay for some reason because he was mad at him.
Oh.
Because he had a thumb ring.
Oh, right. Oh, Apologia Church.
Yeah, he's hardcore against abortion. He goes out there to preach again and stuff. But he is a nice guy. He doesn't seem like a guy who's going around being hateful or anything, right, Mark?
I don't know. I'm really dumbfounded that his name's on that document because he's a preterist. I mean, there's videos on YouTube refuting Jeff Durbin's preterism. Like here's one from Eyes Like Fire Ministry refuting Jeff Durbin's bizarre preterist claims.
What if he's not actually a preterist? He's a predator.
I don't know about all that.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, that's crazy. What about James White?
Yeah, I don't know too much about James White's eschatology, but apparently he has signed his name to this document. So he's futurist. He thinks that there's going to be some cataclysmic, apocalyptic end of the world history that's future to us. Just, I don't know. Kind of a weird belief, if you ask me. Because that's
Based
not what
on
the Bible is
Durban.
describing.
Okay.
So when you look at their the church that where Jeff Durbin preaches, wait, where was it? Where was it? I just lost it.
Well, Mark, I looked up Jeff Durbin.
Yeah.
On YouTube. This is what I found. Revolution, Rapture, and Post-Millennial Explained, Jeff Durbin. What's that?
I don't know. I haven't seen a lot of his recent stuff. Like I said, it's been quite a while since I really
hiring.
Huh? What?
Here's a video of his. I'll see what he says on it.
Okay.
Nice definition of preterism and why that's essential in understanding the post-mill position?
Yeah, there are amillennial preterists as well. So you tend to find the preterists. Now I'd say Orthodox preterists, historic preterists, because preterism is something you see throughout the history of the church. I would say Eusebius, an example from him, when he points to Matthew 24 as vindication of Christ as Messiah.
So far, is that the same type of predators you're talking about?
Yeah, so far. I would certainly cite
the Christians
Eusebius
actually
as
escaped.
an early church father who identified the destruction of Jerusalem as divine judgment on Israel. He wrote about it.
Because they listened to Christ.
He was kind of like my cousin. Jeff Durbin, he always reminded me of my cousin.
Discourse, he has a preterist interpretation of that passage. And so preterist is just a word that means past in fulfillment. And so what we would say in terms of preterism, again, Orthodox, biblical, historic preterism, we would say, well, that's past. That's already been fulfilled. That was for them. It happened. Mm-hmm. It vindicates Christ as Messiah. It shows that Scripture, God keeps his promises. These things he says are going to happen, and they happen on time and as planned. And so preterism is that belief that, say, the Olivet Discourse and those things that are consistent with that, or in that same vein or story, they're past in fulfillment. Those are already done. I would say the Olivet Discourse is not, in terms of the Great Tribulation promise, in our future. It was pertaining to them. Again, Jesus said it to them. He wraps up that discourse about the Great Tribulation saying all these things will be upon this generation, the near demonstrative, that generation. That's how they obviously saw it and interpreted it. You can see that throughout church history. But that's essentially preterism, past in fulfillment. We still have many promises. This is important. We still have many, many, many promises that are both present and future to us. We're still waiting for that climax. There's still much more to do and to come.
So he's not full preterist.
Well, he's still a futurist. He's acknowledging the obvious that Jesus said that all those things would be fulfilled in that generation, but he's still kicking the can to the future. Like he's fooling only himself. He's contradicting himself, because when Jesus said all these things will happen to this generation, he meant all these things, but he's acknowledging that, calling it preterism, calling it what it is, and then he's saying, but wait, there's more. Well, that's futurism. That's not preterism.
Try to see, does he hear anyone videos of him talk about full preterism? Here's this video. Oh, he's not a full preterist, I guess. Is that crazy? Oh, the baby. But what do you think of that, Mark?
Yeah, I think that it's kind of hard to say you're preterist at all, you're also going to say that there's future. Um, yeah, like, the Great Tribulation is directly tied to the end time. He's saying it already passed, and he's saying there's so much more to come. Well, I agree in a sense. There's so much more to come, but there's so much more history to come.
I think you're breaking up, Mark.
Mark, it's really hard to hear you.
I'm sorry. Hello. Can you hear me now?
Oh yes.
Yeah,
Oh,
we can hear you now.
Yeah. So I I just don't understand this partial preterist position because to me it seems like it's really just futurism. Um, I don't know why they want to label themselves any kind of preterist if they're going to say that the prophecies were for the future, our future. Um, it's the Bible is very clear about the specific date of the end and the sign of the coming of the Son of Man, what it's going to look like. And then we have this record in history from uh, historians like Josephus, who was a Jew. He's not favorable to the Christians. And then Tacitus, who was a Roman. He certainly wasn't favorable to the Christians. But they both recognize the events as signs and omens about the prophecies, about their divine judgment. They both Tacitus and Josephus says that there were armies in the skies, and that's Armageddon happening. The whole world saw it, just nobody wants to recognize that. But that's what had to happen to usher in the new covenant. Christ inaugurated it at at Calvary, um, but then it was the old system had to fade away, and that was the mechanism by which it did. And Christ said, or Paul said, that which is waxing away, it had to basically had to make way for the new covenant. Um, and that's what happened. The temple was completely destroyed, and that was an unbelievable feat to have happened. And the thing is, Israel's worship with God, their relationship with God was so in intertwined with the temple. I mean, the temple was absolutely central to the law, to the operation of the law and the priesthood and sacrifice and everything. And it's gone now. I mean, it's gone as a testament to the death of the old covenant. It's done. We live in a new covenant now where death and sin have no power. They have no sting. The grave is can't hold you. We are now,
Mark.
yes.
Oh, sorry. This is Keely's video about Father Charles.
Oh, cool. Is this his dead man switch or whatever?
I
Fail
don't
safe
know.
video in case something happens to him. Put the video out so that everybody will know.
do it, Chuck. So what does it say?
It's
Is
all Greek
there?
to me.
Yeah. No. Is there a translation?
I don't know.
If you
It's all Greek to me.
if you
Is there audio?
I
there
guess
if you
not so far.
if you go on settings there,
Yeah.
yeah, and go on
Subtitle?
subtitles.
I don't know if subtitles help if there's no audio.
Well, if they have put in, but they haven't.
Oh no, no. These are very low effort productions.
Yeah. So we have to write all of that down. Hey Chuck, you're in the comments. You know ancient Greece.
Does he know modern Greece? Wow. There's videos about like Father Charles. He's out to get. Oh, Achilles. They're out to get him. But he is the great Achilles. I visit however, mod didn't show up. Father Charles, what do you know what he's saying on here? Right?
Not a clue.
I thought you knew everything. You're Mark.
Well, I certainly don't speak or read Greek.
So it's all Greek to you?
Exactly. I'm glad he's got it in 1080p though. It's nice and clear. Nonsense, but hey, still nonsense. To me, it's Greek.
Oh. I know what it says. It says that Father Charles is out to get him. And be careful, he's coming to get you too. Oh, soon it shows Father Charles.
Dictator of Dinosaur Adventureland.
Oh. It's all Greek to me.
Kent Hovind is the dictator of Dinosaur Adventureland.
What are we doing here?
Oh.
Ken, you need to change. You're condescending. You treat people like cattle. You think you're so far and more intelligent than everybody. Ken, I got news for you. The creation movement, as I'm sure other folks out there, want you to be quiet and go away. But when you interpret scripture as it's been spoken in the original Greek and Hebrew, I don't know where you're. Read Hebrew, Kent? Can you read Greek? I know you can read English, and you say English is now God's language. Let's pretend that's true. You can't even interpret English, Kent. Kent, I truly don't want to destroy you.
Oh no.
Is that video on?
Aki's channel. What is it saying? Does it say that fire truck's out to get him? Oh, Aki. He's a good young man. We're proud of him.
That's his little housekeeping on the side.
Kyrie eleison.
That's his little housekeeping on the side.
Kyrie eleison.
That's his little housekeeping on the side.
Kyrie eleison.
That's his little housekeeping on the side.
Kyrie eleison.
What is that?
That's all you're getting.
Yeah, but what is that?
That was for me, I think.
Jesus Christ is Lord.
What language?
Greek.
Oh, okay. You just didn't have an accent with it, so I wasn't sure.
It's still in Greek. I still don't know what Achilles' points are.
No.
Από ελληνικά ξέρεις. Λίγος, ελληνικός λίγος. Ωραία, για κάτσε λοιπόν να πούμε δύο κουβέντες. Oh, yes. Κούβεντος. Μπράβο. Πρώτα θέλω να μου πεις από ποιο μέρος είσαι. What?
Well, that guy looks like the guy who was in your video. Mark?
Oh, this is that super disingenuous letter or email that they wrote when Stephen claims that he was starting
Thank you.
YouTube Orthodox ministries. It's like, no, you're not, you liar.
That guy does look like your buddy in that one movie, that one show. That guy looks like Iman Shyamalan.
Shadestone.
He kind of looks like. Oh, what if that is your buddy from
what
your
if it
video?
Is?
Δουλειά. Arbeit, verstehen. Oh. No, δουλειά εργοστάσιος. Εργοστάσιο? Oh, yes. Δικό σου εργοστάσιο? Oh, yes. Μπράβο.
I wish the thing to show these and put them in English.
Yeah. Well, like I said, low effort. It's whatever. But anyway, I'm about to bounce. I'm going to hop off of here. Skedaddle. Roll out. I got to get some dinner going.
No. Oh, dinner is good though.
Yeah. We'll do some fried chicken.
Oh, nice.
All right. Well, y'all have a good day. And I will see you on the next one.
Yes. You take care.
All right. Bye.
Okay, bye.
Why, Mark?
No.
Most thankful for this video. I mean, why make it in Greek? It's so Greek to me. So you can.
I'm afraid it's all Greek to me too.
But do you think English is not like any other language? It all seems different from all the other languages. Do you think so?
No. No. There are a lot of similarities with other Germanic languages. It's distinct, of course, because it's another language, but so I can translate pieces of it. One of the internet's many
Και πότε λες με το καλό γάμος?
He lies that he is an Orthodox priest and in this way gains false prestige to attack anyone who preaches the gospel on YouTube.
Well, that what that said?
Yeah, that's what the first part said. And I don't want to translate it to Swedish because then I have to translate it to English. Yeah, he states partial preterist, possibly also Calvinist, not sure about 20, and that the Catholic Church should unite with the Orthodox Church.
That Calvinism, that's not. He debated against Calvinism. He doesn't care for it. But that other one was definitely right. He wants the Orthodox Church to unite with the Catholic Church.
Yeah. The Orthodox and Roman Church will become one again. Okay, that's the... With his authority, something official father attacks to any Christian who does not approve of Catholicism. What? But he's not a Catholic. Changed his name from Father Charles to Chuck. What is this nonsense? English. Oh, he changed his channel name from Father Charles to Chuck after we looked him up, and the responsible Orthodox head of his county has never heard that name before. That's not true. They contacted the wrong church, if I'm not misremembering. Also, Chuck changed his name for a while and changed it back. People do that on YouTube sometimes. We looked to find the church he says he preached at until he retired, and the church he told us doesn't exist and never existed. Yeah, but it's not true.
What's not true?
I mean, they looked up the wrong church.
Oh, you found all that?
Yeah, I've taken screenshots of the video, of each, like the text, and I import it into Google Lens that translates it for me.
Yeah, I remember that. It was a while ago. I guess that video wasn't long. That guy on there looked like Mark's buddy on that show, that video. What if it is him?
What if?
Yeah, it's crazy. I guess it's not a full preterist, I guess. What do you think? Jeff Gilpin?
No, it doesn't seem like he is. Maybe he was, but isn't anymore. Maybe.
In that one video, he said that her still things supposed to happen, so he's not full preterist, I guess.
So then it says he has no videos because he deletes them, prove many other shows at regular intervals, and recently deleted all his history and changed his channel name after we contacted the Orthodox authorities of his state, apparently fearing criminal prosecution by the official Orthodox Church of America. Oh my goodness.
He's a Russian Orthodox.
How first of all, he changed the name. It's like saying, my grandmother died after drinking milk. And when the actual fact is like she drank milk when she was 5 and then she died when she was 95. Yeah, it happened after they went around and effed up. And after we contacted the Orthodox authorities of his state. What's that? Apparently fearing criminal prosecution.
That I don't know about that.
No, me neither.
Hi, Mark.
Mark.
Hello.
How are you today?
Yeah, not bad, not bad. Just got up. I can't stay long, but I would like to discuss this with you at some point. Sorry, Deviant, go on. I do apologize. I don't mean to interrupt. It's just something's got me all worked up.
Oh, go ahead. This takes way too long.
Okay, just I want to talk to you about this because the give send go in this is basically save James from chemical castration, but nowhere has it been filed to chemically castrate this child. This is 100% a lie. It's just a lie. You know, they're sort of saying, hey, hormone treatment and things. That's not chemical castration. You do know that, right?
What?
The give send go.
Yeah,
the
it's
puberty blockers?
Yes.
I found out. I even heard this from Awake. She looked this up. It's the same chemical. They used to do that.
Yeah, but the same chemical for you know, sort of sort of numbing pain like opioids can also kill people. It doesn't mean that it does exactly the same thing. You do know that, right?
Yeah, but I heard she even said she heard from people who went through that and said they were castrated.
Really? So somebody said something, but like the court filing, right? The court filing that he links to says the court finds the mother made no request to surgically or chemically transition the child's sex or chemically castrate the child. So are you just saying that the court's lying?
No, not at all. That was an old saying. Now they're still in court fighting over that.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's not a chemical castration. It's not. This is a lie being told again and again and again. It's not.
Why is that? Why do you think it's not?
Why am I saying it's not?
Yeah.
Well, because the things like hormone blockers and puberty blockers and the drugs used in chemical castration are completely different treatments.
They're the same drug.
What drug is that?
I forgot. They got up before. And Miss Awake, she looked it up too, and she showed that it's the same drug. Are you alright?
Yeah. I just, you know, I don't know how to check that information.
But they've been fighting in court for years. That lady did say in the court that she won't do it to him now because he's too young.
Yeah, so that's an important thing, though, that you're not social transition and puberty blockers are the only treatments that are allowed for minors in
Yeah, I know, but
the U.S.
The mother, she's lying to her son, trying to brainwash him to think he's a girl. She's been trying to brainwash him for years.
Doesn't say that. Doesn't say
I
that.
it doesn't say anything on there, but that's what I saw. I've been in this case since the very early. I seen a video of James and his dad. His dad asked him. It's before they got divorced. It's like that what got him a divorce. He asked him, "Are you a boy?" He said, "No, I'm a girl." He said, "Who told you that?" He said, "Mommy." He said, "Why?" He said, "Because I like girls." It happened. I seen in the court thing that it said that uh uh they were at McDonald's and he wanted a Frozen toy, and she ever since he wanted that Frozen toy, the girl, the mom thinks he's a girl for some reason, and then ever since then she tried brainwashing him to think he's a girl. It's sad.
Yeah, and the court found that the mother still asked the child if they still wanted to be called James. James did not initiate the conversation about having the name changed, but so that's the thing. It's sort of, we're looking at doctors' rulings and stuff as opposed to what the dad says.
No, I saw the video, and it
No,
was
I
in the
get that.
court. And I need to tell you something else. Her witness on her side is being investigated for child abuse.
Well, I don't know how to investigate that.
They had it on here the other day.
Well,
Yeah,
that aside, there's still no reason to lie about chemical castration when, the same drug that you're talking about is used in people with prostate cancer. Did you know that? Are they
but
being
they need
chemically
that or they will die.
castrated?
No, but they have to use that
No,
or they
they're
can
not.
die.
So using that drug isn't necessarily chemical castration, is it?
Actually, in that case, they have to use it or they die. But besides that, they shouldn't use that on kids. I've seen studies saying it's not good. It's bad.
You've
They
seen
banned it.
studies saying it's not good, but the doctors and the experts on not all of this stuff are saying, hey, this is the prescribed treatment for it. But,
Not all.
because some doctors, well, sure, I get that. And medications always have side effects. I totally understand that. But the problem is that you're sort of saying, hey, there's a few doctors out there that disagree. Okay, there's a doctor out there that thought that the pandemic was the demons. Like, seriously, dude, like, what are you saying?
No, I'm saying it's wrong. They shouldn't have gave that to kids. It's child abuse.
So who should they give puberty blockers to?
No. If they get probably 18, maybe, but besides that, no, they shouldn't take them.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, we don't just say it's child abuse if sort of, a few people say, okay, well, I don't like what it is that you're doing.
Trying to use
because
authorities.
All of this seems to be sort of religious motivated.
That's nothing to do with religion. Nothing at all. Just do with science. In fact, there's heard tons of doctors that don't agree and think it's bad. There's one doctor who worked for NHS says the kids who before taking that were or just as depressed after they took it. So it doesn't work. Even studies said they're more likely to die, commit suicide after that.
No,
After
so
what?
That's
not true.
It is true. It is.
not.
I've seen studies of it. Yes, it is.
Okay, where's the study? Cite it. Cite your study.
I have so much studies.
Cite it. Cite it. Cite it. You said you have a study? Cite it. No, you don't just go, well, I saw this on Google. You cite your study.
I got it in my thingamajig. I do a lot of research in this stuff. And I found tons of studies that shows that they're even more likely to commit suicide after taking that.
Okay, provide the study.
I had to get it. I put it all into my kids thing. I had to find it. Yeah, they're more likely to commit suicide. I remember getting it from people. A worldwide study. They're more likely to kill themselves after that.
So what's the correlation behind the suicidality and
It's
the
because
and
a
the
lot of
drug?
people who detransition said it ruined their life.
No. We don't say just take a tiny little like, oh, there's a couple of people anecdotally
Not a
say
couple, a lot
something.
of people.
No. Let me finish. We do studies, right? So I'm going to send you, because I can cite my studies. Dr. Diana M. Tordoff did one on mental health outcomes in transgender and non-binary youth receiving gender-affirming care. So let me send that to you first off, because I can actually pull up studies, not just say, "Hey, I looked up stuff on Google and got a few people saying something."
No, not true. You don't know what I'm talking about. I'm saying here, my friend, I looked up these stuff, looked into these stuff, and a lot of people even linked me studies, a worldwide study, one of them that showed that trans are more likely to commit suicide after they take that Zingic. They're even more likely to
I'm
commit
not.
suicide.
I'm not
And I
hearing
need
any
to tell you something.
citations or getting any links. I'm not getting anything.
I'm looking for it. I got it in my thing, but I need to tell you something else.
This is
Not these so-called psychiatrists.
This one. Hold on. This one is pubertal suppression for transgender youth and risk of suicidal ideation.
Yeah.
It is also backing up what I'm saying. I'll put that one in there as well. There's another one.
I need to tell you something. I can show you tons of studies that disagree with you, but I find
Well,
out
you
these studies.
keep saying you have tons of them. Where are
here and
they?
I'm losing track of them. All of them said they're more likely to commit suicide, and her studies that they're more likely to outgrow it.
So, Mark, I think you need to give Gangster Ghost a bit of time to find the studies.
I do. Unlike you, I do research in these stuff and look into these stuff a lot. It's actually kind of my business to do this, but I put them all in the same jiggy and they're all in here. I need to tell you something else about these so-called psychiatrists. I seen them. One of them said that we need to scare parents into transitioning.
I'm sorry, so-called psychiatrists?
Yeah, they're lying snake oil salesmen. They're nothing but trans activists. They're trying to.
They're psychiatrists. They've done years and years and years of study and research to get where they are. They are medical doctors.
So the ones that disagree with you.
Sure. That's why we generally go with the consensus, and they have something called the DRM. The Diagnostic Reference
Here's another
Manual.
study. Another one. You ever heard of John Hopkins?
Well, yeah, it's a medical institution.
They used to do this stuff, gender stuff, but they found a study that proved it doesn't work, so they stopped.
Well, I keep putting links in. I don't know what to tell you.
Of course, you put links to fake psychiatrists.
Fake psychiatrists.
Yeah.
So the American Academy of Pediatrics are fake psychiatrists.
Well, a lot of them get bullied into this stuff by.
No, Logan.
Yes, they do.
You're claiming now that the American Academy of Pediatrics, the premier pediatric academy in the United States and throughout the world, are fake psychiatrists.
Not all of them. A lot of them get bullied into this stuff.
Okay, now you just sound like a conspiracy theory nutbag.
No conspiracies.
Yeah, it is a conspiracy theory. That's actually
no, it's
what
not.
it is.
It's a fact. I've seen it on I've read this thing about APA. They used to not do this stuff until the trans activists came in. Here's a link. John Hopkins. John Hopkins. There's one. I could find you tons of them, but I need to tell you, I've been doing these for a couple years.
Uh-huh.
It's hard to find. I found another one that says very evidence that it very low says.
This is Stand to Reason, Clear Thinking Christianity. This is not a paper. This is an article.
No, they're showing
no,
you why
hold
they
on.
don't.
Let me finish. This is an article on a website is what this is. This is literally nothing but a website. I have given scientific papers. This is...
I need to tell you something. This is just news telling you about them. Stop doing this. First hospital history of... Yeah, John Hopkins stopped doing that. And they were one of the first ones to do that. They found studies that prove it doesn't work.
Okay, so this is about surgical sex reassignment surgery, which is even a different topic than what we're discussing, puberty blockers. So you haven't even provided, and this isn't a paper, this is an article.
I can show you.
Let me finish. This is an article on a Christian website, Stand to Reason, underlined, Clear Thinking Christianity. No, Logan, let me finish. Why can't I finish?
Sorry, go
so
ahead.
This is an article on a Christian website when you've said it's got nothing to do with religion, and it's not even about puberty blockers. It's about...
I know you have this idea that
Can I please finish? Can I finish?
Okay.
So they're basically talking about something that's not related on a religious website. So it proves A, it is a religious thing, and B...
No, it's not. You're lying.
It absolutely is.
Here's more more
papers. Papers?
Surgeon.
Are they papers?
Right here, I linked you.
So this says BBC. This is a news article.
Yeah. Now they're not good now? They're a religious group trying to stop that?
It's not a paper. Do you understand do you understand what a paper is?
To them. Now, news things report on papers are now fake now. They showed you a paper to that.
Let's see. The NHS usually does scientific papers. In fact, they have their own website for them.
Yeah,
the assessments of evidence into drugs. Hold it. That might be the paper. Probably best to link the paper, not a news article from the BBC.
They got the link to the paper.
Well, I'm looking for it now.
There it is. I put another link for you.
There's a part of review into gender identity and studies.
Now, I told you, I've seen these psychiatrists. I've seen people talk about them that they're so easy to put. Says someone should transition.
There's nothing in here that's saying that puberty blockers are bad. And the article actually says the evidence for using puberty blocking drugs to treat young people struggling with gender and identity is very low.
Yeah.
Yes, it means it's a very low amount.
For low that it works.
So
and look at this.
The NIC, hang on. The NIC evidence review looked at what impact puberty blockers had on gender dysphoria and mental health, such as depression and quality of life. And it was very low.
Yeah.
That doesn't support your case.
Yes, it does. It says it doesn't change anything.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't have an impact on their mental state.
Yeah, so it doesn't help them stop not commit suicide. Like this one lady said in NHS, they're just as depressed after it as before.
But can I please insert something about the suicidality? Because
I found giant studies that show it does.
Sorry.
Okay.
What makes someone have suicide ideations is much more than just
gender identity. Yeah.
Gender identity. It's also how they are being received in their community.
I need to tell you something.
So
California, they celebrate that stuff. They're just likely to commit suicide there.
That doesn't mean that their community, that their parents, their siblings, their friends like it. So that's why I'm not saying either or, because I haven't read any of these studies. I'm just pointing out that there are many factors, and it would be interesting to see the actual
I have so many of them. I've been through them all these years.
Gangster
I put
Ghost.
them in my...
This Mayo Clinic one actually says, what are the possible benefits of puberty blockers? For transgender and gender diverse youth who has gender dysphoria, delaying puberty might improve mental well-being, ease depression and anxiety.
Where?
The Mayo Clinic one?
I'm not sure, but...
No, you've linked one to the Mayo. No. We're not just going to breeze past this and just sort of you go, well, I provided this link and it shows that it's
I need to tell you something. This is not your show. Let me talk. And other thing is that I have so many studies of this for over the years, and it hurt to me to find them all. I put them all in my thing. They've been in there for a long time.
Okay, well, these aren't papers. I mean, the last one is a Wall Street Journal article, which is literally an opinion piece. It's literally an opinion piece.
No, they show you studies of them. So now Wall Street is a religious conspiracy to go after trans. Okay. What about these guys?
Okay, Gangster Ghost. This is just nonsense.
Nothing to do with... No, it isn't. You need to realize I've been looking at this stuff longer than you. I've been on there for a long time, looking at these studies for years.
I'm not shouting at anybody. I'm just getting interrupted. That's all.
No, I try to talk and you keep on going this. Here, I found you another study. But I need to tell you, I've been years talking about this stuff since 2019. Oh, a while. I've been finding studies about this stuff for a long time.
So the last one you linked was fertility concerns of transgender patients. And there's problems with fertility if you do this. Yeah. All drugs have... Can I please finish?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
All drugs have side effects. And that is one of the side effects they make absolutely clear. Like, this is the thing. You've sort of said, okay, it actually makes them more depressed and more suicidal. And then you give me these articles that say nothing of the sort. The articles that I've provided, they actually show that there's substantial improvement in mental well-being. But the ones you've showed are either they don't say what you're claiming they say. They don't actually, in the case of the Mayo Clinic one, it says the exact opposite. It says that they've got a number of side effects.
Not true. I've been years looking into stuff. All my
I don't care.
What I care, what you care about. You said these guys know it all because they study it all, but unlike you, there's tons of psychiatrists and doctors who agree with me.
For literally their entire lives. We have experts in this who all they do is study this.
So did they. And they say it doesn't work. And I've seen stuff. I can't find it. I need to tell you something. I've been looking at this a while, and all my studies I have of it, it's...
you don't have studies. You have news articles and studies that disagree with you. That's what you've posted to me.
I also found studies that...
Can we go to the Mayo Clinic one and actually read it? Because it doesn't seem like you've read that at all.
Can we show to this last one I showed you?
Okay.
And I need to tell you, I've been looking at these stuff. Like, I have studies like my friend showed me.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but this literally says, the headline of this from the Columbia University Department of Psychiatry says, gender-affirming care saves lives.
That's not me.
I put it in there. I put it in there.
Okay, sorry. I thought that was you.
I can't find...
So
I put so many studies in here.
Yeah, this one is fertility concerns of transgender patients. Why wouldn't they have fertility concerns?
They shouldn't have that. These kids are too young to make stuff for that. They should wait till they're old enough to make
What?
the right position.
Yeah, but then Gangster Ghost, you're basically saying they should wait to take puberty blockers until they're past puberty.
Actually, here's others saying they could take puberty reversers.
Hang on a
Maybe,
second
but
here.
I wouldn't sort of say what is medically best, but all drugs, that's like sort of saying, hey, there is problems with penicillin that people have allergic reactions and die from it. Well, yeah, they do.
Yeah, but this thing could affect them for the rest of their life.
So
a lot
could
of these
dying.
people who do trans say it ruined their life. I found so many cases people coming out saying that. And they're out there suing these hospitals, the ones you believe and say they're right because they said so. They've been sued by these people. Sued.
Well, none of the stuff that you've given me is saying what you think they're saying. No, you haven't. You've given me stuff that's saying, hey, they have side effects. There's concerns about this. None of it says that the suicide ideation and the mental states get worse on puberty blockers, which was your claim in the first place.
Now, I said it doesn't work. They commit suicide anyway.
And,
And I can't find that saying I've had so much of it over the years.
Do any of you have children?
No.
No. Mm-hmm. So none of you have children or work with children or maybe have had any type of interaction with children?
I save over tons, 6,000 kids.
So you're not a father, right?
Well, just a sec. Let me finish. I have nieces and nephews and things like that. Why wouldn't I?
Well, Gangster Ghost, you got to realize that you're a fast typer.
That's not me. That's him.
But there's no point of arguing with someone that honestly agrees that removing the genitalia of a child or teenager is logical in any way.
Is anyone saying we should do that?
Yeah, that's a straw man.
Oh, I found another thing.
No one's saying we should do that. That's the thing. And that's what I'm sort of getting at. That's what is happening. People are going, okay, this is now chemical castration. This is now this is now removing the genitalia. That is not what they are.
That happens too. I've seen them take young girls' chest off.
It sounds like you're advocating for puberty blockers and gender reaffirming surgery. Am I right?
It's child abuse.
Only gender affirming care below surgery. I'm not advocating for.
How would you define gender affirming care?
Hormones and puberty blockers.
Do you honestly believe that somebody can biologically change their gender by doing such procedures?
Why biologically? There's no biological in gender. How is gender biological?
Well, you're either born a female or a male.
That's not gender. That's sex.
No, that's gender.
No, that's
sex.
So you can't make gender an identity because it's not.
Okay. I don't think that you can change somebody's gender because it's a social construct. You can't change.
No, it is. It's a biological construct.
Really? So
we have biological reasons why we act the way we do. Men have testosterone, women have estrogen.
Can I give you an example about how I learned about gender?
So if men and women are sort of, that's gender, right?
Actually, gender is just your biology.
Okay. So how do you recognize men and women? How do you recognize that then?
Men with XY chromosome, women.
So you
with
look at their chromosomes in order to recognize them. Is that right?
Yeah, their DNA. I know what you're going to bring up. That's the cells. You educate yourself to look in this propaganda. You know that our body makes copies of our DNA to put onto our cells. There's certain people like you're going to bring up have one function in their body where they have an extra chromosome. Triple X women, XXY men. There's all kinds of ones, but that's just their cells. What made them men or women is their DNA. And only way they could find out about what you're talking about is do special DNA tests, like bone. That Woody Pico said bone marrow.
You could also look at the pelvis. Women
Okay, so
have
that's what you
wider
do.
hips.
So that's what you do when someone's walking down the street. In order to tell whether a man or a woman, you look at their genome and you look at their pelvis. Is that right?
Well, usually it's how they identify themselves. If a man identifies himself as a she or he, then I'll respect them. I'll acknowledge him just to be respectful to the person, but it only goes so far. If he's walking in, I was at the gym one time and there was a trans person in the men's locker room, and that is not acceptable. Absolutely not. They do not have the same genitalia. They do not have the same biology. They do not have the same body. That is too far when you're starting to cross-dress and then go into other restrooms and locker rooms. That is way too far.
So that's just sort of bigoted talk. That's just sort of
Bigot.
bigoted.
That's
logical.
Cross-dress.
Bigot
No,
is
it's not just
everyone.
cross-dress. So basically, what we're saying that you recognize men and women by certain characteristics. And you can recognize that yourself because you were saying, hey, they have these characteristics. They want to be called by these pronouns. Then I'll recognize them as the gender. That is a different thing than your sexual characteristics.
That's
Plus,
incorrect.
you get
That's not
people.
true.
You get people who have the XY chromosome that actually their male genitalia don't actually form. Right.
So there's people born without arms.
That's
and
not
legs.
true at all. That is a false theory.
So there's people
that has
That's-
likely came
Are you
about in the
serious?
past 10 to 20 years.
Haven't you even heard of intersex people? You don't know
there's
what an
no such thing.
intersex
I need to
person
tell you
is.
about intersex people. There's no such thing. I looked it up. It's like a woman born with an extra part that resembles a male.
Did you just say there's no such thing as
Yeah.
intersex people?
I could show you. I could show you. Reed Pico said the true hermaphrodite is someone born with part testicle, part ovary.
No.
Just look at
Hermaphrodite
Reed
is the
Pico.
wrong term. You don't use hermaphrodite because they have both sexual genitalia on the same person, and that's not what intersex is. So, for instance, if somebody has the XY chromosome and they have a resistance to testosterone, they will actually come out with all of the sexual characteristics of a woman, yet they will have an XY chromosome.
Does that validate transgenderism then?
Here is an article from the Cleveland Clinic on intersex people. The idea that you can sit there and say that intersex people are a conspiracy is just ridiculous.
No, I'm not saying they're
Logan.
conspiracy.
I think it's
You said they didn't
diagnosis.
exist. You said they
I
didn't
did say,
exist.
let me talk. It's my show. I need to tell you something. That's the same thing as people born with a birth defect where a full-grown man looks like a little kid. I seen it. A guy was,
right. It's a different category.
You've seen it. Yeah, no, forget what these doctors say. You've seen it, have you? Yeah, no, forget what the doctors say. What the doctors say is irrelevant. When you
it's a different category.
Yeah, no, I'm convinced. Look, I got to go soon anyway. I've got a show to do, but this is really bad. No, you don't need to tell me about anything. It's sort of this.
Of course, you're a trained cultist and you don't care about facts.
No, I do. That's why I've been giving all of the citations. Well, mute
Could
me
those
back.
people get pregnant?
I need to tell you something. Here's people born with all kinds of defects. Here's a full-grown man that looks like he's 15. Here's a full-grown man who looks like he's 10. There's all kinds of birth defects.
So are people born with those defects? Are they able to have children?
There's people born with defects that look like they have scales on them. They're not interspecies. There's people born with tails. Even that guy Paul Bagia said, "Here's people born with actual tails." He said, "Are they interspecies?" There's all kinds of birth defects. Normally, they don't think that prove that anything against people, species or anything. Birth defects don't have affect what gender you are, like it doesn't have affect what species you are. There's old age you are. There's all kinds of birth defects. You guys try to use birth defects like they prove anything. They don't. They're just malfunction in nature, just like any other birth defect.
It's physical, not emotional.
There's all kinds of birth defect. And here's this other thing you said before, that trans have brain more like the other gender. Actually, that's not actually true. I looked at that. I got this from a transgender woman, a guy who thinks he's a woman. He showed me a paper that showed that study you talked about said we all have the same type of brain, and they they did this MRI that showed that was wrong. They don't have the brain like the other gender. What they have, I've heard of newer studies that show they have a chemical imbalance in their head. That's mental disorder. And you know who else commits suicide just like trans do? Schizophrenics.
Yep.
Or is it real reason why they commit suicide? Because people don't say they really are their mental disorder.
Gangster Ghost.
I have a friend who was who have a PhD in Oxford. He said that encouraging someone's mental disorder is not doesn't help them. It only hurts them.
Gangster
Forcing someone to what?
Since Mark Reed needs to, oh, he popped out. I was gonna ask if I could unmute him before he needed to go, if there were some
He
last.
keep on interrupting. I was telling him he tried to use birth effects like any trans cultist. Birth effects don't have an effect what gender you are. They have any effect on what species you are, what age you are. This guy is one who's totally misinformed. He's just brainwashed. You can show these guys facts all day long, won't change their mind. And he's lucky I couldn't find my studies because I have tons of them.
You don't wash your brain?
No, but I have tons of studies. I've been looking at these studies for a long time. I sent them to my friend in the UK. We got stuff like puberty blockers banned. That's how good of studies I have. But I can't find them. They must have took them off and put them on the thing. I've been having studies like that for years. That saved a lot of people from abuse. Over 6,000 kids from abuse. These two kids, their mom wanted to transition them, hurt them, and they were afraid they were never going to be a dad. Saved them. I saved this little other boy who his mom tried to brainwash him, think he's a girl. Actually, she was molesting him with her lesbian partner, and then they were going to try to do surgery on him. We saved him too. He said God made him like daddy, but mama didn't like it. We saved over 6,000 kids from the trans cult. They hurt kids.
I used to be transgender.
Yeah, they have tons of these. I have tons of these studies, but it's so hard to find them. I have to look down days in there to find these studies that show it doesn't work. And this one lady who worked at NHS, I seen a video saying that these kids before their transition were just as depressed after they transitioned. It doesn't work. It's nonsense. And these doctors he talked about, I seen one doctor said they should try to scare parents into transition their kids. And here's the lady. Her witness is being investigated for child abuse. So, and I know APA, when they start supporting this stuff, it's after the trans activists came in and pushed pressure on them. But even I found another one of talk about John Hopkins, a non-Christian one. American Bar Association talked about them stop doing these trans abuse stuff. The gender firmer care. because a study showed them that it doesn't work. These guys been doing these for years, and they stopped because that study must be pretty powerful. So they went back to Mark. You weren't letting me talk like a person who can't win a debate.
Welcome to my world.
You liar, Mark. I showed you evidence, and nothing will ever change your mind. The only thing you have is this conspiracy about religious people trying to stop this abuse. You got and nothing to do with religion. It's just fact that trans abuse is
Sure, it
evil.
does. It's an attack on God's creation, gangster.
Yeah. You don't have to be a Christian to know that. There's tons of even atheists know that.
But
Trans abuse is
Christians have foundational standards based off the Bible, God's
That
word.
vary from person to person.
Well, if you define your standards as you go along, technically there is no standard because you're constantly changing the definition of your standard. But if your standard is the word of God,
that's what all humans do.
Sorry, Miss Outcast. I don't mean to upset you or anything. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I was glad to hear you assert yourself. I'm not going to go into the subject as such because I don't have enough
I've been looking at
knowledge.
these studies for years, tons of years. I've been shown that tons of studies. Even this one study was linked to me by a person who was ex-transgender. She said she thought she was a boy because when she was molested, she didn't want to be a girl because she thought if boys are stronger or something, and she realized that's not true.
See, that's an emotion. She's basing her reality off her emotion.
No, she's not a tranny anymore. She doesn't have to be a boy to be strong and stuff.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
That's right. I'm sick of people like him bullying me into silence.
I feel you.
Have you heard of a show on YouTube that's called the Transatlantic Show? It's a call-in show where you can call and talk to trans people and doctors, or at least one. I know one of them is trans and a doctor. And
I need to tell you something. Here's this one person who also part of it. She seeks she's a man. She said that she's against this doing this to kids. She said she has a lot of health problems because of this. She fights against it too. The one lady
I was just wondering if you have heard of it and if you like. I don't know if you feel that you have any questions, but if you did, that could be a good conversation. They are very respectful and just wanting to answer questions that people may
I
have.
need to tell you this has to be religion. Her atheists agree with this too, and other people agree with this too. And I have so many studies, but they're drowned in studies way in the bottom. I have tons of studies that show, even studies worldwide. Or there was even a new study just came out. They tried to silence, and it because it showed that it doesn't work, and they try to silence it. It's true. I found tons of evidence about this, but they're drowned in here.
So, is it okay? Like, do you guys think it's okay for people to physically go through this transgender surgery and change their gender?
Adults, they can do what they want. I don't care, but kids, no. And I need to tell you something else. This thing about intersex. Truth about it is that her other thing. One is what he said that men who look like women, but just like I said, here's full-grown adults that look like they're little kids. Here's a 30-year-old guy who looks like he's 15. And here's a other guy, a famous guy who was buddies with Kid Rock. He looked like he was 10. He was in his 20s.
So, is it okay for adults to go through transgender surgery and have their
My
genitals
personal
removed?
opinion, I'm not for that, but they're adults. They can do what they want.
Well,
I'm not
sure,
for
that
it
doesn't mean
myself.
it's right. They shouldn't even have the option to. I think it's the adults that also regret it. We got to really question our healthcare system. One, they call it healthcare. That's
Yeah,
a red flag.
here's the guy who believes in freedom, but not the freedom to do things he don't like.
Do it in your shed if you want to remove your genitals. Don't go to a doctor and try to create something
Yeah,
that
go
you're
kill
not.
yourself. That's basically what you're saying, because these are medical procedures, and people
Unfortunately,
within healthcare know how to do them.
I
And they
thought
have
medical procedures is like something to like prevent an illness or a disease. I didn't
Okay,
think
so
it was like a custom surgery to change your gender. I wouldn't call that a medical
okay,
procedure.
so if someone does a boob job, should they do that with like a bicycle pump in their garage?
Well, that falls under the category as like cosmetic plastic
Yeah,
surgery.
exactly. And where do people do those? Are they done by doctors? The answer is yes.
Oh, I need to.
Because they
This is that transgender I was telling you about. She became a man. She's against idea of doing that to kids. She said she have a lot of medical problems and all that stuff. She said kids shouldn't go through that. And here's all I have millions of stuff on here. It's drowned in stuff I have. I have to hard to find them, but I have tons of them. I had one worldwide saying about kids studies where trans are more likely to commit suicide, and with the gender affirming care, they're even more likely to commit suicide. It's a worldwide thing. In California, they make laws forcing that stuff, and they're just as likely to commit suicide. It's horrible. I'm against this stuff. I want to.
If you don't give me $1 million, I'm likely to commit suicide. Now give me $1 million.
That's asinine, Bruce.
But they're more likely.
I know. So is giving into some emotional gender dysphoria.
At least Logan has coherent arguments and has looked into it. I don't know so much about.
It's common sense. I was trying to say this earlier. You can tell a skeleton from a male or female. Do you know how?
Yes.
How?
Well, you could look at things like the orbital bone that surrounds the eye. You can look at other facial features. You can look at the pelvis, but it depends on age, and it also depends. Can depend on.
So why would the pelvis be different than a male pelvis? So why would a female pelvis be different than a male?
What you need to understand, Bruce, is that no one is saying that someone who is born female, for instance, can become a biological male. That's not even the trans people say that. I've not said it. The trans community doesn't say it.
Sure they do.
No, they don't. Listen to what I'm saying. Let me finish my thought here. What these medical procedure does is they adjust the outer characteristics to be more in line with who they are on the inside.
Which
That's
is
it.
based off their emotion. If they feel that they're not the gender they're born, that's what you're going off of. You're going off of their emotion and how they identify and how they feel
Yeah,
what they really
yeah.
are. See, that's not a physical reason. That's an emotional reason. And you need
But
to
your
kind of
reason against it is your emotional reason.
no, it's
Yes.
a physical characteristic of why I'm against it. You were physically
No.
born not the
Why
gender that you
why do
think you
you
are.
care? Why do you care about
Because
this?
next thing I know, there's a chick in the gym locker room where I'm at. That's why I care.
No, there isn't.
Yeah, there is.
No.
She had D's. Okay, she had breasts. It's a female in a male locker room, and I'm not gonna act like it's normal. It's wrong.
So don't and grow out of it.
No, I'm gonna call it out because it's wrong. I'm not gonna act like, oh, nothing I can do, not my problem. It is what it is. No, it's wrong. And let me tell you,
Why?
a lot of
Why is
people
it
will
wrong?
say it's wrong
Why is it wrong in
Well,
your eyes?
that stuff.
because it's
Adults.
not. It's based off their emotion. I'm giving in to their false illusion that they are a different gender than what they actually are.
But
I
that's
know, but
not
I
the
need to.
false illusion.
I agree. Men and women shouldn't be in the same bathroom. We have reasons to separate men and women. They have different bodies, and it
Yeah,
opens up
sure.
for bad.
I agree to that. I agree to that.
Like, I found millions of cases of women getting because they allow this thing where allow men in women's bathroom. They found tons of cases of women getting raped, molested, hurt.
They do it
Yeah,
in the
but
public schools.
the issue there isn't the bathroom. The issue there is that men have been taught that they cannot. I'm not saying all men. Men who do these things have been taught that if they have a sexual feeling, that's something they cannot control. It's the woman's fault, and she's obligated to
No,
say
It's an
to his
emotion.
feeling.
I need to. We have reasons to separate men. Like,
Yeah,
that's why we have men prisons and women prisons.
I agree. I
They
agree.
tried to allow men in the woman's prison. It didn't work. One time, guy got 2 women pregnant. Another guy raped a woman.
Yeah.
Duh. What do you expect? What happens when you put a female cow with a bunch of bulls? They breed.
I don't know, but sorry, because I don't mean to make you angry or anything. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
But
I'm not angry.
I'm not for men and women's locker room and bathroom.
See,
Just keep them separate
Deviant,
because we have reason to separate.
What about transgender athletes like the University of Kentucky swimmer? What's his name? The big tall dude who swam on the women's swim team. What's his name? I don't know, but it's University of Kentucky here in the United States, where a transgender athlete swam in a women's swim conference and he won. And like, come on, like, hello, like that's a dude. He swam on the dude swim team 2 years ago.
That guy got,
and he stunk, and now he transitioned, and now he's a woman, even though he's got a schlong. But the people still identify, oh, he's trans, he's a woman. And then here he is swimming in a women's college swim meet. Like, get out of here. You people are ludicrous if you think this is normal.
That didn't happen.
Yes, it did, Deviant. Look,
I'm not for men and women's sports either, but thing is,
it absolutely happened.
Trying to have all the same rights as everyone else, but that's not right. When you start to affect other people, when you cross that line, affects other people, then I have a problem.
Everyone has the same rights as everyone else.
Do things that just affect themselves, want to live that way. That's up to them. I can't.
I agree. I agree with that, Gangster Ghost.
I'm just not for them crossing a line that affects other people, that hurts other people.
Well, where do you draw the line? That's the big question.
When they hurt other people. I'm not for hurting someone getting hurt or anything.
What about themselves? Do themselves count as other people?
Yeah, I'm not for them hurting themselves.
Exactly. We
But
shouldn't allow a medical or a hospital or any kind of medical professional to voluntarily remove a person's breast unless it's a risk for cancer. But to remove someone's breast or genitalia just based off their emotional identity, which is gender, I guess what you
Why
said,
not?
because it's wrong. It's
Why is
mutilization.
it wrong? I have asked you several times. Why is it wrong?
It's unnecessary for one.
Why? It's not
It's
unnecessary.
well, who's paying for it? I know in Sweden, the government pays for every medical procedure, but in America, most medical hospitals are funded by taxes. So why would the American people or
Oh my goodness.
taxpayer?
What how do you think our hospitals are founded?
Oh yeah,
By
that's right. You guys
taxes,
do pay
you
taxes, except
ignoramus.
it's pretty much everything you own. But see, in America, we only pay like 20 to 30% tax or income tax.
Yeah,
I
that's
think
what
that.
we pay. We pay
Oh,
30% tax. Yeah.
well, do you have 6 billion people? No.
No,
No.
of
Okay.
course
So,
not.
yeah, a little smaller business there. But
So that has nothing to do with this, though. It
do you
doesn't
pay
factor
for
in because we
breast
also don't
implants
need
in
to
Sweden?
have hospitals to care for 60 billion people because we're not 60 billion people. So get it together.
So, should the government pay for breast implants for people then?
In some cases, yes.
No, because
Yes.
it's an appearance. No one needs breast implants. It's not an
Yes,
essential
they do.
surgery.
If they need, if they are injured, if
What? Who
they're
needs breast implants? That's not that's.
6 billion people.
I'll tell you who needs breast implants. The
You mean
people on Sports Illustrated magazine.
people who are have been injured, people who have uh, misformations, people who have to remove parts of their breast because of cancer. So it
Okay.
depends.
Don't I've never met anyone that has had
No, but
breast
I have.
implants based
I
off
have.
any of
I
those
know
reasons.
several who have. They
Cancer,
need that.
yes, I've heard of that, but most people want that type of surgery to boost their appearance.
Well, I
It's
don't
not
know a
essential.
single person who wants it for that, but I know they exist because, unlike you, I can think outside things that I have met
But
in
that's a small
person.
majority. Very small.
Uh, yeah, but besides that, thing about you talk about yeah, I heard people born that defect. Heard people born defect where they look like a little kid. Even a little kid heard their birth defect where a little kid looks like an adult.
Hezbollah.
There's all kinds of birth defects. Doesn't affect what gender you are, what age you are,
I look older than I am.
what what age you are, or anything. I heard people born with tells. It's
Yeah,
not
and
actually tell
I I
organs.
had I had a classmate in year 7 to 9 in school. He was born with on one of his hands. I believe it was his. It doesn't matter. One of his hands, his thumb grew an extra thumb.
Yeah.
So he had
There's all
three.
kinds of
He has had three thumbs, and they removed
yeah.
that extra thumb.
So that sounds
Yeah.
like an essential surgery. That surgery was made so he can, use his hand normally and not have three thumbs. How does that compare to breast implants being an essential surgery? It doesn't.
What?
It
But
does.
yeah, here's kind of birth defects. Does affect who you are. Just either male or female with birth. People born with that thing in their screen, their cells. Uh, they have all kinds of mental problems. The hard having kids. That's all kinds of horrible birth defects that even cause them to die and lose life.
And you're comparing that to
No, not
gender.
that. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about this birth defect he's trying to use as proof of anything. It doesn't. It when they have like triple X or XXY or anything like that. That's just their cells, their DNA that makes you a man or woman. And he actually looked up, started watching propaganda from guys like Bill Nye. We actually looked into this stuff. I found studies found from actual hospitals that talk about the triple X syndrome and XXY syndrome. That's their cells. The DNA what makes you a man or woman, not your cells that have any effect what you are. Just like all kinds of birth defects. Here's other people like Down syndrome uh, have an extra chromosome. That makes them no different than anyone else. It's just uh, Down just it's there's all kinds of birth defects, and some reason only these type of birth defects they try to use it separate them from other people. They there's all kinds of birth defects and stuff, all kinds, and doesn't make you any less of make you not a man or a woman or anything else. He's still a man or woman, adult or kid or anything. And trans all do have the same rights as everyone else, but their special rights is enough for it. They can do whatever they want. They're like a full-grown adult. That's up to them. As long as they don't affect or harm anyone, do, cross that line that affects other people, that's up to them. But they still need help and stuff because I don't want them to hurt themselves. But that's what do you think, Miss Outcast?
I think that when it comes to children, extra care should always be paid to
Yeah.
before anything is done. Uh, I don't know enough about specific like transgender care to speak on that, but as a general rule, I think once you're grown up, you should be able to decide about your own life
So
to
you
the
can't
degree that
cut
you
your
don't
genitals
shut
off
up.
until you're an adult.
I'm talking.
What on Bruce?
You should be able to live your life the way that it makes you happy, as long as you are not
That's
hurting anyone else. So,
I
yeah.
agree. Does it affect cross that line that affects other people?
Well, where do you draw the
I
line
don't care
until it
what they
does
do.
affect other people? It doesn't make any sense.
Well, at some point it
When they
becomes the issue of other people who need to put their nose where it doesn't belong.
Yeah, like the
So it's a
taxpayers.
floating line, isn't it?
So what you believe is children should not have the choice to remove their genitalia based on their gender
yeah
ideology until they're
mental
an adult.
disorder.
That's basically what you're saying,
Uh,
Deviant.
they
You
should
don't
get
believe that children should
psychiatrists.
make the decision to change their gender or have any type of
I
surgery.
said I don't have the proper knowledge about it to say anything specific
What
when
other
it comes
proper
to
knowledge do you
transgender.
need?
But if you shut up while I was talking, maybe you would hear what I'm saying. Don't ask me a question if you don't want an answer, okay?
It
I know
shouldn't
I
take
take
that
time.
much knowledge.
I know I take time answering, but you have to realize that I'm not speaking my mother tongue. I'm speaking a different language, okay? So I don't know enough about transgender care, especially how it affects young people, to have a real opinion. But my general opinion when it comes to all sorts of things is that children are to be cared for the best way possible.
Which is
They need to be children need to be guided and guarded, meaning protected and guided. They should not be just handled like objects. They're
so
still
don't let them pick their
individuals.
gender.
But shut up.
So
Once
if
you're
children
grown up, you are allowed to live your life the way that makes you happy, as
however
long
that
as
may
you
be.
are not hurting other people. And by hurting other people, I mean if flaying you and serving you up to dinner to your parents makes me happy, I'm not saying it does, but if it did, that wouldn't be okay because it would hurt you. But so I'm a vegetarian. If you are eating meat and I see that, I can't then say it's wrong of you to eat meat because it hurts me. No, that's me trying to control your behavior, and that's not right. Okay?
What if someone wanted to go to the brothel every night and he was like a married man and stuff, but it didn't hurt his family that he was going to a brothel, which is a whorehouse if you don't know the definition, but
No, I
like
know.
but like that's not necessarily the right thing to do, but it may make that person happy. Like is that acceptable?
What? To go to a brothel?
Yeah, is it okay? Well, I don't know where you're at. It might be a normal thing out there, but I mean that's something that people do. It makes them happy, but ultimately it's a wrong thing to do. Um,
Yes,
it
because it hurts people.
does it?
It can do. I don't think prostitution should be I don't
Against
think
the law?
exactly. I don't think prostitution should be against the law, but I think that uh, buying the service of prostitutes should be, and that's also, as it so happens, the law here since a couple of years back.
Well, here's the ultimate law you're not acknowledging, Deviant, and that's God's law. You know, the
Yeah, that's
Bible says
nonsense.
to refrain from any kind of fornication. And, you know, the Bible says to give not your heart to a strange woman and embrace not the bosom of a stranger. Like, when you throw God's law out the window, you're literally making up your own
Yeah,
law
and
and defining your law as
now
you feel it.
you are trying to judge me based on your opinion, and you can do that, but that doesn't make what I'm saying wrong or right.
Well, if it ain't wrong, then it's right. And if it's right,
Nope.
then what you're
Nope.
saying is wrong.
That's not it.
Do,
It's
do
not the
you think
dichotomy. It's not
society,
the
like,
dichotomy.
do you think the court in Sweden, do you think they just make the laws off what they feel is right? No, they have a
No.
standard. They have a foundation. They have principles of how they determine their laws. And what you're forgetting is that the law ultimately comes from God.
No,
Every
it
societal
doesn't.
law.
It doesn't.
Well, then why shouldn't we kill people then?
Because it hurts people.
But I felt like it was right.
Yeah,
And it
but
made me
remember
happy.
what I said about when I said if it would make me happy to flay you and serve you up as dinner to your parents, that is still wrong because it would hurt you. So my happiness in that instance would have to take second place.
But I need to tell you some. Her, yeah, he tried. Here's no intersect. People born with birth defects where they look different doesn't make them enter anything. Just like people who have birth defects that make a full-grown man look like a little kid. He's not interage, so he's no different than anyone else. He just have a birth defect. That's all. Birth defects don't have effect what gender you are, what age, or anything.
Yeah,
It just
there are
birth defect. Every time
there are
you
babies
don't
who
know.
are born
Yeah.
with the characteristics of both gender when it comes to their genitalia. In those cases,
So do they have a penis?
shut up, Bruce. In those cases,
That wasn't
the
very nice.
doctor Well, you interrupted me again. Yeah, the
I know
doctor
about that,
makes
Miss
a
Outcast.
decision to uh, which gender the child is going to be.
Far out.
I need to tell you, that's someone born with an extra body part that resembles
Yeah,
the other
but
gender's
it's
private
it's
part.
still an
That's
arbitrary
radically different.
choice done by the
It's not.
doctor.
Yeah, they normally take that out,
That is
especially for
probably so
girls,
rare it like
to
shouldn't even
save
be
their
counted.
life. Yeah, I know, but it's not actual. They don't have both private parts. They just have an extra
Yeah,
part that resembles the other
because they're
part,
so
but
close
it's radically different. They
in
have to.
the um,
Yeah.
when the fetus is forming, when the fetus is developing. I can't really remember exactly how it works on a biological level, and it's not important.
They have an extra. It's not. Resembles the male genitalia, but it's radically different. And a lot of times they have to get rid of it to save the girl's life. No one's born with both genitalia. They're just born with expert. Like, but anyways, like people born with tails or people born with scales. They're not actually one. They
I
just
was born with
resemble it.
scales.
But no one's
I'm not surprised.
no one's interspecies or anything. There's just birth defects people have. Like there's all kinds
Yeah,
of
I
birth
was born
defects,
with
and
my foot in my
doesn't make them
mouth,
any different.
and that's true.
Yeah, and yeah, yeah, I know. They don't actually have female male genitalia. It just resembles it, but it's radically different. That a lot of times they have to get rid of to save that kid's life. Same thing with the boy. I don't think they ever have to get rid of to save the boy's life, but it just resembles the other gender's the female genitalia, but radically different. I looked up in Wikipedia. They said that only ones who are actually what they call true hermaphrodite have part testicle, part ovary hybrid. That's closest thing to it. They're still male or female, just with the extra part. It has all kinds of birth defects, but it doesn't change who they are. They're still male or female, stuff like that. It's just they get born with extra parts and stuff, but that's how. Like here's people, uh, like you said, extra from
Yeah.
extra finger, kinds of birth defects. It doesn't change who they are. It just people try to turn this into something else that it's not. And that thing about social, we have biological reasons why we act the way we do. Men have testosterone,
Yeah,
women have
men
estrogen,
also
and
have
sometimes
estrogen to a
little,
lower
not
degree
as much.
than women, and
Yeah, I know, but
you
nowhere as
see the issue with those who are born with uh like, as you said, extra body parts. They have the characteristics resembling the um both sexes, but the problem there is that doctors make a judgment, and they make uh, so
yeah. They a lot of
they
times they
perform the
have to.
surgery
Sorry.
uh, to which
Yeah,
gender or which sex the child is going to be. And as it turns out, when these children grow up,
yeah,
the the sex that the doctors have chosen
The
isn't.
doctors have chosen.
uh,
Yeah, that's what
I
happens. I
need to
know
tell you,
it's funny to you, but
That
this
is
that's what
so
happens.
like sideways. It's not even logical.
stop first. Miss Outcast. That's not what happened. They don't choose anything. They really are just male or female, but they have an
Yeah,
extra
but
part to resemble. A lot of
when I
times they
say
have to
they
get
choose,
rid.
I mean in those cases, traditionally what they did at when the child was newly born was to uh, correct do elective corrective surgery
Yeah,
so that the child wouldn't grow up and with a misformation. But unfortunately, in some of those cases, the child then grew up and it turned out that the doctors had made the wrong choice. So nowadays, there is a discussion within the medical field whether these surgeries should be done on babies at all, or if it's maybe better to let them uh, have all the parts they were born with still intact,
That
and
is like
then they
so
can choose.
rare. Like, how often does that actually happen?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
But
I'm
you're
just
defining the whole transgender movement off.
No, I'm not. When have Bruce, for fuck's sake, if you didn't interrupt me all the time when I tried
There
to
is
speak,
no
maybe you could
logical.
hear what I'm actually saying. Because what I'm saying is, I don't know enough about these things to say either or.
What else?
The
What
only
is there to know?
thing,
You don't remove
you just want
children's
someone
genitalia.
here to argue with, and
You
that makes
don't
you a douche.
remove children's
Bruce,
body parts based off their sexual or gender
I
identity.
agree.
You don't need a college degree
I agree.
to figure that
But
out.
what I'm I agree. But Miss Outcast, those ones that turn out like they probably have mental disorder where they feel they're a different gender. That I have, but these extra parts just resemble the other gender's part, but it's not that. Like they're born with an actual thing in their part that looks like the other gender's part, but it's radically different.
I know, but they still remove one of the parts,
That part.
and it's not always done
Yeah,
correct.
no, but
That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying this has
Yeah, no.
anything. It's just a comment on elective surgery that's being done.
yeah, no. lot of times they have to do that to save the girl's
Hey,
life.
Gangster Ghost.
The girl
But
could
Bruce so desperately wants someone here that he can argue with that he's chosen me.
I mean, hey, you're the one
yeah,
defending mutilating children.
But
So-
I am not, you fuckhead. Sorry,
Hey,
Gangster Ghost.
Someone kicked me out of the chat. I don't know. I can't
kicked you out of the
defend
chat?
myself, and people are trying to make a false witness of me now. Oh, there we go. We changed that.
Oh,
now.
sorry.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I know, but a lot of times they have to do that. Like a girl born this extra part, they have to get rid of it, or it could cause the baby to die. That's one of the things they do. That's probably the biggest reason why they do that. But other times, yeah, and other things is that uh, Mark really got me at a time when I have tons of studies that are deep down in my thing that would
Yeah, that's
show.
why I told him to allow you some time to find all these things, because you were in doing something completely else, and he came in, you weren't prepared, and I felt it would have been fair to give you more time. I get that he was stressed
Ooh,
out though, because
FDA. Here's FDA. They said that puberty blockers can cause serious harm to children. Uh, yeah, I was completely unprepared. I have tons of studies, tons, but they're all buried down in there. These studies I showed that show they don't help kids. They're even. I heard this one study, a worldwide one, where kids are even more likely to like her trans or commit suicide. But when they do that thing, they're even more likely to commit suicide. And I've even shown that here, I guess going by him, this is BBS and all that stuff is just Christian propaganda. He doesn't understand the reason why people don't agree with him. It's not because of religion. You don't have to be Christian to know kids are too young for that stuff. There's millions of different religious people, religious, non-religious, all agree. Like the lady I told you about, she's not religious. A lot of them help me are not religious, and they agree they're against this stuff too.
Yeah,
And
I know several people who are not religious who have the
and
same position.
Mark Reed is one of those crazy guys that say only way you can disagree with him if you have to be religious. Uh, I agree. Bible is against stuff like that. Like Jesus said, you're better off being have a rope around your neck, thrown in the water to offend these little ones. But the evidence is what helps show people that it offends these little ones and it hurts them. I'm against it. And James, he's been brainwashed by his mother for years. Tried to be. I could show him the video. I have to look for it, but and I even have a video I showed you the other day of him saying, "I'm James. I'm a boy."
Yeah,
I have.
I was thinking about that one, and
Yeah,
I was about to suggest
yeah.
that you showed it, but
I have
he
tons of.
had little time because he had a show scheduled on his channel that he needed to go to.
He's one of those. He was showing about his mom and dad being there. It's his mom who manipulate him into being think he's a girl. Even Big Bad Mama looked into this and showed that. He said she sounded like she has what is it called? What is that thing that makes you think you're where you make your kids sick to get?
Munchausen by proxy.
Yeah, that's what Big Bad Mama thinks.
Yeah,
And I have.
I have read through that too, and I have to say I don't know if she has it or whatever, but it seems to me that both parents are
It's just her.
something's off.
It's really just the mom. I even talked to the dad, and the mom is the one who's been trying to brainwash him and think he's a girl these years. I found tons of cases. Moms, it's weird. It's normally, it's just so weird. It's normally the moms who do this. That's weird. I'm not saying there are any cases that dads do it or it's both parents, but
Yeah, Big Bad
weird.
Mama says I had problems with the father too, and yeah, I agree with that. But
Hi,
in cases like that, the child is what's most important.
Hi, Brother Pike.
Hey, buddy, how are y'all doing?
Good. How
Dramala
are you?
Kamala.
Yeah, I'm Kamala Dramala.
What's wrong?
Just the Dramala, of Kamala.
I have
Kamala
tons of
Dramala,
studies.
some say. What?
I have tons of studies, but they're all what they call drowned in there. Like,
Is that
I have to
Bruce?
go. Yeah.
Bruce!
Hey there, Brother Pike. How's it going?
What are you doing, you chicken-eating Baptist?
I'm just over here dependent, removing, the genitalia from children so they could not kill themselves.
Yeah, I mean, I can see that.
Yeah, I have
Cut
tons of
my
studies.
penis off or I'm going to kill myself.
Probably not edifying.
Okay. But yeah, have tons of studies that go back days and days in there.
Can I share something real quick, Gangster Ghost?
Go ahead.
So, where I live, okay, I mostly live in a Republican state, but there are some cities in the state I live in that are just, they're all Democrats. Like if you look at the map of the political agenda, most of it's Republican, but the real liberal areas, I mean, you can just tell it's all the big cities in the state. But I was in one area, and there's just many transgender people that live in this one area, in this particular city. And it's a college town, but what does it tell you? What it tells me when there's, just multiple trans people in the area that are obviously on hormone blockers, testosterone boosters, or whatever they're giving people. It You really got to look at where is this all happening? And I confirmed that there is actually a clinic in this city that specifically specifies in, or not specifies, specifically, what's it called? Treats gender dysphoria. So it's a doctor's office where people specifically go to get these hormone and testosterone treatments to alter their gender. And that right there is the biggest problem with our society, is that our medical professionals from the University of Nebraska, who's just they're well respected, educated people, but they are literally doing a medical practice of where they're mutilizing these people's hormones. And it's obvious. I mean, you could tell that these people are women, but they have like a little beard, and they're going bald, and they have like just hair all over the place. It's like you can just tell that is not natural. And they're changing their body's biology, their body's natural function, basically off the false advice of these radical medical people. And it's crazy. I've never seen it in my 34 years of being alive. All of a sudden, like within the last 5 to 10 years, there's all these medical practices of literally assisting people mutilizing their bodies. It's a shame, it's a disgrace, and it's flat out wrong. There is no explanation of why it should happen. You got to give into reality. I mean, I have kids, okay? I got young kids. If I let my kid eat whatever she wanted every night, she'd have chicken nuggets and Mike and Ike's. If you let a child make all their decisions, you need to correct the child. You need to give them guidance. If a child is coming to you like, Dad, I think I'm a guy, or I like to do boy things, we need to stand firm on righteousness and stand firm on what is truth. And the truth is that God made male and female, and that there's
No,
no
that's your
alteration
opinion.
from God's creation.
That's your opinion.
That's a fact.
No, that's your opinion. It's not a
It's
fact.
a capital F, capital A, capital C, capital T fact.
He
And
really
it's
No.
does
so
type
much
it
a
like that.
fact that you could actually physically prove it.
Can you physically prove that God created mankind? That's you should write a
Yeah, look out your
dissertation
window.
on that.
Look in the mirror. Look around. I was actually just reading the other day in Romans chapter 1, actually.
Yeah, but the Bible isn't a factual book. It's not a history book. It's not a medical
Sure
book.
it is.
Hey, let me jump in for 2 seconds. 2 seconds.
Yes.
Father Charles is confirming that Achilles has been telling us the truth this whole time. It is, in fact, 5 in the morning in Greece.
But is he a priest? Is he actually a priest?
Right now, he's probably so tired he doesn't know.
No one wants to verify. Is he a priest or not?
We're under further investigation at this time, Bruce, on these matters.
All right, me too.
But Miss Outcast, yeah, I have tons of them, but out of nowhere he attacked us, and I found some and put even the one saying that they're very low, so it doesn't help the kid. And these things, detransition people say it ruined their life. So there's no good, good reason to do this. They're too young to make such a decision. Said they should get therapy. I found another study that they're most likely to outgrow it. But I think I found another one that said they're less likely if they go through this stuff. It it, it doesn't help them. Kids are too young for that.
If God didn't create the earth, then who did?
I didn't say anything.
No one.
Well, Deviant, you say that, if
if the Bible was relevant or if there was any historical artifacts to it, but the Bible says, pretty clear in Scripture, for the invisible things of him from the creation of the world are clearly seen, being understood by things that are made, even his eternal power and Godhead, so that they are without excuse. So what this verse is saying in the book of Romans is that we are really without excuse to say that God did not create the world,
Yeah,
because it's
but that
clearly seen that he did. And if you're saying otherwise, I'm asking you, if God didn't create the world, then what did?
yeah. So I have another book. It says that God didn't create the world.
How old is it?
How old?
Yeah, how old is that
Oh,
book?
it's ancient. It's absolutely ancient.
And how old is ancient?
It says that there is no God, but there is a giant turtle upon which back
Is it a
the
Ninja Turtle?
earth is rolling.
Oh. Is it a Ninja Turtle?
It could be. It could be, actually. I don't know. Uh, my
Outside the
point
in the
is,
show.
it's your argument may be valid to you, Bruce, but to me it means nothing.
Well, nothing means anything to you anyways, from what it sounds like, because you have
No.
no definition of what is reality and what's not, what is God and
Well,
what's
I
not.
do.
Yeah, but you have
Hi,
no
Brian.
foundation to build it on. It's all based on your emotions and what you feel is right and
So
what
are
you feel is
yours.
wrong.
So are
No,
yours.
mine's
And I'm
based
not
off the
here
historical
I'm not
proof of the
here
Bible.
to argue about me not being convinced of your faith. I find it very boring, actually. And it's not because of you, it's just a non thing for me.
Okay.
Well,
Brother
when you
Pike, are
don't
you there?
build your
Yeah, I'm here.
foundation on the rock of Jesus Christ, you build it on sand, and eventually it sinks. So, really, a lot of your arguments that you're standing on will sink once you really get down deeper into it and
Yeah,
exploit the
sure.
facts.
Absolutely. Sure.
Okay, good. I'm glad you could agree with that.
Yeah, I'm agreeing that you think so.
Well, you're someone who believes that it's okay for children to choose their gender.
I said no such thing. So
Oh,
if
I'm
you're gonna
sorry.
say
You
that
said
again,
it's
if you're
okay
gonna
for
misrepresent
adults.
me again and be
I
so
misunderstood you.
blatantly
You believe that it's okay for adults to
disrespectful,
choose their gender, not
Hey,
children. I'm sorry.
Brother,
you're so
Bruce.
disrespectful.
Hold
I'm
on, I need to
sorry.
show you,
I thought
ask you
you want
something.
Yes,
What,
Logan?
Gangster Ghost?
Oh, sorry. I need to show you something.
buttermilk. What about buttermilk? What about buttermilk? What about buttermilk? What about buttermilk? What about buttermilk?
Oh, there it is.
That's
Sorry about that.
enlightening.
Yeah, what about buttermilk?
Where'd Brewster Rooster go? Oh, there he
When
is.
you ask this guy, what about buttermilk?
Yeah, Bruce, what about that?
Theory, P-Town Theory, P-Town Theory, P.
Oh, what happened? I don't get what keep on going on here. Was that you, Miss Outcast?
No.
Okay. Yeah, Bruce, what about buttermilk? Bruce, are you there?
Bruce, I think your mic is muted.
It's not muted on our end.
Nope.
Logan, you seem more assertive than usual today. You seem like you're ready to smack some heads. Logan's not putting up with no junk today.
Just Mark Reed, we hit a nerve.
Mark Reed hit a nerve with you?
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that.
I'll tell you, I don't care anyone attacks me. I don't care. I care more about kids.
I believe that, Logan. I really do.
Protect them from abuse.
Hello,
Mark
Father
Reed's just
Charles. It's good to see you, and you have confirmed with all of us that it is perpetually early in the morning in Greece.
well, where did he go? I don't know. Outside, I want to shut the show. What the?
Wait.
What the? Sorry. Clicked the wrong
What
thing.
the?
You there? Are you there, Bruce?
Buttermilk.
Yep, buttermilk. Outside, I want to end the show now.
Yeah,
Sorry about
you've
it.
been going 5 hours and 40 minutes. That's a hefty
Gangster
show.
Ghost, why don't you contend for the gospel like you do with transgenderism?
I do.
I did catch one of your streams a few days ago. I love how you go on Proverbs, guys, and act like you're part of the show, and then like you're a Christian in the conversation, and then you literally like make fun of their show with all your atheist friends on your channel.
No, I don't make further show. Everyone else does.
I know,
I like.
but you're hosting it. I
But
think
they come on.
that's a stud move, man. That's something.
Bruce, you have no authority to come here and
I don't
put
need
Gangster
authority.
Ghost down.
Oh, that thing about the response. Steve said it was all right. I asked Steven about that. He
Logan
wanted me
threw
to.
him out. Logan, you are on it today, man. I don't know what's
That's
going
not
on
me.
with
I
you.
didn't throw him out.
You didn't
No,
throw him
I
out?
did. I did.
Oh, Deviant threw him out. I thought Logan was just slinging bands.
No. No. I'm sorry, Logan. I
right.
don't like the whole when they start to attack you for having a diverse group of friends and allowing
I was actually
different.
about to say to Bruce before you threw him out, which I don't blame you for throwing him out, but I was actually about to say, Bruce, we did a gospel show literally last night on this channel.
Yeah. And there's going to be another one tomorrow.
Yeah, like we
No,
do
the
gospel
day
shows like
after
every
tomorrow.
week on here. I don't know what the deal is. Like,
Yeah.
I love Bruce, I really do, but sometimes he can be a bit much. And I've tried to explain things like this to Bruce, and I feel like at moments I've started to break through to him, but it never lasts.
No.
Okay, I want to end the show. Bye, everyone.
Okay, buddy.